Good morning, and welcome to Sewing Street. Helen's laughing already. I haven't got sheep on my top. Ben says it's sheep. This is a dress that the lovely Adele made me before she left. Yeah, how nice is that? Anyway, sorry, just having a chat about my dress that Ben thinks has got sheep on, but it's not. It's just kind of geometric. We have got a fabulous early bird in relation to you. Because it's good for embroidery.
Excellent.
Good for embroidery. Osnaburg. Early bird. It's fabulous because not only is it, we're not allowed to say cheap, it's very inexpensive for what you get. We're doing a special offer on it as well. So there we go, Osnaburg, half a metre. You can buy it in increments. If you buy more than half a metre, it'll come as a cut piece. So we sometimes refer to this as posh calico. And we're going to take it to a calico price. It's weightier. So it's normally $3.49, $2.99 for half a metre. Now, it is brilliant for embroidery because it's got a nice weight to it. It's weightier than our normal, the pre-wash calico that we sell. So a lot of people use it. Because of the price, they use it for toiles because it's got a nice weight. It's not like, you can see it's not super stiff. Good for embroidery, good for clothing, good for bag linings, cushion backs. And it's got a really nice natural slub in it. Now, this one is 100% cotton. Originally, it was made from flax many years ago and came from the German town of Osnabrück. I know that because I looked it up this morning. So £2.99 for half a metre. So if you use calico for things but you think it's not quite heavy enough, this is a little bit weightier. So it is brilliant for all your household makes. You could even, because it's got a nice drape, you can use it as well in quilting. I don't know whether we've ever reduced it. £2.99 for half a metre. Now that is, if you want more than half a metre, it will be cut to order. So if you want like 6 metres, because you think that would be nice for my curtains, because it's got a nice drape instead of having nets. It's quite nice, isn't it? It's amazing price, isn't it? £2.99 for half a metre. And it's a really nice fabric. It's very soft as well. There are different qualities and weights of Osnaburg. I mean, it just depends, I guess. Going back, when it was flax, it was a lot heavier. It was often using clothing as well, just sort of very basic utility clothing. But it is really good for embroidery because it's got that weight. It's not as, or toiles. So if you wanted to make a toile and you wanted something a bit weighty than your calico, but you know how we sell our bolts of calico? This is the same thing, but it's got a nicer drape to it and it's a little bit heavier. Only £2.99. Now that is just till midnight or until the stocks last. And yeah, we don't have much. Yeah, no, we are quite low. We haven't had this in stock since January, which is ages. It's fab, isn't it? Look at that. Should be £3.49 for half a metre, but it's £2.99. Only until midnight, though, so get it in your basket, get checked out. Every half metre you buy, you are saving 50p. Brilliant, isn't it? Message us in if you use Osnaburg. It'd be quite interesting if you messaged in and say what you've used it for, because quite often when we release fabrics, there's lots of you that use it all the time, love it, buy it when it's on offer, and others who've never used it, not really sure what to do. So it'd be really interesting to see what you do with it and what you think about it. Wow. Yeah, so someone's just bought 8 metres. Wow, that's absolutely loads. So saving £24. Yeah, the more you buy, the more you save. But it is great. We've got loads and loads and loads of you with this in your basket. Right, so someone's just messaging, can it be used alongside cottons? Yes, I mean, I don't know whether you're supposed to or not, because it is cotton. It's a slightly heavier weight than a quilting weight cotton, but it's not such a heavy weight that it would notice too much difference. But I mean, I often use quilting cotton and lawn together in quilting, and it's fine. And this is the same, but you're just going the other way. But it would be nice to use as like a natural look, like a calico, but it has got a nicer drape. It's really good to use as a backing fabric as well, because it's got a little bit more weight to it than a normal backing fabric. It's a very inexpensive way of backing things as well. Anyway, we'll let you know how stocks are going as we go along. Right, shall we have a look? Sorry, just got distracted. Let's see what's coming up today. Well, as you see, lovely Helen McCook is in here this morning, and she will be with us straight away, demonstrating some beautiful embroidery, obviously. This is one of them. Look at that, how gorgeous. The rabbit, absolutely love the rabbit. Look at the rabbit. That's beautiful, stitched onto silk as well. So we've got kits of this, and we've got brooches, and we've got some beautiful necklaces to hang your scissors on as well, and little scissors. 9 o'clock, Sarah Brangwyn will be with us with her twisted bag and magic movement quilt. This is cool. So she's going to show you how to make this. You make it using a template that's in the instructions. We've got a special ruler for making it. That's the magic movement quilt that we've got 2 kits for. She's going to be showing us exactly how to make that block. And we've got the full kits to make the bag, as well as instructions on their own. It's all available on pre-order if you want to get ahead with it. At 10 o'clock, Helen will be back with even more gorgeous kits and a couple of the Royal School of Needlework books as well. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Beautiful, mindful sewing. So pretty, isn't it? So those will be Helen's kits with us at 10. At 11 o'clock, Sarah will be back with us, showing us how to make this amazing Quillow. So a Quillow is a quilt that turns into a pillow. She's going to show us how to fold it up as well. It's a really nice, big, manageable quilt. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? It's so lovely. That looks quite cool, isn't it? And then you fold it all up, so it's a great thing for when the nicer days are coming up. Brilliant for a picnic. And then 12 o'clock, we have got a plethora of extra wide fabrics, which are brilliant, obviously for extra wide backing, but also for all your dressmaking needs as well. So don't forget to check out on your Osnaburg. Right, good morning, Helen.
Good morning.
Now we've done Osnaburg, and how are you this morning?
All right, thanks, yeah.
Good. Should we start with tools?
Yeah.
Because look at these, are just gorgeous. I love these. So tell me about this amazing necklace.
Yes.
They come in 3 colours, and yours will be chosen at random.
Yes. So basically, I brought these in before, and they sold out, and people were wanting them back. So they were messaging straight away saying, "Can you bring them back?" So I've managed to get some, and they're just super handy because you get them, as I say, you wear them around the neck. They're not heavy. You don't.
No, they're really light.
Yeah, they're there, but they're really good. You can attach your glasses to the little hook. You've got your little catch there. You can put your scissors onto.
I know, and it pulls out as well.
Yeah. So the good thing is, I'm always losing my scissors. So
right.
I've tried all sorts of things over the years, like hooks and magnets and all sorts of things. But these, they just hang there, and then you can.
Well, they're a nice length.
Them attached.
They're a nice length as well because they hang, just at like your waist. There's a split ring on, so you could put your keys on.
Yeah.
Plus your keys, and a little clip as well.
Yeah, as I say, I mean, they're quite a good place to hang your glasses while you're working as well. So, some people who use them for long distance but not for short distance, and then you're kind of looking for them where they are. So
and you could easily, because you could slip the arm of them through there because they've got a little press fastener on them as well. But I like the fact that they hang sort of near your waist. So
exactly.
Because if they were up here, they'd be in your way.
No, exactly. It makes them practical to use. So, I kind of keep it there and then use it while you'll see as I'm demonstrating. I use them while they're hanging there.
So they come in 3 colours. There's
there's kind of pewter,
the
gunmetal.
pewter that Helen's wearing. There's the rose gold that I've got, and then there's the silver. But they're all beautiful. There we go. That's the silver one. And yours will be chosen at random. Only £12. Beautiful. You could hang whatever you wanted on it. Yeah, you could put a little watch on it, couldn't you? And you can just put them over your neck, or they do have a little lobster clasp if you want to put them on. Really nice gift for somebody.
Yeah, it's
as well.
almost like one of those. Do you know those chatelaines they used to have?
Yes.
They used to keep all their things to hand, all the important things to hand. So it's kind of like you could put your little tools, just put clips on your tools and keep them there. So it's really handy.
Got absolutely loads of these in baskets. I think they're lovely. I mean, they're only £12. And then they've got I think it's great because the retractable cord is very fine as well, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So obviously if you want to use them, you've got the cord that you can just pull them out. Keep your keys, snacks. Snacks.
Like Paddington Bear.
Snacks. Clip a little Kit Kat on the end of there, can you? Sure you could get that around the edge of a crisp packet.
It's good for everything.
Just little snacks.
Good to go. Yeah. Just clip the packet in between the presses.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
All good.
Morning. Scissor keeper could also be used for house key. I know, it's brilliant, isn't it?
And it's really light. That's the thing I like about it. I don't like really heavy
No,
things.
it's not. It's ever so light.
Kind of forget you're wearing them.
Yeah, but you don't keep your house key on it.
Yeah,
Go down for a walk.
absolutely, yeah. Exactly.
So many things you could do. I think it's really good. Really, really lovely. Actually, tell you what would be really good for is, you know, when you have those passes when you go to work, you know, and you have those horrible
those
lanyards.
Yeah.
This is
security fobs.
Yes, this is well posh lanyard,
it's
isn't
very
it?
nice, isn't it?
And so that when you have to scan into a building, you just go, I have a retractable
You look very official.
cord. And you can scan in.
Yeah.
You could put your like tube pass on it or something, couldn't you?
Absolutely. You look like you should have somebody to do that for you, though.
Yes,
don't you?
yeah, that's true. But I think this is the poshest lanyard.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, see, because and then nobody be able to, or if they've got nice biscuits in work, you think, well, I'll just put one on my lanyard. Snacks.
Biscuit gate.
Yeah, biscuit. Oh, sorry, I think you'll find they're my shortbread.
How fair dare you?
So only £12, amazing. And do you know what? It doesn't matter what colour you get because they're all really lovely. And on there's the whole chain of it. It's like a chain with little beads. So it's dead posh.
Yeah. It's delicate, though, isn't it? That's what I like about it.
What would I hang on? I would put my scissors on mine. I think it's a great idea. But I would also have it when we first had those work security passes at work. I made everyone when I worked on Simply Sewing magazine, everyone a nice one from Fabric.
Oh, that's nice.
So that we were like the best team.
Yeah.
Everyone else had like just the standard ones. But actually, we were like the posh team.
I like that you've made a hierarchy.
Yeah.
Of security
Oh, there was.
passes.
So Simply Sewing magazine had really nice fabric lanyards. Everyone else had the corporate ones.
Love that.
We stood
Love
out.
that.
But actually, this is what I would have because that's beautiful, isn't it? But I would use it particularly like, you know, when you're sitting on the sofa and you're sewing and your scissors always go down the side of the sofa. It's brilliant. Right, can we do the little scissors?
Yeah, little snips.
Because these are just
Sweet, aren't they?
delicious. I love these. Now, they come in grey and pink. I'll start off with the pink one, and you can choose. So, look, they're the tiniest little scissors. So when you're travelling, and they come with this lovely sheath, scissor case. And it has a little key ring thing on it as well with yarn. So these are great, obviously, for embroidery because you can snip your threads.
Yeah. Now, this came about because I travel a lot and I do not want to be sitting on a plane. Like I was going to India recently and I don't want to be sitting on a plane for over 8 hours without any craft projects.
Obviously.
And obviously you can't be taking a whole load of kit with you onto a plane. So these are perfect because no one's arguing with you about the size of these scissors.
No.
But they're great. So, you know, they're really easy to use. They're sprung snips.
Yeah, they're really good, aren't they? Because
Yeah, and because they've got the little sheath, which is a good size, it really kind of embeds up to the screw of the scissor. So they're very, very safe. They're not going to poke through into your handbag, you know.
And because you've got the little key ring thing on them, they're easy to find as well.
Well, I mean, you could always attach that to your little...
Yeah, you could attach that to your
'cause it
your
has a
lanyard.
Yeah. So you have got your little lobster claw. You can
That's
always
true.
attach it onto your hoop.
So absolutely perfect for travelling, or really nice thing, you know, if you've got maybe a travel sewing kit or maybe going on workshops, ideal, £8.99. Now, they come in 2 colours. This is the pink one, and on it says, made with love. So they're good for knitting and crochet as well, for snipping your little ends
Well,
off.
that's it, and perfect gift as well.
Yes,
This is the kind of,
absolutely.
I don't know about you, but I start Christmas shopping early because we've got a lot of birthdays around December.
Oh,
So
okay.
I've already started. So I see things as I go to different places, or I see things I think, oh, that's perfect for this person. But this is a brilliant stocking filler. Like,
Oh, no, it's
who's
great.
not
Who
gonna love
doesn't
one
want a
those?
pair of
Yeah.
those?
So
Who doesn't? And then we've got the grey ones.
like I'm a pink girl, but I know that neutral is
Yes,
sometimes
neutral. If you
sometimes
fancy
good.
the grey,
Yes,
the more neutral.
exactly.
It's exactly the same. It says made with love on it. It's got the little heart on the front. Right, there's more in baskets than we've actually got in stock. Only £8.99. I think that's a great price. And they are really good because you use them.
Yeah,
so they
yeah,
must be
I
super
use
sharp.
them, so they're really good. I was using them on the aeroplane, absolutely fine.
Right.
So, yeah.
Oh, I think they're so cute, aren't they? They're sort of thing when you take out in workshops, everyone will go, where did you get those?
Well, I got myself one because I never sell anything I don't actually try out myself
Right.
and use myself. So I got one for me, and then I was using it on the plane. I was like, you know what, these are good. So I immediately ordered. whole batch
Right,
of them
brilliant.
for here. So, but yeah, they're great.
They are brilliant. So all you need to
tried
do
and
is
tested.
choose between green, grey and pink. Or get both. Because you keep them in various, you keep them in lots of little sewing kits.
This is the kind of thing you can keep in your handbag, as I say. If,
Yes.
You know, all those situations where you've got a thread hanging off, or you've got like...
I've always got a tape measure in my handbag. Not sure why, but I have. And I actually
measuring
use it.
emergencies.
You just never know when you need it, but I need some little snips like this in my handbag as well.
They're just
Brilliant.
really handy.
£8.99, grey or pink. Now I've got loads and loads and loads if you've got these in your baskets. So they are probably, they're very close to selling out. So if you want them, you need to get them now. Right, it's only 5 left now of the pink one. And they're spring action as well. So very good for dexterity issues. Right, let's talk about kits.
Yes. Yeah.
This is beautiful. So tell me about the Lucky Rabbit. Have we got the main sample there? Isn't that beautiful? So it's stitched onto a silk background.
Yeah, so you've got a cotton backing and then you've got silk on the top, which is this gorgeous kind of emeraldy grass.
So you stitch through both layers?
Yeah, you're going to stitch through both layers. And then you've got long and short, which is what the big hillocks there are. And then you've got chain stitch to separate those in the dark blue. You've got feather stitch here, lazy daisies, sometimes known as detached chain stitch. So you've got French knots, and then you've got laid work with decoration and just a little bit of Japanese gold thread couched around the outside. So
it's gorgeous.
Now this is, people have been asking for this. This is a kit that I designed originally for the Royal School of Needlework's class at Buckingham Palace.
Wow.
It was based on a piece in the Royal Collection and it hasn't been brought out as a kit since. So this is the first opportunity to purchase it. So it's based on a gorgeous Japanese enamelled bowl, which is incredible. And the information about that is in the front of the booklet.
So you base your design on something?
This particular class was. So I quite often go into museums and galleries and art collections and look at what I'm inspired by and create new pieces to help bring people's attention at looking at those collections in different ways or reintroducing them to aspects of the design. So this was based on, as I say, an enamel bowl from the Royal Collection. But it's an absolutely beautiful thing. And
did they do this class in Buckingham Palace?
Yes.
Oh, how cool.
And the footman came in with tea.
No.
It was great. Yeah, the footman came in with the tea. It was amazing.
Amazing. I bet those ladies, they were loving it.
It was the best tea break ever.
Yeah, I bet it was. Oh, how lovely. So you can create a little bit of Buckingham Palace in your own home. Yeah. Just find yourself a footman to bring you tea.
Absolutely. Provide them with a lovely jacket.
So when did you do this?
So this was a couple of years ago. I'm terrible with dates. It always seems like yesterday. So it was a couple of years ago that we did this. And as I say, it was the first kind of embroidery class they'd had there.
Wow.
And so it was a lovely occasion to be doing on behalf of the RSN. And as I say, this is the kit that I produced.
Oh, well, that's lovely. You just need to make sure you've got a nice afternoon tea for the break in between.
Absolutely. But it was really interesting because it was the year of the lunar rabbit. It was just after New Year, Chinese New Year, that I created it. And so it's this beautiful kind of lunar rabbit that was really appropriate. So, and everyone loves rabbit, and it feels so kind of meaningful this kind of year as well, just into spring.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But I think the colours are so rich on it. Yeah. And what's amazing is that because the green is so rich, it's not all embroidery. It looks like it's all solid embroidery, but it's the green silk showing through, isn't it?
That's it. I mean, so I trained originally as a printer and dyer with non-European art history, and I always think colour palettes are really interesting when you look at culturally the different palettes in different points of time. So at this particular point in time when the bowl was created, they had such a rich kind of jewel-like palette in Japan. So this is what I wanted to kind of create.
Absolutely perfect. Well, should we have a look and see what you get in the kit? So this is your kit. Look at this. It's all beautiful. I don't want to ruin the packaging. So it comes wrapped in tissue paper. I mean, look at this. So you can have a bit of Buckingham Palace in your home. So this is all printed for you? So
yeah, so all printed on, ready to go. It's got all the direction lines on it for the long and short as well.
That makes it so much easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's much easier to work.
And then you get your cotton fabric that you'll put behind it.
Yes, and you've got all your needles in that.
All the needles.
Yeah. And then
because you've got the chenille and the crewels.
yes, you've got a tapestry. That's for when you're plunging your gold thread.
Oh,
So you
okay.
use the buttonhole thread and you plunge the threads through to finish the Japanese thread.
And I love the fact that you've got everything labelled, so you've got the buttonhole thread in a little bag.
Yeah, because that looks like a little bit of rubbish if
I
you don't put
know.
it in a bag and everyone's like, what is this
this?
nonsense? How's that got in my box? But it is what you're going to use. It's a strong thread you're going to use.
Okay, I think that's lovely. And then you've got all of these beautiful stranded cotton. So they're all DMC stranded cotton. So this is a really high quality kit. You're getting pre-printed silk fabric. You get the cotton fabric. You've got all the needles, the buttonhole thread, the gold thread. That's really expensive. And then all these beautiful shades. And it's, you know, it's so lovely when you have a kit like this because it's all there.
Yeah, and the booklet is really
the
step by
booklet.
step. It will take you by the hand. Really clear photographs, really up close. So hopefully there shouldn't be any issues. It should be all really straightforward.
Yes, you look how clear this is.
And
Oh, this
that's
is,
the bowl,
there's the
it's
bowl for
inspired
the
by.
inspiration.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it really is on all the little...
Yeah.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And look, you've got stitch plan, you've got colour plan, everything explained how the what shades go where, stitch diagrams for everything, how to do couching threads. I mean, if you've never done this before, it doesn't matter, does it?
No, absolutely. And you can see it literally takes you
Oh, it
step by
does.
step by the hand, how it builds up.
I think that's really important because when you look at, because obviously when you see the finished thing, you don't see these stages.
No.
So that makes quite a big difference, doesn't
I
it?
think quite often as well, people kind of look at an end product, and with embroidery, because it's fancy, everyone kind of goes, oh, I'm not sure I could do that. That's beyond my level of ability.
Yes.
And they kind of worry about it. Whereas when you see the step-by-steps, you're kind of like, oh, actually, that is something I can
Yeah,
do.
because actually all I've got to
So,
do is start.
Yeah. One bite of the elephant at a time, isn't it? It's like one little bit.
So, I mean, if you've never stitched before, if you want to have a go at how this works and how to create it and bring a little bit of Buckingham Palace into your home, that is a beautiful kit, isn't it? And everything that you need, I mean, everything except for the scissors.
Little
Everything,
snips.
but you could buy the little snips, would look beautiful with this. Everything is in the kit. I think it's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, and I would
Beautiful.
suggest you work it in a hoop. It's easier to hold the tension, particularly
Right,
two fabrics,
okay.
if you work in an embroidery hoop. So I generally say, you know, it's much
For
easier
this
to
one, work in a hoop.
Yeah.
But you really have got everything in there, which I think is brilliant. And it's really nice because but it's things like the needles, isn't it? That you might have a few embroidery needles,
Yeah.
but not necessarily the
Yeah,
right ones.
exactly.
And you've given them a few as well.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, you're bound to lose at least one of them, and they're reasonable size, but they're the nice, small, sharp embroidery needles. If you find that you are struggling to thread, obviously you can use a needle threader, but also you can use bigger needles if you
Okay.
have them. So depends obviously on your comfort with threading and seeing the needle. So.
Right. I think it's beautiful that this is pure silk as well. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah, I mean, it just there's nothing that gives you that sheen. You know that.
No. I mean, you can get sort of
Yeah.
silk effect,
Yeah.
can't you? But nothing gives that luxury and
Yeah,
that sheen,
exactly.
does it?
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely gorgeous. Right, the next kit that you've got, we're going to do, Helen's going to show us in a moment how to make it, but I want to just go through the other kits. So the next one is Clove Pinks. Beautiful.
Thank you.
So tell me about this one.
So this is
I'll
kind of
find the
a
kit.
late Jacobean in style. It's worked in crewel wools onto Appleton's linen twill, onto linen twill, and then you're basically looking at surface stitches. So it's like the ultimate stitch sampler Jacobean, and it's just such a lovely colour palette because we quite often think of Jacobean as being quite muted, but actually originally it was based on chintzes and palanquins from India. And they were
Okay, so
really
it's very bright.
and vivacious. So I wanted to look at clove pinks as well because clove pinks are quite an exotic plant, but we see them a lot. We think of them in being in kind of English gardens. So
Yes.
they're kind of forerunner of a type of, almost like a type of carnation.
Oh, okay.
Dianthus. But they were seen a lot. So we kind of think of them as being kind of very old plants. But you see them in India as well. So that's why I kind of wanted to bring it across.
There we go. I mean, it is
Delicate.
beautiful. I love the brightness of the
Yeah.
flowers, but then you've chosen those gorgeous teals and mustards.
Yes.
It really blends together.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, it's one of those things that this is quite a delicate design, so it's a very achievable scale. So if you've maybe wanted to start Jacobean and been a bit intimidated by some of the scale of some of the projects.
Okay, so this is a good place to
yeah,
start.
so maybe you like the look of it being a delicate design, or it may be that you've wanted to do Jacobean and been a bit put off by size of project.
Okay.
This is a really achievable scale. There's repetition from one side to the other. So yeah, so it's a good entry level project.
Well, let me show you what you get in the kit. I mean, these kits are all amazing quality because it's got everything that you need. Again, you've got the full instruction booklet that will take you by the hand with everything you need. So don't be intimidated and think, I've never done this before. You know, you're not creating the whole thing in one go. It's done bit by bit. So you've got the stitch plan, colour plan. So it's really easy because sometimes with kits you think, you're trying to follow a photograph, aren't you? And
yeah,
have
exactly.
No, idea what I'm doing.
I want people to be able to kind of look at it and think that is straightforward. I understand what's happening, and to be able to just immerse themselves and enjoy. And also, some people like to sit and think, I'm going to save this for a weekend. I'm going to sit and work through it at the weekend. Or even if you've got, I'm going to do 10 minutes every other morning.
Yeah.
You know, it should be something that makes sense, so you can go and you don't have to kind of think, well, where was I again? So
so you can start at just one
It should be nice
section,
and clear.
can't you? All of the stitch diagrams are in there.
Yes, and you can see I've done area plans. So area 1. So if you are doing small bite-sized chunks, if you look at area 1, and then on the instructions, if you turn over, in the next page, it tells you it's listed at area 1 and a photograph of what it looks like and what you're doing colour-wise and technique-wise in there. So it's all the areas are in that way for this project.
It's brilliant. So everything you need to know. So if you've never done this before, but you've always fancied having a go, this is a great place to start. Or if you've done crewel work before, it's just a lovely project. And this is what you get. And again, it's all great quality materials because you don't, you know, this is the thing with your designs, they're all high quality designs and you source the right stuff.
Yeah, well, I think people should be able to access the things that we use in our profession. So it's one of those things that traditionally, this is what we use. So this is the same fabric we've been using. So what's the fabric?
Because it's quite heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's linen twill. So it's a British fabric, and it's basically a really heavyweight fabric, and it's what they would have used in the 17th century.
Oh, I see.
So basically, this is the same thing that if you go into a stately home and see crewel work curtains or cushions or hangings, this is the fabric they used, and this is the thread they used in the right weight. So Appleton's, the company, didn't exist then, but this is still a heritage company.
So it comes with the 2 needles.
Yes, so you've got chenille 24 needles, so a nice size needle for using with this type
and this
of wool.
is proper crewel wool.
Yes, so this is a company called Appleton's. They're a British company, it's British wool, and they were actually the original company that William Morris used for his works before he started his own dye works company. So it's a heritage company.
That's been going a long time.
Yeah, and what they do beautifully. So they make crewel wool and tapestry wool, and it's beautiful, stable wool. So
100% pure English wool.
Yeah. So this is the kind of thing that you're going to work on it. You're going to enjoy working on it. You're going to live with it, and it is a textile you can live with. It's very sturdy. So, or you're going to give it as a gift. And this is the kind of thing that will end up as an heirloom or in a museum in 200 years' time because they are stable. You've been to stately homes. You've seen these things.
Yeah, that's true. And the fact that you've got the right fabric, the right wool.
That's why it's stable.
Yeah.
So we know it works. That's why we use it. So.
And it's lovely, and these things as well aren't the easiest to source yourself, whereas to have access to all of these colours, it's amazing. Susan says, morning girls, embroidery is my happy place. So mindful, I'm currently doing white work.
Lovely.
It is very mindful, isn't it? Because you concentrate, you immerse yourself in it, but it's also very portable.
And I think the lovely thing about white work as well is we're coming into just the right time of year to do white work because it's obviously white on white can be quite difficult to see, but the techniques are so beautiful and so delicate and kind of lacy looking.
Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't
it's great when you kind of get that time of year and you kind of think, oh yeah, let's get the white work out. So
I mean, this is beautiful. Everything's pre-printed. You haven't got to do anything tracing.
Yeah.
Also, if you want to buy a kit for somebody and you think they'd like to do embroidery, this is a little bit unusual as well. Yeah. It's not something that you're going to find everywhere, so it's a really nice gift
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's beautiful. And I love the fact, for me, that you've got all the traditional materials, both the fabric and the crewel wool as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've got such a pure tradition of embroidery, and embroidery is a thing that you can find worldwide. You can go anywhere in the world and find embroidery, and it's something that's unnecessary. So the fact that you see it in so many cultures across all different parts of the world shows how much we're attached to it. So it's that thing about, you know, it feels special. So working it gives you back, it's relaxing, it's a lovely thing to do, but then giving it to yourself, living with it or giving it to somebody else, it's a gift, isn't it?
Because I guess you could frame this as a picture, you could make it into the centre of a cushion.
Yeah, you could put it into the middle of a quilt, you know, you could kind of piece round it or patchwork round it. There's all sorts of things you
That
can do
would be gorgeous because you could pick up these colours and the fabrics.
And there's such talented people that watch, you know, they do all sorts of crafts and that's fantastic. I've kind of been, I must stick to one craft because I'm so voracious, otherwise I'd never get anything done. So I get very tempted by things. I'm like, nope, just got to keep going. There's so many things in embroidery. But, you know, you could combine it with other things and there's so many amazing things. Or even the front of a bag. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
So, yes, it's hard wearing. So
if you picked up some of the colours in here, I mean, and it is an absolute work of art. And you can do this because all of the instructions are there. Now, just to give you a stock warning, we have got more of these kits in baskets than we've actually got in stock. So if you want it, you need to check out. We will have a demo in a minute. I just want to make sure we get through all the kits before Helen shows us how to make them. Right, then we're going to do brooches. Now, these are beautiful.
Thank you.
So, look at this. How beautiful. So, what's in the kit for this one? Tell me about this
Everything.
kit.
So, basically, this is the flower kit, and it's, so snowflake.
Oh, if I go, oh, sorry, I need to have the snowflake.
That's snowflake.
Right.
So
sorry, snowflake.
So snowflake is, you get everything that you need to make this apart from the hoop and your scissors. So you've got your little diamante in the middle, you've got a snowflake shape in the faux pearls, you've got your little pear-shaped pink diamante, your flat AB sequins, your cupped sequins, and you've got your novette or dagger diamantes.
I mean, these are, again, sourcing these is not easy.
No, and they're check crystal, so they're all very, very good quality crystal. And then you have the black felt for the front and back, stabilising card, the brooch bar, all your thread and your needles.
I mean, look at this kit. I mean, it really, really has got everything in it. Oh, this is beautiful. I love the way you've labelled them all as well. I mean, having all of these little jewels.
And there are spares just in case.
Okay.
Because I know that, you know, with the best will in the world, these will tiddlywink all over the place. So don't feel worried.
If you drop one.
Don't feel you've got to chase every pearl under the chair or under the armchair.
But I think this is lovely, again, because you see things like this and you think, well, where am I going to find all those bits and pieces? And to make something of this quality, you need all the quality materials,
But the other thing is, this is the kind of thing, if you wanted to, you could, instead of putting the brooch bar onto it, you could put it onto a hair clip, onto a band, you could put it onto your shoe top, you know, and they're very wearable, you know, so it's the kind of thing that...
Well, I'm amazed they're quite light, aren't they?
They are very light, so you can see it's just a really lovely...
It's beautiful, isn't it?
You know, I'm wearing a black velvet jacket at the moment, so it just goes really nicely, doesn't it? So might be wearing those later.
Well, it's a beautiful thing to wear, isn't it? Or to make a gift to somebody, but also lovely to make. You've got exactly the right thread, because that's important, isn't it?
Yes, so you've got a beading thread there. So it's a strengthened thread, so you can just use a single strand of that. It's nice and secure.
The brooch bar,
you've
got the black felt.
Nice black heavy felt. You've got your stabilising fabric to be able to work on. You've got your card, which will help to strengthen the actual body of the thing, which is all the right size, and step-by-step instructions again.
And very, very clear step-by-step instructions of exactly how to make it. But I think the main thing with these kits is that you are getting everything. Helen has sourced them all, and trying to find these would not be very easy.
That, and also, all three of these kits have never been seen before. They're completely exclusive to Sewing.
Wow. So that's the snowflake.
Yes.
The star.
That's that one.
Which is this one. So this is the star brooch. beautiful. Look at the shimmer on. I mean, that absolutely.
But we all know what a sparkle queen I am. Like, it can't sparkle enough as far as I'm concerned. I would wear these in a cluster, you know, down your lapel. Like, I probably will be wearing these in a cluster down my lapel later, but, you know, just a little cluster of them coming down. Just so lovely.
Yeah, because there's a real lovely sparkle to them, isn't there? And look at this, you've got flat sequin. Oh, these are like rainbow.
Yeah, so those are what we call AB, so crystal AB, so Aurora Borealis. So it's got that iridescence to it. So
and then we've got
pretty.
pink pear-shaped diamante, dagger navette diamante, and round diamante, and faux pearls, and the brooch bar, and cup sequins. It's all in here. And then you've got the brooch back, you've got the felt, you've got the stabiliser, the needles, everything. Yeah.
It's all straightforward. Everything's there that you need, as I say, including your needles. The only thing, you could do this in the hand if you wanted as well. So, but because I've got the cotton to stabilise it if you wanted to, then I would put it in a hoop. I've got some ready to demonstrate later, but I've put mine in a hoop. And then you can just pin or tack your felt onto it. And then that means you can work through the double layer.
Okay, to make it really cool. But how lovely to have achieved this, to make it. You know, whether it's yourself or whether you gift it to somebody. It's very special, isn't it? It's the sort of thing you wear and people go,
and you could make this in the morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's so swift once you get going with it. It's amazing. So you could make this in the morning quite happily. So I was working in India a couple of weeks ago. So, and I was sat and I was sitting stitching on my day off, and this was what I came up with. So I was sitting overlooking the Himalayas, stitching diamantes. I was like, I'm in a happy place right now. Like, it was so nice. But yeah, this was a morning, so it was
gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing to gift to somebody, you know, when you've got somebody who like wins an award for something and you think, should we give them, what should we give them, or wins a prize.
Do you know what it is? It's like, I always say in life with my students, I give them gold stars. They're adults, by the way. But I say in life, as adults, there's really a lot of situations where you deserve a gold star and nobody gives you one.
I know. And
I'm like, wow, you know.
There you go, make them a brooch.
Give them a gold star, but like, this is even better, isn't it?
Yeah, that is like the ultimate gold star.
Yeah.
Right, we've got one more brooch. The flower.
Yes. Yeah.
Look how pretty is that one. Look at that. Right, the flower brooch, £30 for this one. Again, everything is in the kit that you need. Complete, very, very comprehensive instructions. You've got the black felt, you've got all of with the brooch bar, faux pearls, cup sequins, flat sequins, and the dagger navette sequins and round diamante, and they're beautiful. So if you can't decide, then get all three. I love the shape of these.
They're fab, aren't they?
Yeah, and real sparkle. This is, give this to somebody as a lovely thank you gold star. Beautiful. Right, don't forget to check out on that. Right, shall we do some demo?
I think
so.
so.
We'd love to see how to make the rabbit.
Right, lovely. So,
so you've put it all in a hoop?
Yeah, it's all in a hoop. You can see I've already partially worked some of mine so that you can get a bit of context. So what we're going to do is I'm going to use 2 strands of the lightest blue, and I'm going to show you, we're going to work up the little kind of waves or hillocks have different patterns in them. So what I've got here is in the bottom one, in the lightest colour, you've got a little lazy daisy and some French knots. So you can see I'm going to come up and down into the same hole, or as near to the same hole as possible. That gives me a loop. I'm going to come up in the loop and just pull. Now make sure you don't pull it too much because you can make the 2 sides collapse in on each other. So you want to try and control that. So just give it a little bit of slack, and then you've got your little lazy daisy. And then what you're going to do is you're going to do your French knots. So I've got 2 strands in the needle, so I'm just going to wrap round once. So wrap round the needle once, hold the twist onto the fabric, onto the needle. Go down into virtually the same hole, but not the same hole, and pull that twist down to the face of the fabric. So then you're going to come through. So you can repeat that, and you do 3 of these.
And it's lovely because of the vibrancy of the fabric. It almost looks like you've embroidered the fabric as well.
Absolutely. It looks like there's a lot more work in it than there actually is. So I just love the way the colour interacts with itself. So that's that. Get rid of that. And then we've also got chain stitch, the very dark blue that you're seeing in between all the hillocks here is chain stitch. So again, it's 2 strands. In this case, it's the darkest blue. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, leading on from the lazy daisy we were looking at, you pull your loop forward, come up in that loop again, pull, again, not so much that the stitch collapses on itself, and then you're going to go down within that loop at the top end, the leading end, and they all interlink with each other. So you're going to create, now for me, I would personally do the outside of all of the hillocks.
Okay, and I guess in the instructions you explain
it does,
to work it all in.
it does. So, because it helps to just define, so the really heavy lines on the print, they are where the hillocks go, the edges go. So you can see here's a heavy line here and here.
So that's quite easy to see, isn't it?
And then the finer lines, they're the direction lines for the long and short. So, and if the space has no lines, you know that it's open pattern work. So it's either a feather stitch or the lazy daisies and French knots. So it's quite a straightforward technique. So you can see you kind of...
Well, I think it makes it so much simpler because you've printed the silk, because I guess trying to transfer onto the silk would be really hard.
Yeah, it would not be ideal. So, because you need to be careful with silk, because quite often it can bleed, the paints and pens will bleed into the silk. And with this, it's nice and stable because of the printing that's already pre-done for you.
Well, it means that you can achieve that, you know, to recreate your beautiful drawing.
Well, yeah. I mean, the other thing is the prep isn't the fun bit, is it?
No.
You want to get into the stitching.
Yeah, you want to just be sat there sewing this.
Yeah, exactly. And
it's a lovely thing to sew as well.
And I mean, I just love these rich colours. You know, as I say, I kind of like. There's certain colour palettes that just make me really happy. And you know that whole thing, blue and green should never be seen, which is a Victorian thing. It's very strange because you see it in nature, and if it works in nature,
yeah, absolutely.
If you think about cornflowers and bluebells,
yeah.
I love that colour palette. So
I wonder why they say that.
I don't know. It's very strange, isn't it? If anyone knows at home,
blue and green, get rid of all the bluebells in the world.
Yeah. So I always think if you see it in nature, it can't be far wrong.
Yeah, no, that's true actually.
And if you think about, you know, kind of peacocks and all the kind of amazing colours they've got in the blues and greens.
Isn't it?
Yeah, so you can see you'd edge in stitch like that. And then what we're going to do is when you're doing your long and short, you want to split stitch the edge. So you define the edge of it to give you a nice sharp raised up line. So you split stitch. So you basically travel forward with a small stitch and then you come up at the halfway point from beneath and split. And you make sure that those stitches are really nice and small. The reason we're using split stitch is because it's the most secure stitch we have, because it's attached to the fabric in 3 places, where you've come up, where you go down, and then where you come back up through it.
Right.
So if your stitch gets too long, because some people think, oh, nobody's going to see it, what's the matter? Like, I can just go longer with that. But it stops doing the job it's there for, so it's a bit of a waste of time.
Does that go under the long and short?
Yeah, so basically it's to raise up the edge of the long and short and give you a nice sharp edge. So you can see it has a function, but as I say, if you don't do it properly, there's kind of no point in having it in the first place, because it kind of loses its stability, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can see I'm just...
And I guess also because you're following the printed lines, that when you do the long and short stitch, it helps to keep
Absolutely,
direction.
yeah, it helps to keep you on target. So it will just help to kind of smooth you through that shape. And then long and short, it's basically colouring in. So we kind of overcomplicate things quite often, but basically you're trying to just colour in a shape with thread. So sometimes it's been known as needle painting, sometimes silk shading, sometimes long and short. So there's lots of different names for it.
But those things are all the same?
All the same thing. And it's because people kind of keep grappling with this concept of what we're doing.
Okay.
So what you're doing is basically wanting to fill between those 2 split stitch spaces. So what you do is you come up in the shape and go down at the edge or over a split stitch line at the edge, depending on where you are. And you're just going to fill in. And you want them to be varying lengths of stitches at the start. So you don't want them to all be the same length, because otherwise you end up with ridges appearing. And where I'm covering the outside edge, just on the bottom here, I'm coming up just on the inside of the split stitch and going down just on the outside. So it's going to give me a lovely raised up edge, but it's just going to give me also a nice smooth edge. So I'm going to just do a little bit of that edge at the bottom to kind of give me a bit of that coverage. And then I'm going to do the top end at the top. Again, varying heights.
So when you work them, how do you know? That's what I always struggle with long and short, is how close to work them together. Should they all be the same length?
No, they shouldn't be the same length. You want them varying lengths at the first edge.
But
so
after that?
After that, what you can do is, because you're going to be biting up at different heights, you can make them a very similar length, but they're going to look different because you're going to be coming up and down at different points. So I'm just doing that edge again on the other side. So up inside the shape, down over the edge. And then now I'm going to change direction and I'm going to fill in. So this is the point at which your stitches can be the same length.
Okay.
But we're going to be coming up, splitting a stitch that I've already got in, and I can split anywhere along the length of that stitch. And the more irregular I can make it look, the smoother the appearance is going to be.
Right, okay, because that's what I always struggle with, is I get my first row of longs and shorts, and then after that I think, well, do I need to draw a line so I get them all in the same length?
No, the more regular you are with it, the more regimented it appears.
Right.
So I'm doing stitches of the same length approximately, but I'm making some of them cut into the previous stitch higher and some of them cut in lower.
Okay.
So then you don't get ridges appearing.
Yes, because often you'll see long and short where it's exactly, you can see they're all on the same level.
So European long and short tends to be quite irregular like this.
Yeah, no, I like that. This makes more sense. That's why I think I struggle a bit with it, was because of the, do I have to have them all exactly staggered?
Like long and short's not a good name for it. I do like needle painting.
Yeah, that
or
sounds
silk
better,
shading,
doesn't it?
Because long and short doesn't really work. It's a misnomer. It should be long and longer, but
Long
it
and
sounds a bit like
longer.
Dumb and Dumber, doesn't it? It's it doesn't sound right. So it's one of those things that you kind of think, oh, I'm not sure. So yeah, you can keep going with that, and we've got two sections of that. So if you could just pass me the sample.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. So you can see on here, you've got, you know, your darkest blue is the chain stitch defining the spaces. We've got the next blue down, which is long and short. We've got the next blue down, which is long and short. And then we've got feather stitch, and then we've got lazy daisies and French knots. So it will, all of them then repeat. So you've got that all over the place. And then what we can do is the hare itself, the lucky rabbit.
So is he done first?
No, you can do him after. You can work all the background first.
Okay.
You can. It doesn't matter which order you do them actually, because you just need to make sure you're not biting in. You'll use a single strand. You can use double if you prefer, and you'll do laid work. Now, laid work's a really old technique, and what you want to do is you want to work a long stitch on the front and a short stitch on the back. So you're coming up here and going down here, and now I'm going to come up.
Oh, so it's not like satin stitch where you're going round and round.
Yeah, you're not working in a loop. This is why it was so popular in the medieval period, for example, because it used very little thread.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
But what it does mean is that you then need to hold these long stitches down because they're only held on by a tiny, tiny stitch on the back.
But it's a much smoother look.
Yeah,
than
it's
satin
really,
stitch, you know, over that long section, and it really looks like the fur of the head. Of the rabbit, doesn't it?
And then what you're going to do is you're then going to, you can see I've done all of my ecru colour on the top with the all in one direction. You don't want to change the direction. And that's why on the fabric it's printed on with the lines.
Right.
But then you're going to use your kind of mushroom tones to do some little over stitches, piercing down into the threads.
So
to
that's
hold them in place.
That's almost like the couching threads.
Yeah,
then.
Exactly. So it holds it all in position.
Oh, I
so, but it's
see.
also adding the shade into the body. So the kind of idea of, you know, you've got a few light ones here in the matching colour, and then you've got darker mushroom and then slightly lighter mushroom.
But that's quite clever. So that the the held threads or whatever, what are they called? The tying threads.
And then you've got the holding stitches.
The holding ones are used as a part of the design.
Yeah, so I mean, this is something that we used to do. So in the medieval period, they could use it as a pattern base, but they did sometimes use it to create the shade and pictures.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So
isn't it? But you can really see from this how it's building up that you haven't got to be an expert.
Yeah, and it's one of those things you could certainly kind of pick it up and put it down. You can do 10, 15 minutes, you know, here and there. And the lovely thing is it doesn't go off. So it's that kind of thing, you know, it's not like paint, it dries up or whatever.
No.
It's going to sit there and wait for you. So it doesn't matter if you have a 3-year hiatus and come back to it and find it in the cupboard. It doesn't matter. It's going to be the same. So the only thing that I would say is if you're leaving it in your hoop for a really, really long period of time, just take the top hoop off it because it stops it kind of bruising the fabric.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing I'd say to you about it. But it's a really straightforward kind of method, and you just build it up section by section. Do we have time to do a little bit of the diamantes?
Yes, we do. Yes. So that's the Lucky Rabbit kit. So if you want to have that, loads and loads of you got it in basket. If you want a bit of Buckingham Palace in your home and recreate the workshop that Helen did, then get this kit. It is gorgeous, gorgeous. Which one are you going to demo?
I'm going to do the star.
The star. So,
So that's the one.
well, there's 3 different brooches as we showed you earlier.
The techniques are all the same.
Star one.
Yeah, so the techniques are all the same. As I say, I've pinned my felt into the cotton and threaded up the needle. So we're ready to go, and I've got my Dewberry Watsits, my little navettes. So I'm looking for the little diamante. Now, the diamantes there, regardless of what type you have the crystal on the top, and then they have a metal mount. So some of them have closed mounts and some of them have open mounts. But either way, you'll see that there's a way that you can put your needle on, so you can see that. So it's got a hole through the mount. So you're going to take it down to the bottom, and you want generally to have your stitch fractionally smaller than the widest point of the diamante because it makes it nice and secure. So it means that you can get that stabilised. Now this has a hole from north, south and east, west. So I'm just going to find the hole in the other direction and put that one into.
Okay, so it has 2 stitches.
Yes, 2
that hold
directions. Now what you can do is if you want it really, really secure, you can pop in a second stitch in both directions. So you'd have one going that way, one going that way, another one, another one, and it just stabilises it. But for the sake of speed, I'm just going to put just the 2 stitches in. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put the faux pearls on. So it has a little nest of faux pearls around the centre.
And in the instructions, all of this information is there about what order you do it in.
Absolutely. It tells you step by step, and it shows you in the photos as well. So if you...
oh, yeah, let me show. I'll put it here. And
yeah, lovely.
Yeah, so if we go like order of work, you can see exactly what order to do it in.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just put it there. Whoa. So it shows you exactly what order it goes in and where it is. So really, really easy to understand.
Yeah. So what you're going to do is I've stitched the first purl on, and again, you want to come up about that same distance away, and you're going to pop your next purl on. Take it down to the bottom, and then you're going to tuck underneath the previous purl. This brings them together. They sit really closely together, so you're going to get a lovely finish. So they sit nice and tightly with each other and are secure.
These would be lovely wedding gifts if you wanted to make something for your bridesmaids or the mother of the bride.
Absolutely.
And they could all have the same brooch, but it's a very special thing, isn't
That's
it?
it.
It'd be a lovely thing to give to somebody.
But people won't believe how easy they are,
I know.
how quickly
you're
they'll
dead
build
clever.
up. You know, it's a really lovely thing to spend your time doing as well. It's just a really therapeutic kind of like...
Yeah, no, I can see it, and it's coming together really quickly as well.
Yeah.
And to have your own hand-stitched brooch.
Exactly.
But also, I'm amazed they're so light. I guess because they've got felt, they haven't got these big metal backs that normal brooch has.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I don't particularly like big, heavy jewellery. I kind of like things that are quite lightweight. So you can see you've got this lovely nest now.
Yeah, beautiful.
And then what we can do is we can get the navettes or the daggers. And again, these have the crystal on the top and the holes, and they've got 2 holes, one here and one here. So all I'm going to do is thread through. Position it so that it's point is sitting in the gap between
Of
pearls.
course. Yeah, so once you start with the centre, it's obvious where the pearls go, and then it's obvious where the daggers
absolutely.
go.
You've got spaces for everything, so it kind of builds up. And again, I'm going to stitch through the top one now. So
it's gorgeous. I love the way it glints as well as you move it.
you
It
can
picks
really
up the
kind of
lights,
get the
isn't it?
quality of what it's like when you wear it, because it just really moves about.
Well, I think that's the gorgeous thing about this kit.
Yeah.
These kits is because it's got everything. Because you imagine sort of trying to find all of these things,
Yeah.
and you only want
exactly.
5 of them.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
You know, if you had to source it yourself, you'd end up having to buy 20 of one, 50 of another, and you just wouldn't need those.
Quite. So, but it's just a really lovely thing to make. It's a lovely thing to wear. It's a lovely thing to give, and it's a lovely thing to work. So.
Oh, I know. I'm transfixed. I want to have a go. It looks lovely. I feel like I could do this. Gorgeous.
Decorating everything.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. Well, I think also when you see things like this, you think, well, I've not done this before. I'll get a kit and give it a go and see what I think.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's brilliant. So this kit, that's the star brooch. That one's on
Yeah.
the screen at the moment. So do check out on those.
All the techniques are the same.
Okay,
regardless
so
of the
whichever
brooch.
brooch, you just choose
Yeah.
the brooch that you
Yeah, the
you
design.
like the look of. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, watch live, there are pictures of each of them. So if you can't decide which one, because obviously I had to go through them one by one, then you can see the pictures of them all on there. The most, yeah, we were just going to say one was, but actually the clothes pinks and the hair are the rabbit are absolutely neck and neck, just as popular as each other. So do check out on those. We'll see you back here in an hour for more gorgeous kits.
Thank you.
More gorgeous kits. Should have finished the brooch by then. I know. After the break, I'll be here with Sarah, who's going to be doing a fabulous twist boxy toe, and she's got a beautiful quilt as well. We've got patterns, we've got on their own, we've got kits. It's going to be brilliant. If you want to learn some quilting techniques you might not have tried before, I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and I've got the lovely Sarah Brangwyn with me. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. How are you?
Love this bag. It's
Thank
great,
you.
isn't it? Look at this gorgeous bag. It's really clever.
Really clever, and there's no lines to match up. It's really forgiving
Really,
in terms of
it looks dead clever. It's like you want to sort of keep going with it because they all sort of tessellate beautifully. So we've got full kits for this. This is Sarah's sample, so our kits have got different fabrics in them, but I'll show you those in a minute. But everything that you need to make the bag is in the kit.
Yes, everything.
Gorgeous, it's a nice bag as well. It's got a very lovely invisible zip pocket, which I'm going to show you because I think this is really clever. It's so invisible you can't see it. But it works so well, doesn't it?
Well, I've
never seen an invisible zip in a bag.
I don't like it being really obvious where your valuables are. And so you can pop it in there. A lot people aren't familiar with invisible zips. So you
No, I mean, I've used them in dressmaking, but never in a bag.
yeah.
I mean, look how
and
clever
you just
this
wouldn't
is.
look for it in a bag.
No. Oh, this is genius.
Yeah.
Love that. It's a nice size bag as well, isn't it?
Yeah, not too big that it's going to kill your shoulder
No.
and hand, but you can get quite a lot in it.
It's fine. If you just pop into the supermarket to just get a few things, it's really good. Take shopping with you. Lovely to take to workshops, or particularly if you're going to stitching fairs and things where you've got to take your own made bag, haven't you?
You do.
You just do. Because everybody looks at them when you're walking around.
I was at Stitch last week and
were
there
you?
were so many me-made things. It was
I know,
brilliant.
and it's great because everybody looks and they
Yeah.
go, oh, I like your bag.
Yeah.
Oh, I like your bag. So this is perfect. Now, let me go through the kits first and then we'll do the instructions. So we've got the kit in 2 colourways. Now, what you've got in this kit is fabulous. You've got a charm pack of Cave charm squares in the hot colours. So you've got these beautiful pinks and oranges and magentas with little splashes of green. So all of those, whole charm pack. Then you've got denim, and this is this beautiful deep denim. So this is obviously for the outside of the bag. You've got that for the bag front and the back. You've got, this is for the lining, and isn't that lovely? Is that magenta? Ben? I think that one's magenta. So that's all for the lining and the pocket. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Magenta. You get invisible zip. and you get the webbing for the handles. So you've got all the materials you need, which is brilliant, because often things like the webbing and the zips are difficult to find. So we've put it all, and we've, you know, and it's nice actually, because somebody messaged in earlier when we were selling the Osnaburg fabric, can you mix that with quilting fabrics? But you've mixed denim with quilting fabrics and it's fine.
Yeah, and I do use the Osnaburg as well.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I love it because it's got that really natural look to it. So if you're looking for something to feel a little bit more linen-y, but without the hassle of working with linen. That's
And
really
it's nice because it's a bit weightier than calico, but still got that fluidity. I love that. And then you've got instructions. Now, the instructions are very comprehensive. So you've got these full details. Look, everything that you need to know. So obviously with the kit, you've got all the materials, but then once you've got this and the instructions, you can make it again. So very clear step-by-step photos of exactly how to do, how to make the bag front and the patchwork. Then all the information like how to put in the invisible zip in great detail as well. So if you've never done an invisible zip and you've always fancied having a go, this is a really good place. Before you sort of launch doing it in the back of a dress, try a zip pocket.
Yeah. People are really scared of invisible zips, and they aren't hard.
There you go, and it's all in here. How to make the pocket, how to do the slip pocket, adding the handle, and then there's a template for the patchwork. Now we have got also a acrylic ruler template that you can use, but you don't have to have that because you can use that. So $38.99 for that. Now we've also got it in another colourway, so if you prefer the cooler colours, and this is the colour that Sarah's going to be demonstrating in, so you'll be able to see it in action. So in this kit, remember you are getting a whole charm pack. So I'm guessing you will have charm squares left over.
Oh, you're going to have plenty left over. So you could patch the inside if you wanted to, or you could go on and make it into, once you've learnt the technique and made your bag, you could go on and make yourself a nice little mini quilt out of
Oh,
this.
okay. So but it's lovely to have these colours and prints. How it works. It's beautiful, isn't it? So you get the whole charm pack. So this kit is amazing value for money when you think you're getting the whole charm pack. Again, you're getting this beautiful denim. Look at it all. All this denim. You've got the charm pack. You've got the lining fabric. What colour's that one? They will have special names, like a royal blue. Cobalt, is it? You get the webbing for the handle and you get the invisible zip, and obviously you get the full instructions. So it's amazing value for money. When you think you're getting denim, you're getting a whole charm pack, you're getting the lining fabric, the invisible zip, the handles. And with these instructions, it's not just how to make the patchwork design on the front. It is the whole thing. How to put an invisible zip, how to make the bag, how to construct the whole thing. Which I think is great, because this is the sort of thing you could use this again. So you could think, well, I want to put a slip pocket in another bag. Well, you've got the instructions there. I'm going to have a go at doing an invisible zip in a bag pocket. You've got the instructions. So it's lots of sets of instructions all in one go for only $38.99. So that's the cool. Is it cool? Yeah, that was the cool one. Tricky to decide, I know. Depends whether you fancy cool or hot. Now, if you want just the instructions on their own, we have those as well. So we've got them physical and digital. So if you want them sent to you in the post as a printed copy, this is them. $9.99, and then you can use your own fabrics. These have been written from the mindset of using your own fabric, so it explains how much you need of everything.
Yes.
So you don't have to have got the kit. It does explain exactly what you will need, how much fabric you will need for the outside, the inside, the invisible zip. It's all in there. And obviously you've got cutting instructions. And again, as I said before, you've got how to make the twisted patchwork, how to put an invisible zip, how to make a bag lining. You've got loads and loads of different techniques and tips in here. And obviously Sarah's going to be demonstrating in a moment. You've even got the template in here of how to do the twisted patchwork. Now, if you prefer to have a digital version because you don't want the paper version, or if you're just really impatient and you want to make it straight away, then if you buy it and check out now, it will be emailed straight to you. You could be starting to make this in 10 minutes' time.
Yeah.
Could have finished it by the end of the show. So that is the digital instructions will be sent as a PDF. And if you need to have the template, then you can just print the template out from the instructions. It will be sent as a PDF to you. So all you have to do is make sure when you print it out 100%, and then you will have the template to use. So there's the 2 kits, either colourway, the warm colourway, the cool colourway. The most popular colourway is the cool colourway.
Ooh.
It's amazing value.
It is really good value.
When you think you're getting half a metre of the denim, half a metre of the lining fabric, an invisible zip, the webbing for the handles, a whole K facet charm pack, and the instructions with the templates.
Yeah. And the one thing about using the denim that I really love as well is you get lots of different shades of denim when you buy it, but you don't always have to use the right side. So the wrong side of that denim will be a really lovely look as well. It'll be a different look.
Yes.
But it will be a really lovely look. So if you didn't want the dark indigo, then I sometimes use the back and have a slightly more faded
that's true.
look.
So you could have it like that, couldn't you? You could choose.
Yeah.
That's true.
And one tip when you're working with the denim, especially when it's the indigo dyed denim, is to always make sure you've washed it.
So with this, pre-wash it.
Yeah, because otherwise you do sometimes find that even when you're making with it, it rubs off.
Oh, yeah,
and you don't want that rubbing off down the side of your...
No, that's true. So do pre-wash the denim because, that is true. The colour may come out of it. Well, often it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, just...
But with the other fabrics, you don't need to, but just with the denim, just because of the extra dye in it. But it is lovely, and you could mix and match the sides that you use.
Yeah,
couldn't you?
yeah, do it two-tone. Yeah.
Fab.
There we
So,
go. Creative ideas.
Create lots of creative. Give me your creative ideas. So, where do we start then?
Okay, so when you've got your charm pack, what you really need to think about is choosing, so we're going to work with 9 squares. So choose 9 squares that you like the look of. I've laid out some on the table here.
So is there any rules or advice?
Well, so what you have to remember is like this one up here is a really beautiful flower, but it's going to get chopped up. So don't get particularly hung up on what like if you heard that term hero fabric.
Yes.
Yes. So you might have a really lovely big blousey pattern and you don't want to cut it up. But just remember that these are going to get cut up and will no longer be identifiable necessarily.
So you
as
need
what
to
they
like
are.
the colour and the print.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly that.
Right.
That was very succinctly put. Wasn't
The colour and the print rather than the pattern.
Yeah, so what I've done here is I've gone for, there's some really abstract prints in here along with some really beautiful florals and
there
natural
are,
things.
Checks, aren't there, in there? And,
and you've got leaves and flowers, and I think these are like sea anemones or urchins. So there's quite a lot to go with. So I decided that I would go with something quite different in the centre. There is a really bold check in there as well. Wow. So I just thought that might be quite nice as a central one. And then it's kind of, but not necessarily completely, I've kind of gone greens in the corners and then I've kind of gone blues, kind of bluey purples here.
Okay.
But, literally just lay out 9 that you really like the look of, but don't get hung up on the fact that you think that's a beautiful flower.
Okay, they sort of, and they don't even need to go together, do they? They can be completely different colours, because in your sample, you've got greys and pinks and all different ones.
And when you buy a charm pack, the wonderful thing is that the designers have put it together with that palette of colours being consistent throughout all of them. So, you don't have to be too matchy-matchy because they are just going to go together, even if you're not quite sure.
Yeah, that's right, because the chart, they've been selected anyway.
Yeah.
So just choose the ones you like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'm just going to quickly whiz these together as a simple 9 patch. So we're literally just going to join them together. You can use a 1/4 inch seam. So I've selected, this machine has got a 1/4 inch patchwork stitch. So I haven't got to worry about 1/4 inch foot. I've just got to choose the right stitch and position it up. So I'm just going to quickly whiz these together.
So if you're using your own fabric, I mean, this is if you bought just the instructions, or if you've bought the kit and you want to do it again, then just choose 9 fabrics that you like. So the one that Sarah's done here, obviously that's got, they're not all the same colour, but they're colours that go together. But it's entirely up to you what you do. So the design isn't on the back of the bag, but could you put it on the back?
Absolutely, so you could make it reversible.
Okay. I think it's lovely. It's quite nice as a block as well, to make this just as a block to use for other things.
Oh, I mean, it makes up into a beautiful quilt, and the charm pack size, you've got a lot of charms there, so you could easily make, a nice mini quilt, put a border around it if you wanted to make it slightly bigger.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And because you're only using 9 when you've got the kit, you're only using the 9 for the front. So all the others that you've got, you could piece together to make a matching purse. You could use for part of the lining. You could put inside the pocket.
So you normally get about 42, don't you?
Yes.
42. So if you made it double-sided, you've got enough for 2 bags.
Oh, wow. So you could then use, if you get the kit, with the charm pack, you can use then the rest of the charm pack for your other makes. You can make more bags with it. So it is amazing value for money. $38.99 for such a large bag as well. I like that.
What's your favourite way to carry your bags like that? Are you a hand holder or are you a shoulder?
No, I'm a shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so just as well, always make sure when you're doing your handles, if you are a shoulder handle, make sure you just check the length on you before you
Oh,
stitch
that's
them
true.
in.
Because I often have my handbag is like a little backpack, but I don't wear it as a backpack. I just like to have the long handles so I can just put it over my shoulder.
Because I start off in my hand and then it gets a bit heavy. And then I want to try and do something else.
Oh, I guess so. Yes, so you can lengthen the handles.
So you could, yeah. So we're all slightly different on our shoulders. So it's worth just always double checking whenever you're doing a bag pattern. Just double checking
and whether
the
it's
measurement.
a summer or a winter bag, depending on how thick your coat is. Because I've got some bags that I can't wear with certain coats.
Exactly.
Handles aren't long enough.
Yeah. So when you've stitched all 9 of them together, normal rules apply with regards to nesting seams. So we'll do 1 row with the seams going out, 1 row with the seams going in, and the other row with the seams going out.
Okay. Would you like me to press them?
Yeah.
While I'm holding my bag.
Teamwork, I like it.
Oh, so this is interesting. So you do them in and out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I didn't. I've always done like all one way and all the other way. But is it better to do them like that?
It doesn't matter. It's just it's a bit lazy with the iron, isn't it? 'Cause
Yeah,
you put it in the middle and it spreads it out.
Yeah. So one of them, because otherwise you've got to go all one way.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. No, this is a much better idea.
I've probably done it different to my instructions because you know how sometimes
No, I like
do things
this.
instinctively. This is how I would do it instinctively. But if I was writing instructions, I'd probably say, "Oh, press them all in one direction."
No, I think this is a great idea. This is a great place to be because you pick up loads of tips. So you just go all, like with the top one out in, because otherwise when I'm doing them, I go, which way did I go? All right or left? But if you do it this way, it's easier to remember.
And then I've just got to nest those seams. So nesting basically means that when you look at them from above, you've got them going in opposite directions and it's just going to spread the bulk. And then you can put a pin through the seam and that should make sure that it matches up. But the wonderful thing about this is that it's a very forgiving patchwork technique.
Okay.
So when you've joined it all together, there are some lines, there are some seams to match up, but if they aren't matched, it doesn't matter. Now I've got to make sure I stitch this the right way. So I'm just going to stitch those together and then I'll do the other 2.
I'm going to press that one for you. I'm fascinated to see how this is going to work because I'd never have guessed that you started off by sewing 9 squares together. I thought you'd have had to make those shapes in individual bits and sew them all together.
No, that's the thing about patchwork. It always looks more complicated, I think, than it is.
Oh no, it does. I've never done this. I'm fascinated. I'm sure
you not done
loads of you out there thinking, how on earth have you done this? Because it looks like from the design you've cut out lots of triangles and odd shapes.
Funky
in the back,
shapes.
not sewn 9 squares together.
Yeah. And Carolyn Forster was in here last week and she'd been with us the day before and she was talking to me about her one patch book that she was talking about. And she did lots of tessellating shapes last week. So she kind of did something, you could, like using her tessellated shapes, you could do something similar, but you'd have to cut it all out. So this is a bit of a cheats way.
And I'm always amazed when these things are discovered and you think, gosh, how long did it take someone to work out? Like doing 8 half-square triangles. Who worked that out?
Yeah. Who sat down?
And worked out the whole thing.
And where did that idea come to them? Because these ideas always come to us in really interesting places. Right, if you want to press that
Yeah, well,
open.
sometimes you get ideas by mistake.
Yes. I find that I get a lot of my ideas when I'm travelling in the car, which isn't the best place to get ideas because it's tricky to write it all down.
I often do that when I'm walking the dog and I think, Oh,
Yeah.
well, you could. If you sewed that right sides together that way and then you did it.
And again, really tricky to
I
put
know,
everything down.
I'm really
You've got a
tricky.
lead, you've got a dog,
I
you've got a
know,
blue
and
bag.
you really need to be thinking, I don't know whether that will work or not, but I think I've pressed them over. Did they need to go over to one side?
Oh, for the demo, it doesn't matter, but in an ideal world, they would be nicely spread out. So
Okay.
what's interesting about this is we've made our block, but we're actually going to put the border on before we cut it up. So I'm just going to quickly, I've pre-cut all this, I'm just going to quickly
Oh,
whisk
wow,
these
yeah.
down the side. So there is a border on the bag.
Right.
Two
I can't
borders,
believe
but
you're
there's a
putting that
patchwork
on
border.
this year. I would never, if someone said, how do you make this? It wouldn't have been that you put your border on first. Yeah, I'm absolutely fascinated by this.
And you get teeny tiny scraps left that you could make something out of as well.
Oh, sorry, the
Was that you
table's
or me?
moving. No, the table's moving. Yes, do not lean on the table. I thought it had brakes. Oh, it has now.
I thought my sewing was so amazing that heaven and earth was moving.
No, I think it's me. You know, you lean on the table and it starts moving, but I think the brakes are better. Somebody was drilling it this morning, though. Yep.
Okay,
Right.
quickly press those out.
Outwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm liking this teamwork.
And it's nice to see working with two fabrics like this as well, because it's something I know a lot of people ask is, can you do this? Is it okay to mix different weights?
So on this sort of project where you are doing something like this, if you've got a bit of spare wadding or something to go behind the fabric when we do the quilting bit, that would be quite good.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because you are mixing with the different weights, but
Yeah, but it's nice to put the two weights together. It
Yeah.
looks good, doesn't it? I'm just going to make sure I've got that over to one side. Oh, look at that. No, that's terrible ironing. I know. There we go. Is that okay?
yeah, that is good enough.
Good enough.
Good enough. Might get rejected by the patchwork police.
The ironing police.
Who are they?
So we're putting all the borders on.
Putting all a border on, yeah.
Yes, it's not making any sense now.
They're going to cut it all out.
It's all going to all suddenly come together.
Let's just make sure that goes under there. And it shrinks, so it looks quite big at the moment, but it is going to shrink.
All going to shrink. I think this is great. Well, for all of you who bought the instructions on PDF and downloaded it at home, you know, you've probably read them now, so you know exactly how this is work. I've not read ahead. It's like cheating. I'm trying because I want to know how
Keep the
this works.
magic.
Yeah, I know. This is magic. I love it.
One last border. Those fabrics look amazing, don't
They
they?
do, with the denim, they
Yeah.
really pop, don't they? And as you said, with that charm pack, it doesn't matter which ones you use.
No.
Because of all the colours, but they really pop. Yeah, none of us can work out how this is going to work. I don't know, Ben. I don't know. Even Ben doesn't know. I know, see, what I can't understand is that you've put all the borders on.
Yeah. Trust the process. I often
Yeah,
say that
just
to
trust the
people.
process. Don't read ahead. Well, they always say no. They should say you should always read the instructions. But sometimes when I'm making things, I don't want to read ahead because I like to sort of have a surprise at each process.
Right, do you want to press those borders
Yes,
out
I will.
for me?
Does it matter which way you press these, whether they go in or out?
No.
Okay, I'm going to go this way then.
Yeah.
I've worked that out.
Often when you've got a thicker fabric and a lighter fabric, the thicker fabric just wants to stay flat.
I know. I think that's why when I pressed the others, I did them the other way and it wasn't easy. This is a lot easier. So when you press your fabrics, press them away from the heavier fabric. Because, yeah, it just lies flat. But when I did
Yeah.
the outside ones, I don't know why, I pressed them the other way and didn't like it. So it doesn't matter which way you press them then. But I've now worked out, having done it, that that's a lot easier. I think that's neat.
The trick with seam allowances is always just to try and minimise the bulk.
Okay,
Right, okay.
this is where it all goes amazing.
So what we've got is lots of seams. And you're either going to have the template that you'll have cut out from the back of the pattern, or you can use one of the rulers.
Right.
So with this template, this is just literally a piece of paper at the moment. You could get your Pritt stick out, or other brands are available, and put it onto a piece of card, reinforce it. You could transfer it onto a piece of template plastic, you know, all the normal things to make this last a bit longer, make it a little bit easier. And if you are using a template, it's entirely up to you whether you're going to put that on and cut around it, or whether you're going to put that on and draw around it and then cut afterwards.
So it's a drawing template.
Yeah.
Right,
You could cut around it, but I always think, unless you've made it out of something really rigid, trying to cut around it with a rotary cutter, especially when it's that small, is a little bit dangerous.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So just draw around
So
it.
draw around it and then use your rotary cutter to cut the lines if you really want to rotary cut. Or sit down with scissors, you know, like we've been using them since
do you
we're
remember
3. It's
those
really
things?
methodical, like, and relaxing and everything. So what you're going to do is line up the lines with the lines on your patchwork. So when we're on the corner, we've only got that line coming down here and that line going across there. So that template would go on with that line following that seam, and then you're going to slip it up, and it would go like that, okay? So I could either draw around that with a chalk pencil and cut that out, or you can use the ruler.
So this is the ruler that's on the screen at the moment, the twist and stitch ruler.
Twist and stitch ruler. So I'm just going to move this more into the centre.
So you can, it's up to you. If you've got the instructions, and you will obviously get the template in there. But if you want the ruler, this is how it works.
Yeah, and it's exactly the same line. You can just see that that's fitting exactly the same as the ruler.
I see.
So the ruler has slots on 2 sides and lines on 2 sides. If it had slots on all sides, it would just fall apart. So you get that line, the cross in the middle, and you're going to put that on top, so it's following the seam line down here and the seam line along there. And then you're going to get your rotary cutter. And I'm just going to do that twice, only because I'm not as tall against this table as I normally would be.
Yeah, I find that I have to stand on tiptoes, and then I think, oh, it must be blunt, this rotary cutter, but it's because I'm used to cutting. You need more pressure behind it.
So I've now cut these 2 seams here, but I need to cut the rest of the square out. So you can lift it up and twist it round. So you can see there's one line cut there, and there's one line cut there. And then I can just put it back on, matching up my cross.
Okay.
And you can actually then put those black lines on the lines you've already cut.
Amazing.
And you're going to go back in. And again, when you're cutting through the denim, you do need to press a bit harder with the rotary cutter. And then there's your first square.
Oh, wow.
So that now goes on the table. If you've got some space to lay it out properly, lay it out properly. Otherwise, I start to number things.
Right, yes, so lay it like in the order that you've cut it.
Yeah.
So the next one, again, you line up the cross with the seams.
Yeah, so we've only got, again, at this moment, like a T. So just going to line up the cross.
I love this. This is so clever.
So as I say, it's super easy with the template. This is just easier because I can
this is
rotary
just the
cut
sort
for
of the
speed.
quick way of doing it.
Yeah.
A much quicker way. So if you like the look of this template, and this is a great scrap buster, because really you just need your charm squares, you can get the ruler, and then you can use up all your scraps to do this. Imagine the quilt you could make. And I presume this ruler is for different size squares.
Yeah, so this ruler goes up to cutting out an 8-inch square, which is the size you would cut from a layer cake. So if you did this principle,
Let me just show you these 2. Look, there's the 2 squares already cut. Amazing.
they're looking funky, aren't they?
Yeah, so if you wanted to use this technique to create something bigger or make a quilt or something, you could cut the squares to any... You could use bigger squares if you wanted to.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is brilliant. I've never seen it before.
It's really addictive
It's really good.
because the quilts you can make using it just look so effective.
Wow. Well, I think what's amazing is that it does look like crosses, but they're not. Now I can see from your bag that they're actually these squares.
Yeah, I'm going to drop down now and just cut some from the row below so you can get some finished crosses.
So I guess you get 3 squares in each row because you cut
Yeah.
from the 3 squares.
Yeah, so you get the same layout, the same number.
So like with your bag where you've, like with this, if you've done it shows better on this, where you've got, when you sewed these as a 9 patch, that was 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
So you can choose when
Yeah.
you sew your 9 together if they're very different.
My cat's been like on that.
Then what you put in each corner is where these crosses will be.
Yeah, so the exact layout of your original 9 patch is going
Will
to
be that, yeah. So it's lovely. So you could just sew all of this whole massive 9 patch more and more. Couldn't you just have to be 9?
No,
Couldn't
I mean,
it
if
be
you wanted a bigger bag and you're happy to fiddle around with your measurements, you can just make it slightly bigger.
Oh, I think that's amazing. Amazing. And because you can use, is the 5-inch the smallest one?
On this ruler,
Yeah.
yes, but you could go smaller with a... so what you'll start to notice is, if I just cut one more out, you get bits left over. So when you do it with layer cake size squares, the bit you get left over is charm pack size.
Oh, okay.
So with this, we're probably going to end up, I think it's a 2-inch or a 2.5-inch square.
Oh, so the bits you cut off you can then keep.
Yeah. So there's going to be a square up here, and you could make mini. if you can get a bit OCD about it, can't you? A bit over the top, but
True.
you can make a mini version.
But you could just use these little 2-inch squares
Yeah.
to make a matching purse.
So here is our first crop. Is it on screen? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So now that square looks completely different to
I
how it did
love
look.
that.
You've got that to make a miniature one, and you can see this one's beginning to come along here. That looks really beautiful cut up because it's
Beautiful,
completely
isn't
lost
it?
its context.
And it's interesting when you use big prints like that, how when they're cut and turned round, they become a different print.
Yeah, all you need to make sure is that you've got enough contrast between your 2 squares that are next to each other.
Okay.
So that you can see the
Yes, I
twisters.
see what you mean.
Yeah.
So that's sort of something to bear in mind when you lay it out.
Yeah, so I wouldn't put all of the floral ones together because you really like florals, even if they're different colours, because
Yeah.
you can see here you've got green and blues. You might just find they're a little bit too similar when you start doing the twist.
And I love the way that the prints all turn round. So if you used like a linear print, like stripes or text, it would look fabulous, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I know some people would really, really struggle with it all going in
No,
different
I'd love.
directions.
I think that would look.
I
really
would love
cool.
that. Yeah, I'm quite cool with that. But I know some people really
Because
struggle.
it would make the crosses or whatever they are stand out more because all the direction would turn round, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I am obviously doing this on a twisting cutting mat, so I could be twisting the cutting mat, but just at the
okay.
moment, it's slightly easier just to
Yeah, no, that's a good idea actually,
do it this way.
to turn it round.
Yeah. No, it's that. Yeah, it's that one.
Yeah, so actually you can see which way to do it, can't you?
Yeah.
Ah,
So you're always having the bits touching each other.
yeah.
The patterns touching each other. So which means that when you stitch these together in the centre, it doesn't overly matter if everything is perfect. I've got another example here which has got a
Yes, I see what you
imperfect
mean.
join on it. I'd folded it so.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter too much about your seam and
No,
matchings.
it can all be a bit off because it doesn't matter because you just see the windmill and you
Yeah,
just see the
that's
colour
true.
block. So like if your lines don't perfectly match up, it doesn't matter.
That's fabulous.
And
So
then
you cut the whole lot out.
Cut the whole lot out, and then you're just going to join these together back into a 9 patch, just like I did a moment ago, and nest the seams together, and then start adding on the border bits. But I mean, these fabrics are just so lovely for it because of the way that they cut up.
Yeah, I think I mean there's different fabrics that you can use for all of these, but these cave ones work well, don't they? Because of the big patterns.
If it was like spots or things, I mean, I love spots, but spots just wouldn't have.
It wouldn't have the same
no,
effect, would
no,
it?
These ones are going to look really
Because
good.
you're chopping up the pattern and turning it around. I think that is so clever. Amazing. So if you want this kit, $38.99, this is the one that's in there, the cool one. You get the whole charm pack, and you only need 9 for this. So you could use this for the back of the bag. You could make another bag. You get 1/2 metre of denim, 1/2 metre of the lining fabric, an invisible zip, and the webbing, and the instructions for just $38.99.
Set of cushions.
Set of cushions, yeah, exactly. If you want the ruler, I think I would get the ruler
I think if you like the look of the technique, the ruler's worth the investment because it really speeds the process up.
Yeah, I think it's
you know.
brilliant. And also the fact that this, once you've got used to this, you then think, oh, I'm going to try it bigger because you could do really big ones then, couldn't you? So if it goes up to an 8-inch square.
Yeah. Yeah, so the biggest square that you can start off your 9-patch with is a 10-inch. So that's like
Right.
layer cake size. And then you're always cutting a slightly smaller square than you started
Oh, I
with. So the
see.
10-inch start point would go down to an 8-inch cut.
Right,
Our
okay.
5-inch start point went down to a 3.5-inch.
So if you've got a layer cake,
yeah,
absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
But this is a great way of using up your scraps, isn't it?
yeah. And all those scrap, you know, like a scrap that's a big print that you've only got a little bit left of now, you know, it's perfect.
Yeah, use it
Because
for
you're
this.
just going to chop it up and re-see it in a different way.
And get the ruler, or you could just get the instructions and the ruler. If you get the kit, you can make it, you can have a go, and then you can start going through all your scraps and thinking, right, what quilt can I make?
Yeah, and if you can't get your head around how it does work with the when you do the twist on it, I'd recommend going through your charm pack and finding the ones you like the least.
Right.
And just do a trial with the ones you
Yeah,
like the
that's
least. Because
true.
you've got spares, you know, and just see how it works out. Because sometimes it is hard. I mean, I've done it loads of times now, but it's really hard to visualise how it's going to work.
And also use very different ones, and then you can probably, to start with, so
Yeah.
then you can really see
Max
how
the
it works.
contrast, and then you'll really get a difference, yeah.
It's amazing. And we've had a lot of people asking about your beautiful quilt.
Yes.
This is amazing, isn't it?
Trick of the eye. You've got all of that movement in it.
Well, it's like a circle.
Yeah.
It's so clever.
I know, but it's boggling, isn't it? Because
Yes.
you see different circles each time you look. And all it is squares and diamonds. And it's just the way that they've been placed.
It's fabulous. Absolutely love it. But yes, from a distance, it's a real illusion quilt, isn't it?
It's really striking as well. This is one of my favourites, just because I quite like two-tone quilts.
Yeah, no,
I love
do.
lots of pattern and everything.
No,
but
I
like
love two-tone quilts.
And it just always looks amazing laid out. Gets a lot of attention when it's hung up in our studio.
Oh, it's beautiful. Now, I'll just go over here because I've got all of the kits and instructions here. Now, we've got it in 2 colourways for you, and it is a 2-tone quilt, so it just uses the 2 fabric. So we've got a blue one and a red one. Now, what you get is we've chosen a beautiful, vibrant turquoise. You get 4 metres of sapphire, 4 metres of sapphire, and 4 metres of white. And then the full instructions. It's brilliant. So it's a 67-inch square, and it explains exactly how to do it. So here you cut these pieces, you cut these, and then you put it all together. It's all created using foundation paper piecing, and you can see exactly how to do it here. And basically, you know, you follow the whole thing, you make all the blocks, and then you join it together, and you've got the templates here as well. That's lovely, isn't it? I really, really like that because it is so clever. It is a real illusion quilt. And actually, the further away you stand from it, the more movement there is in it, isn't it?
And because you're doing a lot of the same, although some people might go, oh, that's going to be really boring, it's one of those really lovely tasks to have. Kind of do the cutting, and then you can just relax into it, put on your favourite podcast, put on Sewing Street. Because you don't overly have to concentrate because you're just repeating the same thing over and over. So it's a really relaxing sewing project.
Gorgeous. So that's it in sapphire and white, very stunning. But we've also put together a warm one. So this one is claret, I can't remember the name of that one. And so you get 4 metres of claret and 4 metres of, is it? Beige. So it's a really, really warm colourway. This is almost a bit like, you know, when you see those kind of brushed cotton prairie quilts. It's very antique about it.
It is, it's very traditional, isn't it? Country cottage,
Country
wood burner,
cottage, yes.
open fire.
That's the colour of it. Is it a bit tartan, isn't it?
Yeah, warm and cosy for the winter.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And so you've got 4 metres. This is all our beautiful Rose and Hubble quilted weight cotton. So you're making this big quilt. You're saving over £8. You've got the templates here, over £8. You've got 8 metres of Rose and Hubble quilted weight cotton and the instructions. And because you've got all the FPP templates, you can then just make it bigger and bigger and bigger. You can have whatever size you want.
Whatever scale you fancy.
Mag said, would this be a good Kaffe Fassett stash buster quilt?
This one? Yeah, it could be.
So as long as you used, I guess you want to use a plain background, a solid background.
Yeah, real contrast. So it depends on how colourful the K facet was. Like maybe, because again, it works with the dark, so you could go for like a navy blue.
That'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, would be really striking.
So pick out colours and prints that will stand out against the background, whether it's darker or lighter.
Yeah.
But it would, wouldn't it? I guess because it's FPP, yes, you could easily use it for...
Yeah, easy use up your scraps.
Yeah.
I mean, I give full cutting instructions for the size of the pieces, but if you've done FPP before and you're really comfortable with it, you could easily just
that's true.
literally go from your stash without even having to cut the bits off.
But, well, we'll go through your stash and just follow the cutting instructions.
Yeah.
Now, if you want the instructions on their own, so if you want to do it as a stash buster, or if you've got a lot of fabrics that are similar colours, put those all together and then just choose a background that they stand out against. There needs to be a contrast. That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got to have a contrast. So £9.99 for the instructions. Those are the printed instructions. But if you want the digital download, you can get started on it straight away. When you buy this, it will be emailed straight to your inbox, and then you can print it out as a PDF. And obviously, and it says on here, don't forget that to print them out, because it says, copy it 200%. So you just print them out, when you print them out, or if you copy them, if you've got it sent to your printer, if you've got it as a download, you can just set your printer to 200%.
Yeah.
Amazing. Oh, you're going to show us how to do that?
I can do in a minute.
Fab. I'll just go through the cushion kits. I know you've got loads and loads. You've got this in baskets, the bag. That's, cushions, bags. Bag kit. So if you want to make the cool version, remember you get a whole cave charm pack, which is hidden in here, of 42 squares. You only need 9 of them, so you're going to get absolutely loads left over, which you can use for other projects or you can use for the back of the bag. You get 1/2 metre of this beautiful denim fabric, and this is proper denim weight as well, so it gives a nice sturdy bag. You get 1/2 metre of sapphire, then you get the webbing that's used for the handle and the invisible zip for your invisible zip pocket, and full instructions. And in the instructions, it goes through the whole thing, so it really explains exactly how to do it. If you want the hot version, the denim is the same. Obviously, it's that lovely dark denim. You then get the charm pack of 42 of these beautiful, warm cave squares. So you've got pinks and purples and oranges and magentas. You get the denim, 1/2 metre of magenta. You get the webbing for the handle, the invisible zip, and full instructions. We also have the instructions on their own. So if you want to use up your scraps, you can get just the instructions. £9.99, and that's for the physical printed version that will be posted to you. If you want the digital download, that will be emailed to your inbox, so you can just print it out yourself. Remember, on the instructions, there is the template for drawing round and cutting the twisted blocks. But obviously, if you want the template itself, which if you love this technique, I think this is great, the template itself is going to be a lot quicker. It comes with instructions as well, so it explains exactly how to do it. And remember, you can use this for your 5-inch charm squares, you can use it for your 10-inch layer cakes, you can use it for all of your scraps. I think this is a great investment. Have we got the code for that one? There we go. Yay. There we go. That's the ruler itself. Now, this is going to save you so much time because you can just cut within it. All the lines for your rotary cutter are cut within it. But this will save you time. You don't have to have it because the template is actually on the instructions. But I would get that, I think, because it's quite addictive, isn't it?
It is very. I've made quite a few projects.
I can imagine, and I can imagine then going, oh, I'm going to make more, and I'm going to make it bigger because it would make the most amazing quilt.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Right, so you're going to show us how to make this fabulous quilt.
So
I think it's gorgeous.
it is foundation paper pieced. So there's lots of cutting instructions, and I'm a big fan of labelling my fabrics with a post-it note once I've cut everything out, because it's so easy to get confused. And then the most important thing is that when you've printed it out, just check that test square. So get yourself a ruler and just pop that ruler on top and make sure that that's your inch. And if that's your inch, you're good to go. If it's not an inch, you need to start again.
Okay, but just make sure your printer is set to the right thing.
Yeah, but they change. Don't you find that you'll print one document one way and then you'll come back to print something else?
Well, yeah, I find so. It will have like a setting for my PDS, and then I'm printing a Word document and it's different.
Yeah.
And there's probably a reason for that
Yeah.
that I have no idea about. But I think it's lovely that you give the cutting measurements for these, because the worst thing I think with FPP is guessing how much fabric to cut.
Yeah.
Or under guessing.
Yeah.
But because you cut it all out first, that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, there's a bit of wastage. There's always wastage with
Yeah.
patchwork, but this does make it a lot easier. And
I
these
always
pieces,
underguess and then have to unpick and restart.
They're generously sized, but they're not overly generously
I think
sized. So, we've minimised the waste, but, accepted that there probably needs to be some. So with FPP, you're using the paper, which means that you generally get a really precise finish because you're stitching using the paper. And we work with our fabric on the back of the paper and not on the front. So the very first thing that I have to do is centre the first bit, and I'm just going to, because it's really tricky. So what I would recommend normally is putting this up to a window in your house. So a natural light box, or if you've got a light box, then you can use the light box. But just so you can see what I can see through the paper, that's the square that I'm working to. So I need to make sure that that very first bit of fabric is sitting over that square. So I'm just going to pin that in place so it stays put, okay? And then I'm going to come back to here, and you work in numerical order. So I've just pinned piece A, so now I'm going to go to piece 2. So you find a piece of cardboard, and you place it along the line, and then you're just going to fold that back. Okay, and at this point you can use one of these kind of add a quarter rulers, or just use a normal patchwork ruler, and what you're trying to do is just make sure you've only got about a quarter of an inch seam allowance. So actually that's fitting on there pretty perfectly.
Yeah,
I'm going to take that.
Brilliant.
Right, again, I always kind of have a penciled hand because it kind of helps. That's the shape that I'm looking to place, but I need to place it against the fabric. So how I explain this to everybody is, that's the shape, so put it on the table exactly as it looks on the back of your piece of paper. Lift this across and put it on top so that you have got the triangle that I'm trying to cover on top of the triangle of fabric. So I need fabric beyond that point, I've got it, it's there. Fabric beyond that point, I've got it, it's there. And then I can put my pencil there and I can sneak a look underneath, and I need fabric beyond that point, and I've got it.
Brilliant. That's really good, because it's really annoying when you sew it and you think, oh, I'm just out. It's moved, or I didn't do it right. But that's a really good tip of how to check it's in the right place.
So I'm just going to pop a pin through that, and it hasn't moved too much. Normally I wouldn't pin, but because I'm demoing and I'm all at funny heights, I'm going to pop in. So then you take your pattern over to the machine. You make sure your fabrics have gone flat onto the machine. You open your paper out. Let's just put that needle up. And then you slide, and you're going to stitch along the line between A1 and A2. Now, we're going to take the papers away eventually. So when it's all completed, you're going to end up with something like this. And we're going to want to be able to rip these papers out. And the easiest way to rip them out is if you used a really short stitch. So if you think back to like postage stamps that were perforated at the edges, that's what you're wanting to achieve, like a real perforation where you stitch.
Okay.
So to achieve that, put your machine on a much shorter stitch length than you might normally. So I'm going to put this machine down to a 1.8, which actually is the standard length for its patchwork stitch. But for a lot of machines, it wouldn't be that. And then,
yeah, no, mine sort of defaults to like 2.4. I don't know why.
And then I'm just going to, actually I'm going to go back to a centred needle, because I'd off-centred it for the patchwork stitch.
Okay.
And go down to stitch length of 1.8.
Right.
And I'm just going to put my needle in the very first bit to make sure I'm going to go down the line. Because again, I'm sanding at a bit of a funky angle. So I'm just going to stitch down the length of that line and no further. So if you do have trouble sewing a straight line, and a lot of people do, even I do at times, you know, you think you've just sewn something completely straight and it's wobbled a bit, because you're stitching the paper, you do tend to sew a better line. Take that pin out that was just holding it in place for me. And then that bit of fabric is going to get pressed back. And we can see straight away that that was the triangle I was trying to cover, and it's bigger
Yeah, and it
than
covers it
So that's
beautifully.
been a win. So we're going to fold that back, press it back.
You go.
And then I'm going to quickly do the one next to it. So I'm going to jump in different numbers because I want to put this bit on as well and show you this bit. So fold along the line, and then we're going to trim off anything that is beyond 1/4 of an inch, because we don't need anything beyond 1/4 of an inch. And then just draw that shape on again so you can visualise it. Pop it on the table so it looks the same, lift it across and place it on top.
And I guess, is there just one block in this design?
There are 3 different blocks. There's a centre block. So if you look at the back of this one that's been finished. So I'm working on this one at the moment, which is the most complicated. It's got the most bits. Then you've got this rectangle block. That's only got 5 bits. And then you have got this corner block.
But then there's only, once you join that together, then there's lots of just that.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So there's lots of these.
This block.
Yeah.
So I guess once you start off with you're drawing the lines, but once you've done one, you'll know where to put it.
Well, so you've got a batch make. Do you know, you must know about batch make.
Yeah.
So you've got to just do all of these bits all at the same time.
Because then you won't have to draw the lines because you'll know.
Yeah. And then you'll be quicker because your muscle memory is in your head of what you've got to do each time. So do all of these, sit down and do all of these, sit down and do all of the corners.
Right,
and the
okay.
rectangles.
Yes, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because then after a while, like you say, you think, oh, well, I know it goes exactly there, and
Yeah.
you'll just place it on.
Yeah. It can sometimes feel slower to make things because it doesn't feel like you get to finish a thing. But
I quite like it though, because it does mean that you don't have to then do the whole thing over again. You're just doing the second one process. It depends, doesn't it? I know some people like to do one bit at a time. Beautiful quilt, Sarah, from Chris.
Oh, thank you.
It
Chris.
is absolutely beautiful,
Right,
isn't
press.
it? And I love the fact, because it's FPP, it's so precise. If you've not tried it before, I think sometimes people get put off by FPP because the first thing they see is that really complex pictorial work, which, you know, with tiny, tiny pieces. And that was what I thought FPP was. And then one day I saw somebody did something like this with bigger pieces. I thought, oh, right. I thought it was like a nativity scene because that was the first time I ever saw it, you know, with tiny, tiny pieces.
Yeah, no. The thing about this is working in the reflection. So this block is symmetrical, but if you had a block that wasn't symmetrical, the one you're creating is kind of the mirror of the one you're looking at because you're looking at the back of it all the time. And some people get a bit brain boggled by that. So I'm just going to skip again. I'm just doing these out of order just to show you the whole through to the corner. So I put my card on the line, I fold it back.
And it's lovely that you've worked out all the cutting measurements in advance as well.
Yeah.
So you can just sit down, cut out everything, and then it makes this assembly much easier than when I first started. I just had like a big piece of fabric, and then I'd be like snipping bits off, thinking, is that big enough?
Yeah.
But this.
And it never is.
No, I know, but this takes the difficulty out of it.
Okay, so I've done exactly the same. I've rough drawn the picture on the back of the shape. Shape's gone down on the table right side up, and then just literally slide that across and put it on top. And just always make sure you've got a fabric beyond. So there's a little bit of wastage, but not loads. Pop that over.
Yeah, no, that's
flat
great.
on the machine.
Because there's enough so that you can trim it, but not too much that you're
Yeah.
using up loads of fabric. And if you buy the instructions on their own, again, remember you can use all of your stash for it. Choose colours that are similar so that they can all contrast against something else. It'd be good with that Osnaburg that we had in the early bird, actually.
Do you know what as well? So somebody that was in the studio last week helping me, Mel, has made one of these. And she had, in the centre, she had one colourway. So I'm trying to see where the centre was.
Wow.
And then she had another ring around it in a different colourway.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I think it was K-Facet Fabrics actually. It looked stunning, and I'd never thought
Wow,
of
so
doing
you
that.
could start here. So this bit could be one colour, and then that bit could be the next colour.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So it built out. It looked really, really lovely. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
You sometimes just need to get your colouring pencils out and just kind of visualise it a little bit. But it looked really
Yeah,
good.
because you can actually see rings. I can see that ring.
Yeah, I'm too close to it at the moment.
Yeah.
I can't see them. There's one up here.
Yeah, and then you could create that.
Yeah.
And because it's all FPP, that's easy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you can work that out.
And so this one is done with 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks across. 1, 2, 4 blocks up. But if you put one of those blocks in the centre, you could then do blocks around it and ring it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So you could actually work it that way.
Yeah, just got to lay it out slightly differently.
Well, get the kit or get the instructions and give it a go. I mean, it is stunning, and like from where you are, obviously seeing it, because when you look on the
I can see
screen,
the rings
now you can see the rings. Make it in 2 colours, have a go, but then you could then start colouring it, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And create something amazing, and just in planes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you could do like shades of blue, so you could like do
that would
light
look
blue,
amazing, like ombre.
Yeah. Monochrome. I mean, I think $9.99 for these instructions. They're going to go a long way.
Yeah. And it's a lovely
Absolutely
technique because
brilliant.
it always gets a good result. So if you're a bit worried about your lines and matching things up, FPP is the way to go.
Yeah. Well, you haven't got to match seam allowance, match up seams. I love this. I think it's gorgeous. Definitely worth having, and it is absolutely stunning. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Sarah.
That's a
Brilliant.
pleasure.
We will see you back here in an hour,
Yes.
which is fab for the Quillow,
For the Quillow, yeah.
which is amazing.
And I will show people how to fold a
Yeah, I
Quillow.
did promise them at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's absolutely been flying out on pre-order. We've got kits for it. We've got instructions for it. It's a very simple make, but very clever. So if it's maybe your first quilt and you think, oh, I'd love to have a go at that, this could be your first quilt. And Sarah's going to concentrate on quilting.
Yeah, I thought I would demystify and simplify the quilting process because I know that some people can feel a bit nervous about that. On their
Yeah,
first
well, that's
quilt.
what I think puts people off, that layering.
Yeah.
And quilting, so we're going to concentrate on that. So we'll see Sarah back here then. Please do, in the break, everything is, if you go to sewingstreet.com, everything that we've got is on pre-order. So if you click on Watch Live and scroll down, you can see it all then. Just means you can get ahead. I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time with the lovely Helen McCook, who's going to do some more beautiful embroidery, including a couple of the Royal School of Needlework embroidery books too. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year. By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co. I'm a 4th generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Hello, Helen. Did you have a nice break?
I did.
Oh, you have got your jewels.
Brooches. I'm bejeweled.
There's more lustre in a
Bedazzled.
cluster, isn't there?
Absolutely.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Just
there you go. Look at,
glittering away
look at
over
that. Cluster of cluster, cluster of luster.
Oh, dear.
Right, let's talk about the amazing acanthus.
Yes.
So this is, now we've got it in Helen's frame here. Look at this.
Yeah.
Just to keep it all clean. And
Yeah, nice.
beautiful.
And, yeah, that was what I worked it in. You can work it in a big hoop and just move it about. So it is one you don't have to work in a frame like this. It was easier for me to bring it like this. It's nice
It
and
is
neat.
Gorgeous. So the
Thank you.
acanthus, well, I always think of William Morris one, acanthus. What is an acanthus?
Yes, so an acanthus
leaf?
it's a plant, but we think of these large scrolling leaves, and actually they were really, really popular in the Roman period, and
Right.
and the Romans.
Romans. I've never seen an acanthus plant, have you?
No.
Where do they grow? Do they grow
Who
here?
knows?
Who
Who
knows?
knows? But they're
if anyone's got one in their garden, can you send me a picture?
But they're an incredibly popular design motif.
Yes, no,
throughout time.
I hear of them in William Morris, and that's the only time.
Yeah, so he used a lot of motifs that were popular in previous times, particularly the medieval period and before.
Right,
So,
okay.
So he was very kind of inspired by earlier artwork. So it was a really beautiful motif, and it really ties into kind of Jacobean crewelwork design, because Jacobean crewelwork, it was very much tree of life, but they had lots of different kind of leaf types and flower types all on the same plant, and then they'd break those large motifs into smaller.
What time period is that Jacobean?
So Jacobean, we're talking about King James, so Jacobus, so you're looking about 1602.
Oh wow!
Starting at that period. So
I'm impressed. Sorry, I should have warned you that. I could have.
No, that's fine.
If you'd asked me, I'd have gone.
Do
Oh,
more
I
history
don't. I feel
tests.
like I'm on a quiz show now. Yeah, 1723.
No, yeah, so about 1602 onwards.
Okay.
And yeah, so the East India Trading Company, as it was eventually set up as, went out and suddenly saw all these amazing textiles, but didn't really recognise how amazing these textiles were. They actually went out for pepper, spice and silver, Gujarati silver,
Right,
and
okay.
ended up purchasing some fabrics which turned out to be fabrics we'd not really seen before. So things like muslin and things like that. We didn't have a lot of knowledge of that. And then also they had a massive printing industry, textile printing industry in India. And we're creating chintzes and palanpurs with the tree of life. And so we bought these fabrics to keep the spice dry in the boat and to stop
So it was like the packaging.
packing. Yeah. So we basically just packed all of the hull in to keep everything dry and secure.
Right, okay.
And then thought we'll sell this off cheap. And actually within the space of about 10 years, they needed a whole new dock system in London for textiles from India.
That's amazing.
So
all these people were getting the spices going, oh, this is nice. I like this fabric. Not sure about the
Yeah,
dock
I
though.
think the thing is they'd had access to spice already and to all these different peppers and nutmegs and cinnamon and things like that already, because the Portuguese were bringing a lot of those into Europe because they'd already had negotiable kind of favourable trade negotiation with India on the coast nearer to us. So it was the fact
Well, they
that...
owned Goa, didn't they? Portugal.
Yeah,
Not about owned, but colonised
yeah,
it.
so they colonised it. But yeah, it was one of those things that it was a really exciting time. So all of these amazing things that we'd never seen before came out of India.
So this is the whole Jacobean
Yes, absolutely.
work is based
yeah,
on
and
that.
what we did was we embroidery quite often imitates something else. So because this was a printed textile, it meant that we could do anything with our pattern, our stitch choice, our colours. So we kind of made our own kind of flavour. It was I always think it's a bit like a Balti dish. In India, it wouldn't be recognised as Indian food, but for us, it's fusion, isn't it? So it's got a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and we've made it into what we like. And
but
that's what Jacobean
influenced
is.
by
Absolutely,
the Indian
yeah.
textiles.
So we think quintessentially British because you see it in the stately homes and things, but then it's from India. So that's where our inspiration point comes from.
Amazing, but then given that English twist,
Absolutely,
the nice
yeah,
bit of British
that
wool.
flavour. Absolutely. Well, we'd got a huge wool industry and we'd also got a massive linen industry. So we combined those two and created this type of work.
And now you've recreated it.
Yeah.
Amazing. The kit is fabulous.
Thank you.
So you can create this exactly. And I think if you're going to go to the time and the effort to make this, you've got to use the right stuff.
Yeah, well, it
Don't
makes
use
it gives it longevity as well. So you're going to take that time to make it. You want it to last and to be usable. So it's a lovely heavy fabric. It's
Beautiful.
very sturdy.
It's printed with the pattern, so you don't have to do any tracing or anything.
It's good to go.
I got it right, the right way around. Comes with the needles as well. This is beautiful
Thank
fabric.
you. Yeah, linen twill fabric. So it's a British fabric and really heavy wearing.
It's lovely.
As well.
Is it pure linen?
Yes.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't ever think I've seen linen twill. Is this created just for embroidery?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a furnishing fabric, but yeah,
Okay.
we've used it for centuries for embroidery. Originally, the Jacobean pieces would have been either on this or worsted. So it was those are the two that we used.
Yeah, no, it's a really sturdy fabric. I imagine is really nice to embroider on.
It is.
And then you've got this beautiful 100% English Appleton's crewel wool. And this is great because obviously you have the relationships with Appletons. You can buy it, you can get all of the colours. For us to be able to find these colours is not easy. And also, you've selected them. I'll put them in order now. So that they...
That's beautiful.
That was annoying.
I love the fact that you do exactly what I do. I have to see light to dark and everything. So I'm kind of like...
just wasn't working. And then those two just had to sit on their own. But isn't that lovely to have all of the yarn and the instructions? Well, if you're with us at 8 o'clock, you will know how comprehensive they are. So if you've never done crewel work before, but you'd like to have a go, this is ideal. Look, you've got the stitch guide, you've got the colour plan. This This is holding your hand throughout. Now, what you do with it is up to you. You could just frame it and make it into a picture. It could be the centre of a cushion. It could be the beginning of a marvellous quilt.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about how varied their use was, cushions, stool tops, fire screens.
yeah, that's true.
You know, they used to use them as part of hangings, you know, on beds, on the walls. You name it. I mean, as I say, you can incorporate your other skills, you know, use it as a back front.
Well,
like,
it could
you name
be
it.
like, you know, when you just have a little sort of quilted runner that goes on a big windowsill or the centre of a table or the middle of your coffee table or your hall table. It could be displayed. It doesn't have to be a picture.
It'd be lovely with like as the centre panel of a long bolster cushion
Yeah, it'd
as
be
well. Like,
absolutely
you imagine putting
gorgeous.
beautiful kind of
And then you
greens
can
and
just
blues
pick
with it.
some
Yeah,
fabrics
exactly.
that go with this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful. So £60 and you get everything. So you get 100% English wool, you get the linen twill, you get full instructions. Remember, the pattern is printed on there, so you don't have to bother. And the needles as well. Right, let's do the next two. I'll leave that one with you. So we've got two surface embroidery kits. Hearts and Flowers, so this is the one that you're working on at the moment. This is beautiful. Let me show you. Hearts and Flowers.
Yeah, so it's an introductory kit for kind of surface stitching. So same kind of stitching actually as we see on the Jacobean piece, but there's just a range of different textures, and some of them are really kind of crunchy, some of them are open and textural. So it's to give you kind of different flavours, but also in the stranded cotton, so that it's, you know, some people just don't like the feel of wool in their fingers, you know, or they want a small project. So this is to kind of meet those needs, really.
Yeah, so it depends what sort of thing you want to do and what look you like. So
Absolutely.
what fabric is this?
It's a cotton fabric.
Okay, but it's a nice weight though. It's not just
Yeah, it's a nice heavy weight. So the idea is that you don't need a backing with it. So
Yeah, no, that's
again,
lovely.
it's just the one layer, you can work straight onto it. And
I think that
it's
is
nice
the
and
thing with
sturdy.
embroidery, isn't it? Is that you need this.
Yeah, so you either
weight.
need a secondary layer to create stability,
Right.
or you need a nice heavy weight in
Okay.
the first place. And again, using it in a hoop when you're stitching, it means that you can control the tension the fabric's held in a way that stops it puckering or, you know, the stitches being loose. So it helps you in the first place.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And the good thing about doing it in a hoop is you can then use your hoop as a frame afterwards.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah.
They look lovely as frame
This is
pieces,
it.
don't they?
This is
Let me show you the kit for that one. So this is what you get in the kit. And they all come in a box, so which is important if you're giving it to somebody, because you might, or having it for yourself, because actually, keep your box, because then when you're working on it, you can just put all your bits and pieces back on
Yeah.
in it, can't you?
Yeah, exactly. Keeps it self-contained. If you're anything like me, your work area looks like a little bit of a nest.
Yes.
So there's bits here and a bit there and a bag here and a bag
It
there.
is, yeah, and then
So I
it's sort of all
like
round the edges.
a self-contained. Yeah, you've got a little square inch on your table.
I
that
know,
you
I
can kind of
tried,
like-
I used to have like a shelf that I could put things that I'm working on, and then that shelf is now
How
so...
did that go?
Yeah, it was great for a week. And then I thought, what I'll do is when I finish that, I'll move it now.
One of my students had a brilliant idea, and she had like a dado rail around the top of her room, and she used to use butcher's hooks.
Right.
And she used to hang the projects in motion in a bag on the butcher's hook with all the paperwork and all the threads and all the materials in one place. And she used to be like, okay, what do I feel like working on today? And she'd get that down, work on that.
Amazing.
And actually, she was really lucky she did that, because she had a flood and all her projects were safe.
Wow, that's amazing,
I
isn't
know.
it? What a
Good idea.
What a
I mean,
great idea.
I love hearing about people's kind of organisation. So if you've got really good
Yeah, well, I had a
organisation at
shelf
home-
until, now my shelf is full,
photos.
because I cleared,
Yeah.
I could only clear one shelf. And it's like I have projects, crochet, knitting on the go, that
Yeah.
can carry bags beside the sofa.
Oh, yeah.
And
in
now-
case projects.
Just
Yeah,
too many
I've
of
always
them,
got
it's
one in my bag.
ridiculous.
And like, I was really excited because I was stuck in a really, really long traffic jam once on the motorway. There'd been obviously a horrendous accident. And everyone was getting really frustrated. And I just turned my car off, got my cup of tea out in my thermos flask, and got my embroidery out and was sitting on the motorway embroidering.
How nice.
People in the vans next to me were like really
Yeah.
enjoyed, because I'm just in this little haven. I've
Of
got the radio
loveliness.
on. I'm like, oh,
Yeah, this is
you know,
great.
I can't control the fact that I'm sitting here, but I can control how happy I am.
Yeah. I do that, if you're on like a really long flight, or you've got a long wait somewhere, or a
Love
big
it.
stopover, I always take my sock knitting or something. Sock knitting, because you don't need much stuff.
When you come back, then when you kind of use those socks, these are my Portugal socks, or these are
Yeah.
my France socks, or
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't think I ever finish a pair. So I've got this one pair that's my travelling pair. I think I've got the cuff. And then I move down. Because you know they turn the lights off at some point, don't they? And then you can't knit.
Yeah. I always take, I've got things that you put around your neck.
I need to get some of those. Need to get those. Right. Anyway, just chatting. Just
catching up, you know.
Yeah. So this is the Hearts and Flowers kit. There we go. So the design is printed.
Yeah, pre-printed, nice and solid. You can see the lines.
Easy to do.
Absolutely.
Stranded cotton, again, because you only use the best materials. You've got DMC,
Yeah, so they're all
stranded
DMC.
cotton, which I think was in colour order a minute ago. So I moved it. There we go. DMC stranded cotton, it's all in there, and the needles, and full instructions inside. So if you haven't done this before, or if you think, do you know what, I just fancy a bit of embroidery, or I've got a holiday, a flight, a long stopover.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then, you know, all of this fits in this box.
I've made so many friends sitting on sun loungers.
Really?
Because I can't sit that long and not do something. So I'll sit for a little while and I'll enjoy being there, and then I'll be like, I just get a bit of something done.
Yeah,
so I get my embroidery out, and then I'll sit under a sunshade and I'll sit stitching. Because I take an embroidery frame with me, one of those like collapsibles with a seat frame. So, you know, it goes nice and flat. I sit there on my sun lounger, and people, you know, you can't even maybe speak the same language, but you'll speak the universal language of embroidery.
Right.
And it's great. You have these conversations. People will be like showing you photos of theirs.
Oh,
I'll be like,
lovely. That's fabulous.
You meet so many people. It's great.
No, I think that's a really good idea. No, I have sock knitting friends. Well, because you don't need much, because you can't do crochet blanket. There's too much stuff.
Yeah.
You can only have little things.
Yeah,
so embroidery is perfect.
It is.
So this is ideal. Or, you know, maybe you're going to be in hospital for a while, and you're going to be anything where you need to be sitting still.
Yeah. And a bit of you time as well. Like, it can turn a really not great time, as I say. Good example, sitting on the motorway in traffic.
Yes, it can. Well, it feels very productive.
Bit,
if you're sitting on a train for hours or on a boat or whatever, it's a brilliant idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
So everything you need is in there. It's very, very comprehensive. You won't need anything else. Obviously, a hoop is useful.
And scissors.
Scissors,
That's
yes.
the only other thing
But
you
it's fine
need.
because we have the baby scissors.
Yeah, we have
this is
six.
what... Do we have any...
Yeah.
Have they both sold out? Oh, that's really sad. We did have the baby scissors. If you were lucky enough to get them in the first hour, that's all you need. Right, the last one, then we can do
I will
some
bring
demo.
them back to the next show, though.
Yes, could you bring some back?
I've already had a conversation about this.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Absolutely love them. You've got to bring them back. Right, the floral swirl. Really, really popular. This is beautiful in its simplicity.
Yeah, so it's just a little sprig, very curvaceous, but again, all worked in DMC stranded cottons. And it's just, again, the idea of something that's quite achievable, but it's a nice range of stitches. And really kind of something that you can kind of get your teeth into. So
well, I know. I think also because it's so beautiful, isn't it? But it's something that if you haven't done embroidery for a while, or you want something that's not going to take you forever, that's a really nice thing to get started on.
I think this would be nice in a box top.
Oh yeah, it would.
You know, because you can get those boxes that you can put your embroidery in the top of. That would just be such a lovely thing to have.
Yeah, I mean it's
on a box
beautiful,
top.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is what you get in the kit: the floral swirl. Beginners, see. So it's all printed, so you haven't got to be bothered with that.
Yeah.
And this, I think, honestly, with embroidery, well, with any sewing, but I think with embroidery, it does take time, is use decent materials.
But it's that thing as well, like, actually, we kind of really kind of move away from the simple pleasures of what something feels like in your hand.
Yeah.
So how the thread feels in your fingers, how the fabric feels under your fingertips, you know, I only ever sell stuff that I like to use.
Yeah, so it's got to be quality.
So, yeah, I want the needles to be the right needles. I want my thread to feel nice in your hands, and I want it to last, because you know, it is that thing about how we spend our time, you know, so time's the ultimate luxury now, isn't it?
Well,
so,
yeah,
isn't it? We're always, I haven't got enough time for this, I haven't got time for that. Okay, so if you're carving out time to do something, you want it to feel luxurious, you want to feel like you're enjoying it, and you're not cutting corners, and that also it's going to last the test of time. So it's that, to me, it's the longevity of it. you know, and as I say, I keep harping on about this, but it's such a pure tradition that we do, you know, so the same stitches that we're using now have been used in different parts of the world for centuries. We teach them in the same way, we work them in the same way, and it's a very simple process, and it's lasted because we enjoy that process.
Yeah, it wouldn't have lasted that long if there wasn't a point to it and a joy to it.
That's
and a
it, and,
purpose to
and
it.
that connection as well, because a moment spent on it now is the same as a moment spent on it 300 years ago. So it's the amount of time it's going to take to work this now is the same as it would have taken if you were working 300 years in the past. And I think there's a purity to that. And it's a really nice way of thinking about how you spend time, you know, not counting those minutes, counting the stitches that you're doing and counting, you know, today I'm going to do one leaf. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to get one leaf done, no pressure. I'm going to do a couple of French knots and then I'm going to put it down and come back to it when
and it's just doing a little bit every day, but it's very mindful as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, are you going to show us how to do the hearts?
I am.
The hearts and,
That's all
heart
right.
and flowers.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is I'm going to show you some couching. So I've got 2 of the strands, so 2 full strands of the blue here, and I've got 1 strand of the yellow. So what I'm doing is I'm coming up and down on the outer line, and I'm trying to make my stitches nice and even distance-wise, so that I can get my couching to look nice and even. If you want to use have more of an impact of the yellow on the blue, you can use a double or triple strand of the yellow as well. So you can see I'm just kind of working through there, and it just really kind of goes in quite rapidly. It's just a really pleasing way
it's
of
a really
putting
nice
that edge
bold line.
It is, and it's also really lovely because on the sample you'll see that you work through, you go light, medium, dark, and it just has this lovely kind of radiating light effect. By working just simply through the colours. So it's just so nice to do. And you wanted to try and keep your stitches at about 90 degrees to the working thread, to the design. So as the design rotates round, your stitches rotate round. It's a very simple process. So that's a really pleasing thing to do. And then what else have we got here? We've got stem stitch. We can do the edges of this on stem stitch. So you can rotate through your colours. So you can have it all as one colour on the outside edge, or you can rotate through. So you've got, obviously you've got in the fillings, you've got light, medium, dark. So what we can do is you can also do light, medium, dark with your edges if you want. So it's a bit more subtle. So you pull your loop to the outside edge of the curve and pull. Now, stem stitch and outline stitch are interchangeable these days, but it's just the angle that makes them different to each other. The actual process of working is the same.
Okay, so what's the difference then?
So stem stitch normally slants from bottom left to top right, and outline stitch goes from bottom right to top left.
Oh, okay.
But as I say, we use them interchangeably now. We tend to look at does the shape have a curve? If it does, we'll go to the outside edge of the curve. So that tends to be what we do now. But yeah, we tend to call it all stem stitch, but it's technically 2 different stitches. And you can see you can kind of put your edging in. And particularly where the herringbone area is kind of less intense with the coverage, you kind of want to have that edging in. I will show you herringbone stitch on the acanthus. And then you can see I'm changing my colour through to the middle section, to the middle colour. And you can make these lines as thick or thin as you like, so as long as you're covering that paint line, it's absolutely fine.
It's so lovely to watch. It's really like meditative, isn't it?
Do you know what it is? I think it's that thing, you know, in some of the kind of Scandinavian countries, they have the white nights.
Yes.
Where they kind of, it doesn't get dark. And they have television that's to help you kind of go into kind of a relaxed state. I think they really have underestimated the power of embroidery for that. So I think there should be a TV channel that just does relaxation for people.
Yeah, absolutely.
At night, you know, insomniacs. So it's just because I always think that when I watch other people stitch, I'm always thinking it's so therapeutic. You just kind of
they should just have pictures, like just TV of embroidery.
Yeah, just relaxing noise and embroidery.
But it is nice because it is colouring in.
Absolutely.
But with thread, so it's just beautiful.
Yeah, so you get some really lovely effects, and then in the in the leaf shapes, we've got a mixture of, I think it's open fly stitch and feather. So I'm going to show you the open fly stitch. So you get a straight stitch in, you come up on one side, down on the other side, and then come up in the end of the straight stitch. And then put a holding stitch, which is the length of the gap that you want between the stitches.
Right.
And that's the amount that you'll drop to the next side stitches, because if your holding stitch is tiny and your drop is big, you'll lose your angle, it'll flatten out. Whereas if you do the other way, you'll have
I see. So to be able to get the space between...
Yeah, the drop size, the holding size and the drop size has to correlate with each other.
Got it. It's quite nice with that as well, because that fills that really quickly.
Yeah, it does. So they're really lovely techniques.
No, this is beautiful to do.
And as I say, you then just cover the outside edges of the shape with stem stitch. If you have other stitches that you like, if you prefer chain stitch or back stitch or whipped back stitch, you could do that, or you could use, you know, a sampler of all of them. I mean, you've got some great books coming up in a minute, which have got a huge range of these stitches. So that'd be really perfect for you to look through and sample out different stitches if you wanted. So you can see you can get a real range in there, and they're quite simple stitches, but they build up. That's the thing about embroidery, it kind of builds up your vocab. So you kind of like, oh, this would be perfect for this and that would be perfect for that. If you didn't like French knots, you could put little beads or little sequins, little crystals, you know, whatever you wanted.
That's true.
So,
it's really lovely though, isn't it? But I can see, and then once it's finished, you create this beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Right, that's lovely. Can you show us a bit of the crewel work?
Certainly can. So we'll swap out.
So the kit for that is the Acanthus kit, which has got everything that you need in it. It's got the linen twill fabric and the Appleton's crewel 100% wool.
Absolutely. The
No, sorry.
Appleton's 100% crewel wool.
Yeah, I thought I said it the wrong way around.
Oh dear. No, I did the same thing earlier. I was like, I'm pretty sure I didn't say that correctly. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with buttonhole stitch. So it's going to go around the edge of this scallop here. And
so are there specific stitches that are used just for crewel embroidery, or are they all the same?
No, that's the lovely thing. So crewel works like the ultimate stitch sampler. You can use anything pretty much. So it doesn't tend to have stitches specific to crewel work.
So is the difference just that it's using crewel wool?
It's worked in crewel wool,
right.
And it's crewel as in E-W-E-L rather than...
Not cruel.
Yeah, being mean. So yeah, it's a lovely thread to work with, and it builds up reasonably quickly. So you can see I'm coming down on the inside line, and then coming up in the loop that creates on the outside line. I'm just building up, and it gives you a lovely texture on the outer edge, kind of little crisp ridge on the outer edge. So.
Oh, that's lovely. I like the, it's much more textured and raised than your normal surface embroidery, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, and the other thing is you could pad this area. You know, you could put some padding stitches down the middle of here if you wanted to beforehand. It's not very Jacobean to do it, but if you liked the look of that, no one's coming to your house and judging.
No.
You know, so...
It could be your spin on Jacobean.
Absolutely, you can do anything you like with it, you know. And the same with the colourway, there's plenty of thread in here. So if you think, well, actually, I'd prefer to have this section in blue, or I'd prefer to have this section in green, then do that. It's fine. So you can kind of work. And then once you've got to the end of a thread, or you've got to the end of a section, all you need to do with that is go down just on the outside of the loop, and it anchors it in place.
Okay.
So it's nice and secure then, and keeps it fastened. So
I think that's lovely.
Yeah.
Really lovely.
It is. It's a really nice technique. Now, let's have a look at what else we've got. We've got leaf stitch in the stem. So if we look at this section down here, if we can.
Can we get down to that one, or do we need to move?
Can we see that? Shall I do a different section? And
yeah,
then
can we move or not?
I'll do a different section.
There we go.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh, there you go. Right, so leaf
we
stitch.
can move a little bit.
Leaf
There you go.
stitch. What we're going to do is we start at this end. We're going to do a cross. So I'm going to put a cross in to start with. And then what I want to do is I want to leave a little gap and go in the same direction as I was before over here. So I'm always crossing over the last stitch that I put in, and only the last stitch that I put in. So if I come up in this space, leaving a gap between that and the previous one in that side. Builds up and it creates this kind of plaited effect.
Yeah, that's lovely. It does. That does look more sort of Jacobean, like I think of because of the, I don't know, the kind of herringbone stitch.
Yeah, I mean you can do a lovely.
Were there some stitches that were used more prevalently?
No, not really.
It was
I
a
mean,
real
long and
crossover.
short was very popular. French knots very popular. Stem stitch, chain stitch, satin stitch, but. No, I mean, and the thing is as well, we've been doing Jacobean pretty much consistently since then. The interesting thing is we see a rise in interest in it generally post-war period. So the interwar period here and post-war period, we see a rise in interest in it because twofold, it builds in quite quickly and you are having to replace domestic goods that have been lost, but also there's a lovely stability and homeliness to it that feels very comforting to us. So, but it's just...
Is that a bit like people getting into craft during lockdown, the same sort of thing?
Yes, exactly the same concept. There's no new ideas and no new feelings. The idea is really the same. So it's that you're finding something that gives you comfort.
Yeah, so it's kind of self-comfort.
Absolutely.
In hard times.
Absolutely. And embroidery's been there through all of it. That's the thing. So you can see it builds up really beautifully, and then we can swap out into your darker green for the lower part, and then we'd edge it with the chain stitch, which I demonstrated earlier. So we've also got things like fishbone. Now I'm going to start it in the darker pink, but in my actual sample we work through light to dark through all of this. I'm just starting it in the darker pink so it's easier for you to see.
Okay.
So you put a straight stitch in, and then it's very similar to the leaf stitch, but it's in reverse. So we're crossing over from one side to the other, and we build down working through this space. Now you can do this closed or open, and the difference between that is closed means there's no spaces between the stitches, and open means there are spaces between the stitches.
So it just depends on what effect you want.
Yeah, so if you see open buttonhole or open fly or open fishbone, it means there's gaps. That's all.
Oh, okay.
So, so it just builds up.
What's your favourite stitch?
Do you know what? That's like asking who your favourite child is. I'm very much...
Yeah, you just tell everyone that it's them. You don't tell the others.
No, it's that thing about, you know, I really enjoy whatever I'm working at the time. So I tend to kind of think, you know, I'll be working silk shade and I think, oh, I want to do more silk shading. I should do more silk shading. And then I'll do Jacobean. I'll be like, I love Jacobean. I want to do more Jacobean.
Yeah.
So it's not, I don't have
So you could only take one on a desert island?
I'd be tempted to take Jacobean because it's all sorts of stitching.
Right, okay.
So technique-wise, Jacobean covers the bases. So you can really kind of work through a lot of different textures with that. But yeah, I'd struggle with that because I just fall in love with whatever I happen to be doing at the time. So you can see it just builds up and you can work around the curve quite easily as I've just done, just leaving a little bit more space on the outside edge. So the way that I always remember it is if you think, when you're working around a curve, think about the spokes on a bicycle wheel. They're further apart on the outer edge and closer together on the inner edge.
Right,
so that's what you do when you work
okay, now that makes sense.
Any of these stitches, you just open out a little bit more on the outer edge than you do on the inner edge, and it allows you to work through. So it's quite clever because of that. I think a bit of herringbone.
I can see you on a desert island with all your bags of crewel.
I'd be happy as Larry.
It'd be fine, wouldn't it?
I'd be fashioning thread out of coconut husks.
Yeah,
I'd be like,
yeah.
No one would have a stitch of clothes to wear because I'd have unpicked all their clothing for the thread.
Yeah, we'll have that. Thank you very much.
You'd be like wearing palm leaves.
And you'd be sat there on a little chair under a palm tree.
I would. Be sat
I'm
on
sorry,
a
I can't do the cooking today.
Yeah.
I've got...
Can't prepare the bananas
yes, but
today,
I am
I'm
embroidering us a canopy.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be extremely fine. Oh dear, yeah. That pretty much sums me up, I'm afraid. Yeah.
That would be your luxury item.
Absolutely. Needle and scissors, like a sewing set. Be all right. I'd have my mini snips with me anyway, because wherever we'd be going, I'd have been travelling.
Yeah, exactly. So you'd have your mini snips, so you'd be fine to build a shelter.
Yeah. I might build a shelter.
No.
We're not using my embroidery scissors for shelters.
No, God, no.
It's madness.
You don't have time
Absolute
to build
mad
a
talk.
shelter or fish or anything.
Oh dear. Right, so this is herringbone. So what we're going to do is we're going to cross over at one side, and they're closer together on one side.
Ben said that he would take on a desert island is a big boat. Actually, do you know what? I listen to Desert Island Disc quite a lot. I've never heard anyone choose a big speedboat or luxury liner as their luxury object. Maybe they're not allowed to.
I think it's maybe not in the spirit of the challenge.
Yeah.
It's like what I want is
Yeah.
the ability to get off the
They
island
don't
as quickly
say
as
a
possible.
cruise ship, do they?
Yeah,
Ever?
yeah, exactly.
But actually, in theory, so I've heard people have taken a whole cafe, and I'm thinking, you know, a whole with baristas, the coffee, the cake, and everything. I'm thinking, yeah, I love that.
I think my only problem with that is that you've got to count people as things.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. A whole cafe is
Yeah.
a great idea, what you get away with. I'll leave the Bible and the complete works of Shakespeare, and I'll have a boat and a luxury cruise liner.
Yeah, fully staffed.
Yeah, I reckon. See, I don't think I've heard anyone ever choose that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. I think it's against the rules. Yeah.
I think people go on it and show off a bit. I think they often choose sort of music they probably don't ever listen to, but it sounds good.
I'd like Rachmaninoff.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, I cannot tell you how many people choose that. And you're thinking, you don't listen to that.
To be fair,
Probably listening to Miley Cyrus like the rest of us.
no, see, every time I take my car to the garage, they always joke with me because one of the channels is Classic FM.
Right.
And this is because, like, you know, if you've been having a particularly stressing day, right, you just need a good 10 minutes or so just to
Yes.
decompress. But my other thing is I don't love adverts. So I channel hop all the time. So
Oh, I only listen to BBC Radio.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Always.
Oh,
Yeah, I do.
okay.
I don't know why. Maybe it's the advert thing.
This
Yeah.
sounds like my friend. My friend who I went to sixth form with, he was never allowed to watch anything as a child that wasn't on BBC.
Exactly the same. I wasn't allowed to watch Tiswas, so we had to watch Saturday
Oh,
Superstore.
well,
I don't like the adverts, so maybe that's why.
He then worked for BBC, so I was like, he was kind of preconditioned.
Yes. I know, I hate the adverts. Radio 1 or Radio 4, that's it.
Yeah.
One extreme or the other.
Yeah, that's good. So you can see this builds in quite quickly. And then what you
Yeah,
can do...
no, it does. So you've got some areas that you can fill, you know, you can whiz
Yeah.
down
Yeah.
whilst chatting about Desert Island Discs.
Well, that's the nice thing about embroidery. You can chatter away.
Yeah, you don't have to
You can be
concentrate.
as sociable or otherwise as
Yeah.
you like.
There's no counting.
No,
It's not like
exactly.
knitting and crochet and cross stitch.
No.
You can just chat at the same time.
Well, that's the
Sun
nice thing about
lounger.
cross stitch. You've got a chart. If you mark it off with a highlighter, you
Yeah,
don't need
that's
to count
true,
that
actually.
either. So
Yeah.
it's all pretty.
Well, that's
pretty
lovely.
Easy going.
So the kit for that was on the screen a minute ago. It was on the screen, but it's run away. But it can come back. There you go, look at that. It's a comeback.
Ta-da!
So if you want to indulge in some wonderful mindfulness and create this beautiful work of art, let me show you the finished thing, because it is gorgeous. So when you see what Helen's been doing was, I've got to find it now, this section. What was that bit there?
It's like stitch spotting.
Yes, stitch spot. It was this section here, but isn't that beautiful? Just only £60 for the kit. You've got everything that you need in it. So even if you're a complete beginner, it's got all of the wool, it's got the linen fabric, it's got the instructions, it's got the needles, everything. I mean, that is just gorgeous. Create your own piece of history. Right, let's talk about these books. Now, these books are both produced by the Royal School of Needlework,
Yes.
aren't they?
Yeah, that's right.
There's this one that's the 200 Essential.
Yes.
I love the way 200 and Essential. How many more are there?
A lot.
Yeah,
You
that's-
wouldn't believe how many there are.
I know. Can you imagine choosing
Yeah.
200 Essential?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, this is again. It's what's your desert island stitch. It's
Yeah.
you know, these are
Desert
These
Island
are essential.
stitch.
You have to.
Absolutely.
For someone,
This
these
will have
would
to
be
be,
desert
I
islands.
don't want the complete works of Shakespeare, but can I have the 200 essential embroidery stitches?
Exactly.
Now, the price for this, it's a massive book, isn't it?
Yes.
£30, but we are going to reduce it.
Oh,
And why not?
very good.
£24. That's amazing.
Bargain.
That is
Oh,
amazing.
for 200?
For 200 essential embroidery stitches. So this is produced by Royal School of Needlework.
Yes. Yeah.
Nice introduction on the stitches.
Yes.
And the Royal School of Needlework,
Yes.
obviously. And then I like the way that it's been laid out. I mean, it explains how to do it, but it's been laid out in sections, hasn't it?
Yes.
So we've got basic stitches. And I like the fact that the charted stitches are on graph paper.
Yes.
But then the embroidered, the surface and stitches are on plain. But you've got a picture of them, you've got diagrams, and then you've got an example.
Yeah, and the nice thing about it as well is in the book, the Royal School of Needlework have a very large archive and collection of antique textiles.
Right,
and designs.
okay.
So in the book, they've used their own archive to actually illustrate some of these things. So they've worked up samples new and had the illustrations done, so they're all very clear. But where you're seeing antique needlework in here, it has a description of what that is. It tells you.
Like this one?
Yeah, so it tells you what the collection number is. It tells you the name of it, who's designed it, who worked it, and a bit of the history. So
to be honest, this would be a great desert island book because there's a lot of history.
There's a lot to keep you occupied.
Loads and loads. Like, you know, this is just chain stitch. It tells
Seeing
you
and doing.
where it's come from. Chain stitch is one of the oldest and most widely known stitches, and it tells you exactly where it comes from.
Exactly.
This is like listening to you, isn't it? But in a book.
Yeah.
So when I go
pretty
to you,
much.
right, where did that come?
Yes.
It's all here, isn't
Yeah.
it?
So it's, but I mean, the interesting thing is, as I say, it's seeing and doing, isn't it? So quite often you might have a stitch that you recognise but don't know the name of it, and it tells you, or you're from a different part of the world and you call it something else. They've got all the alternative names here as well.
See?
So
right,
also known as. So so you might be looking at some antique.
So like
pieces.
running stitch, also known as basting stitch, of course.
Yeah. So they've tried to cover all the bases with it.
So you've got basic stitches.
Yes.
I mean, there's just, I don't know where you'd start choosing these. Outline embroidery. I mean, look at the photography in it. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. So, as you say, they're in, if you look at the edges, they're in different colours.
Right,
so
okay.
they're the segments, the suggested segments.
So we're now in outline and border stitches.
Yeah, so if you're looking to plan an embroidery or you're doing a project and you think, well, I don't know quite what the stitch I'm looking for, you can think, well, it's for the edge of something. Go to the outline and border.
And you think, oh, well, that coal's quite nice.
Another section to fill an area. Let's look at that. You know, so it's quite an easy, so it's a different way of kind of finding stitches. So quite often, if you really don't know what you're looking for, you know the area you're trying to cover. So this is a nice straightforward way of choosing.
There are so many, aren't there?
Yeah, exactly.
Outline and border, and then you move on to filling. Oh, wow. That's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah. So the RSN was a really interesting institution. So basically founded in 1872, and they were really worried at that time about the real loss of handcraft, because of the rise of the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
So they basically decided to found this school to kind of protect the skills within our country, but also to provide an ability for women to be able to financially look after themselves and maintain a status that was secure. So it meant that they were kind of meeting two goals, and the art of embroidery excellence and passing on that knowledge is still our aim now. So that's what we do every day, all day. And the book is to be as accessible as possible. So they started a thing called the RSN Stitch Bank to celebrate our 150th anniversary. And the book came off the back of that.
Oh, I see.
So,
I mean, it is wonderful because it isn't just a stitch library, is it? You know, the fact that it's very technical, very easy to understand, very clear, but it's also a beautiful read.
Yeah.
So it tells you exactly what the stitches are for and all the photos as well.
You've got black work stitches here, so...
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, gold work.
Diaper couching.
Yes. So diaper is anything that's kind of these patterns that you see, these diamond or trellis patterns that you'll see. It takes its name originally from the kind of brickwork that you'd see. If you imagine the walls at Hampton Court, for example, those patterns that you see, that's diaper.
I mean, so it's got open and powdered filling stitches. It's really edging stitch. It's got everything. This is a beautiful book. So if you love embroidery or you want to expand your repertoire or have a go at a bit of shisha, why not? The other book, the second book, the other Royal School of Needlework book, is A Guide to Essential Stitches, Techniques and Projects. So this is slightly different.
Yeah. So this is the compendium book. So these originally we put out as individual books for the techniques. So there's crewelwork, canvas, blackwork, silk shading. There's lots of different techniques in there, goldwork. And then this book brings all of those together and has the additional section of a mounted technique. So chapter on how to mount your embroidery, which I wrote the goldwork section and also the mounting section, so how to kind of present your work. But my colleagues kind of went to huge lengths to create these introductory books, so it can take you through complete basics through to kind of intermediate level, and to be as accessible as possible. And this is the compendium of all of that.
It's gorgeous. It's £25. No, but we're going to reduce it just as a special thing. So it does cover all of the techniques that you need, doesn't it? So
also how to frame up slate frames. It's, you know, how to choose what frame you use.
Transferring, positioning, mounting. I mean, it really is encyclopedic. Cruel work. So this tells you everything you need to know. But I mean, that's So once you've got your acanthus, you see, this will be your next project.
Absolutely.
You know, after you've done that. The fabric, I mean, and it's, look, linen twill. See? Knew it was the right thing. Absolutely loads of these in baskets. Only £19. I cannot believe it's only £19.
You couldn't buy the paper for £19.
No, it's ridiculous, isn't it? When I think of the time that's gone into this. So if you've bought one of the kits, if you love embroidery, if you're just getting into it, this book you will dip in and out of.
Absolutely. And it's a nice coffee table book for that as well.
Oh, it is,
but
isn't it?
Either of these as well. It would be great if you're kind of thinking, I don't necessarily want to work a project, but I want to have something where I'm sampling every day. I know people have done this thing where they sample a different stitch every day.
Yes, that's true.
You know, you could work your way through here, and it's really good preparation. As I say, it's the idea is if you've got a particular project in mind, or if you've got just want to practice your stitch technique, these books both have things to offer you. So
canvas work, that's beautiful, isn't it? So you've got, and the lovely thing is, it is a lovely book to go into, to dip into the history of canvas work, then how to do it. So it's inspirational. So, oh, I love that.
See, the thing is with canvas and blackwork are really good ways. If you've started embroidering as cross stitch, which is a lot of people, that's their gateway. Well, canvas work and blackwork are really good kind of ways to exit into other types of embroideries.
I mean, it's when you see something like this.
It's so textural. There's so many things you can do with it. It's really kind of all to play for.
Well, this book, I mean, it's historical, it's inspirational, it's technical. So that's, then we move into blackwork.
Yeah.
There's a lot in this book. It is a huge book.
Yeah. You do your weight training. There's lots of beading in the back as well, so there's a beadwork section. So there's literally something for everyone in it.
Look, Elizabeth I in blackwork. Well, if it's good enough for her.
Well,
you know, it's good enough for the Queen.
Exactly.
Queenie. I mean, this is beautiful, isn't it?
It really is transferable as well, because a lot of these stitches, we think about them being quite traditional, but also they have really kind of modern, contemporary outlets as well. So there's loads you can do with them. So something for every taste. Yeah.
Amazing.
Because blackwork's quite graphic, so you can use it in all sorts of ways.
And then we move into silk shading, which is... So silk shading, is that...
Needle painting, long and short, it's the same thing.
Oh, okay.
So,
I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you done anything like that?
Well,
I bet you have.
Miss Bartlett, yeah, I have. But Miss Bartlett was actually one of our members of the workroom, our studio at Hampton Court. She went through the training scheme. Every piece that you've seen here is in our collection or has been created.
Do you know Miss Bartlett?
No, Miss Bartlett was, I kind of think she was there in the Edwardian period.
Oh, probably not then.
Bless you. But she was a really long-standing member of staff and created these beautiful embroideries, and we treasure all the pieces that we have in our collection.
Well, I'm not surprised.
I'd love to share them. So.
Well, and this is a great way of it's easy enough to show stitches, isn't it? But to be able to show what to use them for, I mean, that's gorgeous.
The thing is as well, like when I was training, you were surrounded, it was really clever because you were surrounded by beautiful things all the time. So
That's brilliant.
yeah, I know, it's really quirky, isn't it?
Yeah, but then what I love about it, it's not just, oh, here's the picture of the carrot. This is the tonal picture. These are the colours that are used.
Yeah.
And then so you can actually use this
Break
as
it down segment
it's a
by
project
segment.
book. Love the
Absolutely.
banana.
But this is it, people kind of think, as I say, they don't think about the contemporary aspects
Yeah.
and how it can be literally anything. So
Oh, I love this. Curves. These are amazing, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. It's a project book as well as...
yeah. It's ideas. It's
Yeah.
to get. It's really technique and ideas. Things to really get you thinking. Really sweet.
Personal
aren't they?
collection of Derek Watson. Love that.
Yes. So this was produced by the RSN, and Derek Watson used to commission every year. Used to commission a piece of silk shading because he loved the technique, and he collected them.
Did he? How much would you have to pay for one of those?
Oh, I don't know.
Be hundreds, wouldn't it? Hundreds and hundreds.
Yeah, there's a lot of hours.
Yeah,
in that.
there is, isn't it? Highland Cow, thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Metal thread work. Did you write that?
Yeah.
Look at that. Look, that's Helen.
That's me.
Wow, from the author. Well, you are the queen of metal thread
Oh,
embroidery,
bless
aren't you?
Bless you. I do love it.
It is lovely. I mean,
Yeah,
and
surprise, surprise, all the sparkles.
all the sparkles, all the bling.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is great because it goes into absolute detail, doesn't it?
Yeah, we take it
About
to the end.
what you need.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Couching. Gosh, there's so much work to this.
Yeah.
All of the photography. Because I guess with some things you've got to have diagrams, for other things you need to have photography, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, this is beautiful. Like the crown.
Yeah.
Stitching with gold thread. So, I mean, it's got everything in it. I love this book. It's brilliant. That's beautiful.
Oh, I'm thinking about bringing that as a kit at some point.
Did you do that one?
Yeah.
That is beautiful.
So-
I really think you should.
And that's not been kitted before. I've had it for a while, I've not kitted it. So
I think you should. I think that is absolutely beautiful. We'll go through and I'll tell you which ones I like the best.
for the ordering.
I like that.
Yeah.
I love stump work. And this is
Yes.
something that I think people think is like just a really sort of old thing that no one does anymore.
Yeah, so I mean, the really interesting thing about stump work is it was based on kind of some of the heraldry stuff, a lot of the three-dimensional embroideries from Bohemia and Germany. But we also think of it as being very kind of 16th and early 17th century on kind of casket boxes and mirror frames.
Right.
But it's three-dimensional raised embroidery, so it just has a lot of quirkiness and character, and it literally leaps off the frame.
It does. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fabulous,
Yeah,
isn't it?
just the textures of all the individual stitches that you build up. It's really quirky though, isn't it?
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
So you've got stump work. Oh, and then the last one.
Not
white.
the last one, you've got more to come.
Oh my goodness. Oh, we're going to have to do that really quickly. Right, white work. That is beautiful. So, I mean, there's nothing that this book hasn't got in the embroidery terms. Bead embroidery as well.
Yeah.
Should be £25. Oh, and at the back,
Yeah.
obviously, stitch guides. It should be £25, £19, amazing price. Absolutely flying out, and I'm not surprised. And you've got a whole chapter written by Helen.
2. Did the mounting section as well.
Did you?
Yes.
We did that, you didn't say.
So, I
2
was being
chapters.
self-effacing.
2 chapters. Well, we know how great it will be then. Now we've got 2 more little tools.
Yes.
This
Yeah,
is not
yeah.
a lipstick.
No.
It looks like one.
No. Now, if you're anything like me, we've talked about I carry things around with me for work.
Yes.
And I have needles all over the place. So this I've had made because they're to hold your needles in.
Oh, brilliant. Because otherwise, like when you're travelling,
Yeah.
you just realise, why aren't my needles coming out?
Not my
Doesn't come
needles.
needles.
No, it doesn't come with needles. You can choose what needles go in it.
But weather-wise, what do you do with your needles? You put them in your fabric.
You put them into fabric, but the problem is they rust. So unless you're using something like a doctor's flannel, then it rusts.
Right.
So actually, you want them in.
Yeah, you
something like a
do.
needle case.
And also, you can keep them in there. So because I always have them through my fabric, and then they always poke out through the bag,
Yep,
don't they?
absolutely.
Brilliant. £12.99, so you can keep all of your needles in that.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful as well. Just looks beautiful.
Made in Britain. They've got brass detail for the screw.
Oh, okay.
And then, yeah, so.
Only £12.99. That is a great price, isn't it? I like
know.
all your little tools.
Thank you.
They're lovely.
Yeah, they're all stuff that I kind of think are really useful.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Because if you are travelling and if you do put needles in things, where do you keep them? Because they do always poke through.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Thank you.
That's yours.
I know.
Yeah, that one's yours. This is very lovely.
Yeah.
I've never seen one in this shape.
Yeah, so it's a really nice shape, isn't it? So just an embroidery hoop. I just saw them and I thought they're fab. Just a nice way of presenting, aren't they? So, and you can just really...
Oh, I'll put yours in.
You can use it to work your embroidery in and then leave it in there, or you could just work a piece and then present it in this. So I just thought it was really nice. They reminded me of, you know, those Victorian frames that you used to see?
Yeah, that's true.
In all different sizes and shapes.
So you just put your fabric between and then you just roll it round.
Just roll it on.
And then it hangs up.
Yeah.
And I think that's nice because sometimes when you've got like a little embroidery, how do you frame it? What do you do with it?
Exactly. Yeah.
Only £5.99 as well. That's really nice.
Bargain.
Get yourself this, some Osnaburg. You only need half a metre, to be honest. Don't forget the early bird of the Osnaburg. Get that and one of the books. Doesn't matter which one. Although I do have to say, I think I like the Book of Embroidery.
Do you know what they could do though? They could have a little, if they're doing one of those sampling exercises, they could sample a stitch, hang it up, that's the stitch for the day, move the Osnaburg along.
Yeah.
Just roll it up and pin it at the back and then next stitch, hang it up, stitch of the day.
Brilliant, absolutely. You'd be inspired by this. So this could be your whole embroidery kit. Get a frame, get some fabric, get the book, you're sorted.
Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, you can do whatever you like then. So you might be just starting embroidery, you might be returning to it. Or, you know, we were saying before, if you're going on holiday or something, or you're travelling, it's always nice to have a little kit or something
Just
with
a little something.
Just a little something.
You know, as Winnie the Pooh says, time for a little something. It's that thing about, I just get such itchy fingers, I can't sit and do nothing.
No, I'm
I
like
can't
that.
just sit and watch the TV and do nothing. I'm
No,
always doing.
I can't.
I'm asleep if I don't. So
this is the problem. If I'm trying to watch something that, even if it's captivating, if I'm not crocheting or knitting or embroidering, I'm asleep.
This is it.
And so my husband's there snoring, has missed half of it. And he goes, what? Who's that man?
He needs to be knitting the other sock.
Yeah, he should, because he's not concentrating.
Give him the other sock to knit.
And then he pretends, and he goes, yeah, I was. And you go, no, you weren't. No, you weren't, actually, because I know exactly who killed them.
Exactly.
Anyway, so we've also got all of the kits as well, so do check out on those as well. The most popular kit today was the heart.
Oh.
Is the heart. Beautiful. There we go. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? So please do check out your baskets. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So it is time to get back into embroidery.
Absolutely.
Or maybe you just want a sparkly brooch. So even if you weren't with Helen and I at 8 o'clock, if you want to make a sparkly brooch, we still have some of those left. They're all on the website. Just go to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and if you scroll down there, you will see little pictures of all of them. It just makes it a bit easier. So what's next for Helen McCook? What are you up to? Are you teaching?
So going to Scotland to teach tomorrow.
Workshops, or is that the retreat thing?
No, that's workshops. So it's certificate and diploma for the Royal School of Needlework. So I set up their Scottish branch about 13 years ago in Glasgow. So I'm going up to teach my lovely ladies up there. And then backwards and forwards a little bit. I've got an exhibition coming up in Bristol with some of my colleagues from the fellows of the Royal School of Needlework. That's going to be exciting. So the RWA, we've got a big exhibition area.
I'll have to come. I live next to
there. There you go. I'll pop the details across to you.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah, and then May doing a retreat in the Highlands, Scottish Highlands.
That sounds amazing. Yes. That does sound amazing.
Do you have a space left? So if anybody's interested, let me know. Contact me.
Very tempted in May. I think I'm quite busy. I'm on holiday in May. Could you do in June? That would be great. No.
Not at the moment. Doing other things in June.
Next May. And when are you back with us?
Next month, I think.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
Good. In between retreats in Scotland and travelling.
Keeps me out of trouble.
Absolutely. It's so lovely to have you on here. Please do check out, and don't forget to take full advantage of the offers that we've got on the 2 books, because that is just a today offer. Tomorrow, that offer will not be there. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. where we're going to be doing amazing Quillow with Sarah. It's gorgeous. It's brilliant for beginners, or if you want a quick project or something just really stunning, you're going to love this. I'll see you back here in just a bit.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, we've got the most amazing Quillow.
Thank you.
A Quillow.
A Quillow.
Lovely. So, Sarah, for all of the people who have no idea what a Quillow is, what is a Quillow?
Isn't a typo. A Quillow is a quilt that turns into a pillow.
Amazing.
Yeah, so it snugly folds up. So you've got this to lean against on the sofa, take in the car for the kids on the back seat. And then when they get cold a bit later on, you just unfold it and they've got a quilt to put on top of them.
Amazing. So it's great for travelling, it's great for the car, picnics.
Picnics, beach,
yeah,
anywhere that you might want an extra cushion, but you also might want to lay something else, sit on or cover yourself up.
And it's all designed so it's not like you get a bag and you put your quilt into a bag.
No.
You don't need anything else.
Tuck up, yeah. Festivals.
Festivals, yes.
Yeah.
Sit on a cushion.
Take your kids, yeah. Open air concerts.
It's brilliant, and it doesn't look, it looks like a really bold, simple design. So it's something that's achievable, because I know we have a lot of people who are beginners or quilting in a hurry.
Yeah.
Could you do it if you were a beginner?
Absolutely. So this is one of our beginner projects when we run it in the studio.
Okay.
And we do it in a whole day.
Right.
So it's a 10 till 4 sort of session.
Amazing.
Yeah. So if you
I mean, this is, because it would be a lovely gift for somebody, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want a Quillow?
Exactly.
I love it, love it. Now, we've got it in various colourways, because I know you're going to love it. So I've got various colourways, but you're going to have to choose. So this one is red, blue and cream, because we didn't go white, because it's a Quillow, isn't it, for this one? Red, blue and cream, that's beautiful. It's a very patriotic one, whether you're French, English, American,
Yeah.
Australian.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Canadian, yeah, everybody can have this. So what you get in your kit is you get 1/2 metre of navy, 1/2 metre of red, and 4.5 metres of cream. I think that is cream, which is loads, isn't it? Yes, that's right. And the reason for that, this is why I'm confused, is you've got the fabric for the background and the backing.
Yes.
That's why you've got 4.5 metres, because I read, why you need... Yeah, so you need 1.5 metres for the background of the main thing, but you need the extra for the backing. So you've got everything, fabric terms, in there. The only other thing you will need is wadding. Now, we don't normally include backing fabric with our quilts, but because this is a Quillow and it's a whole all-in-one and you've got to make your cushion bit that it all folds into, that's why we've included it. Now, look at the price. $49.99. That's amazing. It's 54 inches square, and it's only $49.99, and you're getting all of the fabric, including the backing. So I have to say it because normally when we do any quilt, we don't include the wadding, we don't include the backing, because that's up to you. But with this one, you are getting the all of the backing as well. That's amazing, amazing value, isn't it?
That's a fun day's activity, and you get a Quillow at the end of it.
Yeah, so $49.99, you get a whole day of joy.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lifetime of Quillow. I think it's fabulous, absolutely fabulous. Now, I know you're going to need to choose the other colourways. So we'll do next, let's go pretty. So this one, obviously we've got cream as I think that one's cream. Oh, it might be. Actually, yeah, it's a bit, I think that one might be lemon, actually, because it's very pale. Vanilla, it's vanilla. So you've got vanilla, duck egg, and blush. That's very pretty, isn't it? You could make one as a wedding present, anniversary present, baby present. What a great baby present.
Yeah, it's perfect baby present.
It is absolutely perfect for the mother. When she's feeding in the middle of the night, I need something to lie underneath. She'll be very, very grateful for this. But it is lovely, isn't it? So, obviously, full instructions. I didn't say that, but you get the full instructions with all of them. It's all in there. So it tells you how to do all the piecing, how to cut it out, how to put it all together. Very, very in-depth section on binding, which I like to see. So none of these are sort of glossed over. It's very in-depth. So if you've never bound a quilt, you're going to learn how to do it, even how to join it as well. And then we go how to finish it. So you turn it into a Quillow. There's even, I like the colouring in diagram as well.
Yeah, because, you can play around. I mean, it's half square triangles. You could mix the pattern up if you wanted to. Create your own one.
Yeah, good point. Colouring in diagram. It's all in there. So that's the pretty version. This one has just gone into the lead. Right, this is the bright version. Orange and blue.
Beach, picnics, park.
Yeah, that is very, yes. And that one I think is vanilla as well. That's very picnic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really sort of, yeah, it feels like bunting and beach huts.
It does, exactly.
They should have called it, instead of blue and orange, bunting and beach huts. I don't know, they should ask me to do these things, Bunting and beach huts. So remember, you are getting half a metre of the orange. Oh, and this isn't a plain either. This is that sort of, like slightly textured colour wash. Oh, I don't know what
it's like cloud, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a colour wash. Let me show you. It's called a mixer, but what does that mean? I thought a mixer was tonic.
Blender.
Yes, this is, it's like marbled watercolour. Mm. Gorgeous. So this one is all about bunting and beach huts. Lovely for the beach. So I know it's difficult to decide, but you might want more than one. Remember, once you've got the instructions, the kit, you can make another one. Great scrap buster, because you could actually join loads of bits of fabric together to make all these triangles as well, couldn't you? So it could be anything. That's the beach huts one. And then this is, what shall we call this one? Pink and purple.
Cranberry crush.
Yeah. This is gorgeous. So this one is ivory. And then again, you've got those colour wash in pink and purple. Beautiful. I know it's tricky to decide. So you go red, white and blue. You've got the pretty blush and duck egg. You've got the beach hut, orange and blue. And then you've got the pink and the purple. Right, we've also got instructions on their own. For those of you who want to use your own fabric, I've told you how much you need. Remember, all of those kits have got the backing fabric in them. So if you want the instructions on their own, you'll need, but you could piece fabric together to do it. Mm-hmm. If you wanted to use up scraps.
Yeah, it'd be nice if the triangles were kind of pieced triangles.
And you could use whatever, couldn't you?
Yeah.
It's very, very striking, isn't it?
It's a strong pattern.
Yeah, really striking. Absolutely beautiful. You'll be the envy of the beach and the grass if you took it out for a picnic, wouldn't you? So full instructions I've showed you. It tells you exactly how to create the design, how to do all the binding, how to put it all together and how to make the Quillow. $9.99. Now, this is the printed version. So if you want it printed and sent to you in the post, that's the code. Never get that right, up there in the corner. If you want to have it emailed to you, and it'll make exactly that noise, whoosh, as a PDF, so you can start making it this afternoon. Then this is the code that you need. It all says digital download on there, £9.99, and it will be whooshed straight to you. And you can just start making all the cutting instructions, everything that are in there. Whoosh. That's the noise. Well, when I send an email, it goes whoosh. Whoosh. It's yours.
Yeah.
There it goes. It's not just me. Whoosh. Like that, and you think, clunk. Right, so how do we make this glorious quilt then, Sarah?
We're going to make it using or creating half square triangles.
Okay. Oh, you've done the pretty version.
I've done the pretty version, yeah. So just a quick demo on a half square triangle if you're completely new to quilting. You're going to cut your squares out, and there are 2 different sizes of squares for the background fabric, because there are some squares that are not going to be made into half square triangles, and they're slightly smaller, so these ones down here.
Okay.
So we're going to take 2 of the big ones, we're going to place them right sides together, and then we need to stitch 2 lines down it. So you can get a ruler and just literally draw a line from point to point. This ruler, for
I love
grid
these.
one.
Have we got these, Ben? No, but have we got them in stock? I love these. These are like genius, aren't they?
They are. Well, they just make it super simple. So you can line up the point up here with the corner of your square, and then there's holes in the centre that you can put your pen into and draw. And then...
so this is the 15-inch one. They come in 2 lengths, but you'll need this longer length for these squares. To be honest, I prefer the longer length because then they work with everything, with all sizes. But it's a much more accurate way of marking. If you love a half square triangle.
I can't get my pen. I'm just right. Oh no, it did work. Don't think my pen's working. So there's 2 ways of using this ruler. One is to go through the slots. Okay, and then you end up with a line down the back. We're actually going to sew either side of that line. Okay, now that should be super simple and really easy, shouldn't it? But even with the best of intentions, I don't always get necessarily a super straight line when I do that.
Oh, I'm rubbish at it.
So what I really like about this ruler is you can line it up in exactly the same way, so putting that point in the corner and making sure it's going through the other one, but then you can draw.
Yeah, and it's so much quicker, because if you're doing it with a normal ruler, you're having to do, like, move your ruler and do 2 lines. And particularly if you're new to sewing, brilliant.
Well, just following a straight line is so much easier. So I'm just going to quickly whiz.
So on the screen now, £15.99 is the 15-inch seam guide. If you love doing half square triangles, or if you're new to them, it is brilliant. Anything that you need to mark, basically, or if you just need to mark a 1/4 inch seam allowance onto something,
yeah,
absolutely. And they have been really, they don't say they've invented for half square triangles, but I think that's what they're invented for. And they're creative grids as well, so they're nice and textured, so that they won't move,
slip.
Non-slip.
Oh,
I love the way machines get really cross sometimes.
They get
don't
really
they?
cross. Where's my scissors?
And you end up talking and going, all right.
All right. Chill.
Chill.
Right, let's start that again. So when you have a straight line to sew down, it's so much easier to get a straight line than if you're trying to put the line against the edge of the foot.
And that's why I think this quilt is brilliant for beginners, or if you want to make something in a hurry.
Yeah. And then once you've done that, you're literally going to cut down the middle. And there you've created 2 half square triangles. You're going to set the seam for me?
I will do. Would you like me to press it to the dark side?
Press it to the dark side.
Move to the dark side. And do you know, when I do this, I always say it to myself, to the dark side.
You can't help but not, can you?
No, just do it in my head. Over to the
There you
dark
go.
side.
So I've sized all of this so that we're going to trim these down. So this one's actually pressed quite nice. You've done a good job there, well done.
Thank you very much.
But sometimes they go a little bit wonky, and actually if we just trim them down at this stage, we're giving ourselves a much better chance when we actually come to sew the whole thing together.
Okay.
So these are, I'm doing this scaled for ease in a moment.
Yes, because these are going to be,
much
yours
bigger.
are going to be bigger.
So they're going to end up being cut to 12 inches. This one's actually going to be cut to 6 inches. So just to show you how to size trim down a square. What I'm going to do is I'm putting the diagonal line down the seam of my half square triangle. And then I don't know, so if you don't know how much you're expecting to trim off, just go as tall as you can and be trimming it a little bit off, okay? This is how I do it anyway. Like so. And then you can twist that round. And now I want to use the lines on the ruler. So now I want this to be a 6 by 6. So I put 6 on the left-hand side and I put 6 on the bottom, which means I'm now going to be cutting a 6 by 6. And I'm looking at that bit of ribbon thinking,
I love the way there's some ribbon on
what
it. That's ruined it for you.
Right out the way and see if we can miss the ribbon. No. I think I've done it. Slightly wonky up there. But now we've cut it down to a 6 by 6. Do you know what? It's really hard, isn't it? Because they've got to put that hole somewhere, but wherever they put it, it kind of
Yeah,
feels
I
like
guess,
it's in
and
the way.
also we used to have them hang on hooks, but they're hard to get off. So now they're
No, I've got all mine on ribbons.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
And then you can't.
Yeah, and you just have to kind of pull it out of the way.
I never really know what to do with mine. They all sort of sit on my desk. The other day I put them in the windowsill, and then I thought, oh, what if they get hot? Will they melt?
I don't know. I don't think they'd melt, but they might warp.
Well, they wouldn't melt, but I wonder if they're going to warp.
Yeah.
I am concerned about that. It's not too hot yet. So
There's
I don't
something
know.
really lovely about acrylic rulers, though, isn't there?
Yeah, I know, and I've just bought myself 2 new ones. So they're now in a little pile in the windowsill. I'm thinking, because they can stand up out of the way, and I'm really hoping the heat won't warp them.
So that's how to trim up your half square triangles. And then basically you're just going to piece all that together. And you will end up with something that, clear all this stuff out of the way. Pop. Put that in there. It's going to look something like this.
This is a mini Quillow.
Yeah, so if I hold that up, it's a little bit easier. So that, oh, hello. Spot the schoolboy error.
Yeah, I can see it. Oh, I'm so glad. See, that happens to us all, doesn't it? And we like go, how did that?
You know, I've looked at that a couple of times already, but it's because I looked at it objectively
that's
on something
really
else.
Fun. Actually, no, this is a slightly different design.
Yeah.
This is called Off Star. I think that's brilliant.
Do you know what? But that's the sort of thing that when people come into the workshops and they see the samples that we've made, I always try and point out the bits where it's not right, like the bits where the points don't
I think
match.
that's just like taking your own make on it.
The question is would you unpick and redo that?
Not at this stage, no. I've put the borders on.
I probably would leave that and go, that's the bit that's made us love.
If I was at the stage where I'd just sewn it in.
Yeah.
But now I've put, no.
No, you wouldn't, no.
I made a whole quilt that had, it was big carpenter's stars. And when I'd made it and I quilted it all and then it was all hanging up, I realised that one of the stars had a different colour background. Like one was ivory and one was cream.
Oh, yeah.
And I cut it and I sewed it, I quilted it, I did everything. And it was only when it was hung up at the end, I went, that looks really odd.
I've done that where I've used the wrong side on a light fabric and it's just the offside was slightly...
We've got a question.
Oh, question, like question.
From an inexperienced sewer. Oh, that's Ben. Are you... Ben, why couldn't you just applique a correct one on top? Well, you could.
You could, but you'd kind of have to applique a creep. Well, you'd have to...
Yeah, and you'd have a bump. It would like...
Yeah. I'd be tempted to make a feature of it with something, though. I might put a message in it with love or something.
Or
that's what I'd do.
Open. Should have a little gate there, shouldn't you? Because it's just like the star has opened. I think it... No, do you know, it doesn't matter. And if you designed it like that, it'd be fine, wouldn't it?
Anyway, you'll all forgive me, I'm sure.
Some people would undo it.
Some people would undo it. And do you know what? I really respect those people. Totally respect people that have to get it.
I think what you have to think though is how much will it annoy you later. So if I'm knitting, I will always unpick it because I know if I'm doing Fair Isle or something, I know it will drive me mad later.
Yeah.
But with something like that, I think it looks quite cool.
What if you were going to gift it so you weren't going to have to look at it?
Yeah, then I would probably undo it. Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah. I have to think about how much it'll annoy me later.
Well, that is true. It's whether you're going to look at it and forever think, but that would make me smile.
Yeah. I think that's really funny.
Yeah. So, what I wanted to talk about was a bit about...
Yes, so this is how to construct...
Yeah.
The star construction is really easy. So if you've never quilted before, this is going to be a quick make.
It is, yeah. And you're going to put the borders on, and then you're going to get it quilted. And so to quilt it, we've got to create 3 layers. And we're going to have a layer of wadding and a layer of backing fabric. I just wanted to share one of my tricks.
Yes, I would love that.
So I keep all my scraps of wadding.
Do you have any advice on wadding?
So I prefer to get the waddings which are sort of 80-20.
Okay.
Or 85-15, but mainly cotton and only a little bit polyester. If you've never done it before, you could use like the fusible fleece scenario, you know, the 640,
yeah.
Get a big bit of that. But I prefer to use this kind of
so 80-20,
natural 80-20
right, okay.
stuff, yeah. And when you have offcuts, you can keep them all because then you can put them together at a later date. But a lot of people zigzag them, which is one technique. I find that a bit of a faff. So some people might go, well, this looks like a bit of a faff. But what I do is put them together, and then I actually use a bit of leftover quilter's grid. You could just use lightweight interfacing.
Okay.
I think there is like a special
You
tape.
can get, we sell it, I think,
Yeah.
the batting tape.
Right, okay. And literally all I do is put an inch of that onto this one.
Right, so you could use this quilter's grid
Yeah.
interfacing. We have got batting tape that you do it with.
Yeah, so it's that concept. It's just having something that's sticking it together rather than zigzagging it together.
Okay.
Because otherwise you've got to get it.
And then that does mean you can use up your scraps.
You can use up your scraps. All they've got to do is have a straight edge.
Brilliant. Okay,
Right,
that's
so we're
great.
going to quickly do this.
The instructions tell you how much wadding you'll need.
Yes.
That I can tell you. You will need 54-inch square and a 16-inch square for the cushion.
16-inch square, not 60.
16.
Did you say
so, yeah,
60?
54 and 16. 16 for the cushion, 54 for the quilt.
Yeah. So good for all of your scraps. So I'm just going to quickly join this together. Oh, that missed.
I guess this is worth it, isn't it? Because we all have scraps. that You cut off the edge of a quilt and then you keep them and then don't use them.
So quite often I'll keep them for the smaller projects, but when I've got bigger bits like these, I will leave them as whole as I can for as long as possible, because it makes a really, you know, like a quilt can be quite an investment at times, and this just makes it that little bit.
And I guess as long as you just cut it into a straight edge,
Yeah,
you
you've got to
join
cut it into
together.
a straight edge. But I mean, this has taken a moment or two longer just because I'm using a smaller ironing board. But if this was on a bigger ironing board, this would be done in a second.
Yes, we could have provided you with the larger.
Could you?
Yes,
That's more fun.
there are bigger mats underneath.
Right. So we have to make up our layer. So I've got a bit of grey here for the backing. Just
So
that
if you
it's
buy the
really
kit, the
English
backing
to
fabric,
distinguish.
remember, comes in your kit, which makes it amazing value for money.
And I would always recommend.
Shall I move the iron?
Yeah, I think we're kind of done with that now. Thank you. Make your backing just a bit bigger than your wadding, so you can just check that everything's covered and that you haven't got
Clear
anything
your
missing.
table for you. There we go.
Thank you. So I'm going to pop that down on top. Sometimes with these natural waddings, there can be a bit of a natural fleck in them. I always tend to put that towards the darkest fabric in case it shows through.
Oh, yes.
But-
I often wondered with these waddings, was there a right side and a wrong side?
Yeah.
I've never known. So you just go darker.
I just put it with the darker
Right,
side of the quilt.
okay.
I don't think it has ever shown through, but you know, potentially it could. And if you were working with a completely white fabric, then you can get a white wadding, and that would be best to put
Okay.
under white fabric. So you're going to put your wadding down on top of your backing fabric. Now, there's lots of different ways of anchoring it together. We're going to use the 505 spray.
I'm giving it a pre-shake for you.
Pre-shake.
I never know how long to shake it for.
So when you're anchoring your 3 layers together, you could pan baste them together. You could pin them together, and you can get basting pins, which look like a safety pin, but they're kind of bent. You can get plastic tag machines that do it. I'm
Yes, I've seen
not sure I'm a
those.
huge fan of those. And then you get the 505 spray, which I'm a big fan of. So if this was a big quilt, I would tape this to the kitchen floor.
Right.
If I've got a big enough hard surface. If I haven't got a big enough hard surface, I would lay this out on my bed, because fabric against fabric tends to create a bit of traction.
Oh, okay.
So you can smooth it out on your bed.
Right, so take your
So
sheet
take your
off.
backing, yeah. Put your backing fabric right side down, flatten it out, make it as, I mean, this has got a bit of a crease in the middle, I'm not going to worry about it, but I would iron that out if I was doing this properly.
Okay.
Because as flat as this is now, it's going to be the flattest it can be.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Then we're just going to do, you'd normally hold it a bit further away. Do a bit of a spray there.
I'll just hold it still. So you don't spray right up to the edge then?
No, I don't. I just put a little bit on.
Okay.
I don't think you need loads. You just need it to hold.
Yeah, I mean, I do it, but I don't think I'm brilliant at it, because I really never, I think I sort of make it up a bit.
And then I'm just going to do the bottom edge.
So it's just a bit.
Yeah.
Not like the whole. And you're spraying the fabric as well.
So I'm spraying the backing fabric.
Yes.
And then I'm putting the wadding down on top of it. And I'm
Yes,
smoothing
but some people they're so you have to spray the wadding, you have to. And why do they say that?
I don't know. I don't do that.
That's really.
I've not even heard that, I don't think.
Oh no, I have, and that's really refreshing, because I always think, because I was doing it recently, and I can't remember why, but I thought I'm going to spray the fabric just because I don't want to do it the other way around, and I thought, I'm doing it all wrong. Hope no one knows.
That would be really tricky, because the moment you lay it, like I did that in a nice folded manner and kept it all under control. If it wasn't, no, I wouldn't like that. Don't do that. Well, somebody will probably tell us why.
Well, I know, but then it's nice, isn't it? Because there is no right or wrong. You can just do whatever you like. And I did feel I was cheating the other day when I did that.
So you can see here that I've got all of my layers are a bit bigger. I'm going to trim some of that away in a minute, just to make it more manageable. So again, lay that on top, then you know roughly where you've got to spray. And then smooth that out nicely. And then fold the other bit back and spray there. If it was a smaller project, say this was a mini quilt and I was doing this, at this stage I would now take it over to the ironing board and I'd give it a press.
Oh, okay.
And get it super flat, because
Right.
it is flat, but
Yeah, I see what you
sometimes you
mean,
can
yeah.
get it even flatter just by...
And it's fine with the spray to iron it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can pop that over there. And then at this stage, because I know that I've oversized it, I know that it's going to shrink a bit, but I know that I don't need all of this. And so the smaller you make it, so I would just go round and just give it a trim down.
But it's really good to see this process, because we don't often see the whole process of the layering and particularly the spraying, and it doesn't look so complicated. I guess the bigger it is, the harder it is.
The bigger it is, the harder it is. So masking tape to anchor the layers to the floor or to a table. I've done that. And if you're spreading it out on your bed, you just do get a bit of traction between the two, between the backing fabric and your bedding on your bed. So this is just making it a little bit smaller. So this one's quite small anyway, but I would do this on a big quilt as well, because it's just reducing the amount of size you've got to put through your machine. Don't need to make it any more hard than it should be. So then it's all basted together.
Perfect. It's all nice and it's all stable and stuck together.
So then you've got to think about, what do you want to quilt it with? So.
And how?
And how. So I always recommend making up a little sandwich. So sometimes this can be from your offcuts. And we'll just do a sort of a sample stitch on this just to check the balance in the machine. So for example, I might want to have a grey thread on the back, and I could have a light grey or a dark grey.
Oh, okay, so this is where you test.
Yeah, so this is, I call this auditioning the thread. So I can look and see which one is going to be more obvious, less obvious. So I think if I was looking for one of those to work with, I'd probably go with the darker one. It seems to blend in a bit more.
Yeah.
Because I'm not necessarily wanting to really stand out my quilt lines on the back. And then on the front, you've got different colours. So you've got to really think about, well, what do I want the look to be? So you could go for a completely kind of neutral colour, like a kind of ivory kind of colour. And and just accept that that's going to be there on all of them. Or you could go for a colour and accept that it's really going to stand out.
Do you ever use the monofilament, you know, the clear stuff?
I do, but I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't know why, I just prefer to use a thread that's made, it just feels it sits better.
Right,
with
okay.
With the monofilament, I don't, yeah, I'm not...
No, you don't have to like everything. It's fine. I just wondered, because I have used it and I quite like the fact that it doesn't show up.
Yes. So
but not all the time, like you say. I like the fact
it's got a bit of a sheen to it, hasn't
yeah.
it? Yeah.
I like sometimes you see the quilting, but other times when I don't think I'm going to be able to quilt it very straight. Oh, I don't know.
So you could go for any of those, but then you could also put them all across the blue and go, well, it does one, you know, does it look better?
Oh. Well, that's the only one that's going to show up across all of them.
Yeah. See, I would be kind of tempted to go with that
Yeah.
because it shows on all three.
It shows on all
properly.
of them, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
So that might...
That's such a good idea, because I'd probably think cream.
Well, and so this
know?
one is done in a grey.
I would,
because it's
honestly, I'd
kind of
go
a grey
cream.
background.
I wouldn't think about that.
But actually, sometimes it's better just to have something that is consistently, as you say, going to be there,
Right,
whichever colour
okay.
it's going to be on.
And then how do you decide on the pattern?
So you've got lots of choices, haven't you?
I know, and that's the problem.
So you can, what they call stitch in the ditch, which is when you actually stitch in the seam line. And what that requires you to do is kind of pull that seam line open so that you can stitch in it. Now, this is where you can get controversial because historically I've been a press to one side kind of patchwork girl. But sometimes if you want to stitch in the ditch, the easiest way to see the ditch is to press butterfly seam.
Right, yeah.
But then kind of all you're actually stitching on is the stitches.
Yeah, they're not as strong,
And
are
it's not
they?
as strong.
Yeah, that's true.
So it feels like it's the better option because you can see the seam a bit better, but actually don't. Just keep them pressed to one side
Okay.
and accept that you're going to have to find a way into that space, and that's going to be by stretching it. So stitch in the ditch would be going down here in all the seam lines. It would be invisible. It would accentuate your pattern. So it's really good in that sense. And it doesn't take away from the design of the quilt. It just adds to it in the sense that it's just making it stronger.
Yes.
Okay? So that would be one option. Then another option that I really like is shadow quilting.
Okay. What's that?
Shadow quilting, if I just get that ruler back, would involve deciding how far in from the seam you wanted to go.
Oh, so then this is where this ruler's quite handy, isn't it?
Yeah, so what I might do is I'm going to
And then you could draw them both at the same time.
Yeah, and it's sort of working a little bit. So then I could draw on,
Oh, I see.
or you could use your 1/4 inch foot. But shadow quilting would mean that I would do lines. So I could do them really
Would you only
fussy.
do them on some of them or
You
all
could.
of them?
So you could just do all of the white.
Oh, that's
Half square
nice.
triangles.
Because I find I'm not very good at stitching the ditch. I start off really good
unforgiving.
and really slow.
Yeah.
Then I get a bit excited.
Oh, I get bored.
You know. Well, no, I get a bit like, oh, I can do this. And then I go a bit fast and then I go off. And then when you go off, it looks a bit rubbish, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I like looking this. This is better.
So shadow quilting could be as, like that.
Because if it goes off a bit,
Doesn't
it's
matter.
not as obvious,
No,
is it?
because your eyes kind of, it's a bit like reading a word but not all the letters in the right order. The eye knows what it's supposed to be seeing, so it kind of sees it regardless. So that's one. Another way of shadow quilting might be to go 1/2 inch. Oh, no, let's go 1/4 inch. So again, we could do 1/4 inch, but you could just do it along all of your straight.
Oh, okay.
Should have brought a better pen. Right, this is going to iron off, don't worry, everybody. I'm not spoiling my quilt. But 1/4 inch across.
They are a quilter's friend, these things, though.
Yeah. So you could do that, which is actually how this one has been quilted.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So you're just reinforcing the shape of the 16 4x4 squares.
Brilliant.
So it looks really odd here, and it looks like you're going to be cutting across all your points, which you are. But if you do it in a neutral thread,
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't do that technique in a strong thread.
Okay, do that in a neutral one.
Yeah,
So there's
so it
loads of
blends
different
away.
options, but this doesn't need to put you off, because I think with beginners, they think, oh, well, I don't know how to quilt. But, you know, oh, I did that again.
We're on the
That
move
last time,
again, aren't
didn't I? Keep moving. You just get yourself some wadding, and I would get yourself some of that spray.
Yeah,
The
definitely.
505 spray, because it does, particularly if you're new to quilting, it does make it a lot easier. There is instructions on the tin. You can find loads of tutorials on YouTube as well if you want one. But it just makes it a bit easier and a bit more achievable.
It does. And then
play with the design, and you could just stitch along the lines if that's simpler.
Yeah.
And if you are a nice slow quilter, stitch in the ditch. I'm just not. I just think, oh yeah, I can do this, get a bit overconfident, and then I go off. So I like this shadow quilting.
That's
within
really
the
easy.
triangle. I think that's lovely.
And of course, you don't just have to, if you use a pen, you can draw it all on. And if you don't like the look of it, you can iron it off and you haven't even done a stitch.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're not committing to anything more than you need to.
And I love your idea of auditioning the threads as well.
And then when you're working with 2 different colour threads, it's important that you make sure that you're not bringing the bottom thread up to the top or the top thread down to the bottom. You want to make sure that they're each sitting on the side they should be. So you would make up a quick sample. I'd always lengthen my stitch for quilting.
Okay, what do you lengthen it
I
to?
normally go up to a 4. Yeah. Okay. I'll do a bit at normal and a bit at 4, and then you can see the difference.
Right. And you haven't got a walking foot on that?
No, I haven't, and I've also just put the wrong colour thread on, but we won't worry about that.
No, but it's just interesting because I think obviously a walking foot is great for quilting, but you're doing it without, so it's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. A walking foot is going to help. I'm going to go down to 2.4, which is...
Okay.
So a walking foot will help because it will alleviate some of the drag through on the fabric. If you've got presser foot pressure up here on your machine, or maybe it's on the side here,
yes,
you could reduce that down when you're quilting because you're putting more layers through the machine than you normally would. And when you try and squeeze more under the foot,
lower the number.
Yeah, then you're allowing that foot not to push down as hard because it's that foot pushing down that sometimes creates the fabric to ruck.
Oh, so if you don't have a walking foot, then reduce the pressure.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. I've got a stitch pressure, I never adjust it.
So yeah, so it's designed to, it's how much pressure is coming through here.
Right.
So the moment you're putting something thicker through there than just 2 layers of fabric, it's trying to squeeze it through a bit more than it would have.
Right.
So that's another way of dealing with it. Right, so if I just pop that on the table.
Oh, wow. Gosh, that's amazing, the difference.
Yeah, so that's your normal stitch.
Yeah.
That's 2.4 on this.
Yeah, that looks so much nicer,
and that's 4.
doesn't it?
And can you see it almost changes the colour of the thread?
Well, that's right. Yeah, that makes no sense at all because that's lighter.
It's a variegated thread.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, just realised that. It's really gentle.
Oh, wow, it's beautiful, though.
Yeah.
Brilliant. This is great. So, we do need you to show us how to fold up the Quillow.
Oh, yes.
Before we move on to the next quilt, because we haven't seen how it folds up. Anyway, all of these instructions, all of this information is in the instructions. The instructions on their own have been so popular. I'm not surprised. It's fabulous. So once you've made your quill and you've bound it, and don't forget to watch back this show. It will all be available on YouTube because then you can see all of Sarah's tips about quilting and backing and all of that. So once you've made it all, then you need to fold it up.
Yeah, so there are full instructions about where to put.
So on the back, let me just show you. You've got a pocket. Okay, so it's just a pocket.
Yeah.
For your sandwiches.
And that can be just 2 layers of fabric, or in an ideal world, you might have a bit of wadding in there as well, just to make it a bit
okay,
softer.
so you could put wadding
you
in
could put
it.
a bit of wadding, yeah. You don't necessarily have to do quilting on it. This could be it could be a patchwork block, but just make sure that you put the fancy bit of the patchwork on the inside.
Okay, right, which will make sense in a moment. Right, so it's just a pocket that's on the back that you can put a padding in or not, it's up to you.
Yeah.
Or I guess if you put a padding in it and you lie on your blanket, it's like a pillow.
Yeah, yeah. So this is the same sort of design, just with 4 colours. So all you're going to do
that's lovely.
Fold your quilt across so that you're at the edge of the pocket on that side. And let that hang down really neatly. Fold your quilt across so that you're at the edge of the pocket on that side. And let that sit across. And then just fold that back so it's sitting somewhere in the middle. So the whole of the quilt.
So it's like folded into thirds.
Yeah, but it's not quite thirds.
Yeah,
Because it's to get a decent size. And you just follow the guidelines from the pocket. Okay?
Right, yes, yes. So you haven't got to think about work it out.
No.
You just follow the pocket.
Yeah. Then you put your hands, you turn it over and you put your hands in the pocket and you turn it through.
Amazing.
Okay, so I'll do that again. So you put your hands in the pocket and then you just turn that through. Oops. So this is now the inside of the pocket.
Right,
so
so
that's
this is
where
why
you're going to have fancy
if you're going to
patchwork.
put anything fancy on, or a nice piece of fabric or a plique or whatever, do it on the inside.
Yeah.
Imagine doing the whole thing and going, oh, that's really disappointing.
And then you take the long strip of the quilt and you basically bring it up. So you're going to fold it into thirds.
Okay, you will get better at this.
And then you just push that down inside.
And then it's a pillow cushion.
And then it is, with a bit of wriggle and a jiggle, it's a cushion.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. I absolutely love that.
So don't overthink it. It's kind of just follow the shape, but then do that turn.
Yeah,
through.
it's that turny thing, isn't it? That's really important. Right, let me just talk about the next quilt. I'm going to bring it over to you, actually, because then you can talk
These
to us.
colours are absolutely.
These are great. Now, this is back in stock because the last time we sold it, it sold out. So we brought it back. I've got two of them here. So this is the quilt. So it's made from flying geese?
Yes, hence formation.
Formation flying quilt.
Yeah, we get really original, don't we?
Yeah, no, I love that. I love that. It's a formation flying quilt. But in rainbow.
In rainbow, and two different sizes of geese, basically.
Oh, I see. And that's what creates, the formation. So some of them are big because they're close.
Yeah.
And the others are in the distance.
Yes, so the tail.
Yeah, got that.
Yeah.
Got that. And you've got 12 different colours there.
Yeah, 3x4.
Wow. And you need a fat quarter per colour. So in the kit, you've got all of the instructions that show exactly how to do it. How to construct 4 flying geese at a time. Nice. So there's no templates for this?
No.
This is just how to do it?
This is a rotary cut block.
Right. And then in this kit, now look at the price of that, £69.99. This is a great size. It's 59 by 73, so it's a lovely, like, single bed size. And you are getting all of this, instructions, obviously, and you are getting all of these fat quarters, which you can put in whatever order you want. So I guess what you could do is lay out your fat quarters, couldn't you, in the order to decide, do you want to go, so I'm going to put them in order, red, dark orange, orange, yellow.
You've got more than 12 there.
Have I? That's exciting. What does it say in the thing? Green.
If I miscounted.
Green. Blue. Blue. Is the 12 fat quarters?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
9. 10. We've got 14.
14. I don't know if the colours are coming out at home, but they are lush. They are really gorgeous. That is such a lovely colour pack.
Right, so one of these shouldn't be here. One of them, I'm guessing it'll be one of these blues.
Must be 2 of them.
Yeah, there's one that shouldn't be here. It was probably maybe part of another one and we got confused with. It'd be one of those blues, won't it? So, all right, we've got a picture. Right, which one? Yeah, there's one blue. Oh, yeah, 4 blues. 2 greens.
There's more than 12 there. There's 15 there.
There's 15 there.
There's 14 there. It's any number, everybody.
Anyway. But you get a ½ metre of these, which is quite a lot of fabric, isn't it? So for £69.99, that's a lot of fabric.
It's a lot of fabric.
You can make a and also you get 3½ metres of white.
Perfect.
And the instructions. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous price.
There's a lot of fabric.
There's a lot of fabric. That is an amazing price. That's really worth getting. You're going to make a big quilt because actually, so you actually, because what you only need, I think they've got this wrong, let's run with it. You need 1 fat quarter of each colour.
So you've got enough for 2.
Yeah, and we've got 1/2 metre. So you make 2 of these?
Yeah, kind of. How much have you got of the background?
Well, I've got 3.5 metres of background, but that's fine because I could use my own something.
Yeah.
And then you'll get 3.5 metres for the background. You need 3.25. And you will get 12 half metres instead of 12 fat quarters. So with a bit more background fabric of your own, you can make a double-sized quilt.
Yeah.
Amazing. At £69.99.
Could make it into a Quillow.
Yeah, tell us what you get and we'll see if we can get them. Apple, that's got to be that. Don't go too fast. Apple, aqua, buttercup, cadet blue.
That one?
Right, yeah. Chartreuse, think that's that one?
Yeah.
They were coral. That one?
Yeah, I reckon.
Magenta, that's got to be that one, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Magenta. Orange, we know that one. Paprika, it's got to be that one. Pomegranate, I think that one.
Yeah.
Or it could have been that one. Red, know that one. And sky. So not the pink and not the blue. Right. We've got it. So that makes sense now. So so this is what you will get. You will get 12 half metres instead of 12 fat quarters, and you will get the 3.5 metres of background.
It's like Facet's back.
It's amazing. And not only that, so even if you didn't want to make this quilt, that's amazing, but you are getting the instructions. But you know, you could use other background fabrics, you could make it even bigger. But I mean, it's a great size, but if you wanted to make a double bed size, you've got enough.
You could make extra blocks.
Yes, because I guess once these are 1 block of each colour.
Yeah.
So you could make 2 blocks of each colours, couldn't you? Amazing.
Or bring your favourites in and leave, you know.
Yeah, I think it's great. And what's great is that you will learn, and I think it's these real proper patchwork techniques like flying geese 4 at a time.
Yes.
That you will use.
It's a speed trick. It's, you know, you're there really quickly. It looks like it's lots, but actually you're making them really quickly.
You're making them really, really quickly. And because you've got this assembly guide, you see, you can have a look at it and go, well, because I can make now 2 of each.
Yeah.
You can do it in rainbow order, or you can just mix and match them, can't you? What an amazing price. $69.99 for 9.5 metres. This is Rose and Hubble quilted weight fabric as well.
Yeah, lovely colours.
If you just want the instructions, then you can have them free with this fabric. Can't believe that price. We'll keep that. They're only physical, not digital. So these are sent in the post to you in an envelope. £9.99 for the instructions. Again, it's a fat quarter of each colour. So this is something you can use your stash for.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be rainbow.
No.
Have you seen it not in rainbow? Has anyone made it not in rainbow?
Yes. Yeah, no, it looks really lovely.
Really?
It looks really lovely in a gentle colourway as well. We did it in a Tilda colourway last time.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
And did you do each block in a different colour?
Yeah, did it in a different fat quarter.
Right.
Yeah. And
But
it
I
looked
guess
lovely.
depending on what fat, so if you like Liberty,
Yeah.
you could do it all in that.
Yeah,
couldn't
it
you? Or
would
Tilda.
look gorgeous. It really
It
did.
really would, actually,
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess whatever fabric you like. And I guess if you have a different colourway, but it could be subtle, couldn't it? Or it could be dramatic.
This is dramatic. This is, hello, I'm there. And it'll be lovely and dramatic against the white.
Yeah.
But
Or
if you put a ditzy floral with a cream.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or it could just be all one colour.
Yes. Yeah. Monica, we're back to that
Back
monotone.
to that again.
Yeah.
Oh, so many choices. Anyway, you're going to learn absolutely loads from this because it has got, it's got those basic techniques, and that's what I love about these instructions. Like with the one that we did last time, is that it's not just about making this; it's about learning something.
Fundamentals.
Like how to put in a zip, how to bind. I
Yeah.
mean, on the Quillow, the binding instructions are fabulous.
Yeah, and on this one, there's actually there's a link to it at the back, so it just takes you to the website address, and you can get all of those instructions.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's about. It's about making something gorgeous, but learning something at the same time. Yeah. And there's so much value in that. Wonderful.
And they're the bits that people always assume that people know how to do, and they don't, but it can make or break the finished product. And that actually, you could make a lovely, like a pieced binding, you know, have all the different colours.
Yeah, real proper scrappy rainbow binding.
Yeah.
What a great price.
Yeah.
So do check out on those. So we've got the Quillow. Do you want me to go back through the kits? I'll just go back over here quickly to go back through them. So the French, what is it, French, English, could be anything. The French, American, Australian. It's beautiful, isn't it? So this one is cream, navy and red. Only $49.99. And remember, it's not just the background, it's the backing fabric as well to make a whole Quillow and the instructions as well. That is a great price, $49.99 for the whole thing. If you want more of the beach hut vibe, orange and blue, a goldfish. I think it's beach hut. I feel like I'm on the beach with this, and it's joyful. They are the opposite on the colourway. It's probably somebody's football strip, isn't it? What football team plays in orange and blue? Could be.
Phone a friend.
Holland. No, I think they're just orange, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're just orange.
This is the pretty one. Love the pretty one. So with this one, you get vanilla. Most popular, actually. You get vanilla, duck egg, and blush, and the full instructions. And then the final one is the unicorn one. Unicorn, where you get white, pink, and purple. Don't know why it's a unicorn.
It's quite unicorny.
It is quite unicorny, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if you want just the instructions on their own, we have those as well. These have been absolutely flying out. I'm not surprised. This is brilliant for a beginner, but it's great if you want to make a quilt in a hurry, you want to make a gift for somebody. You can have this done in a day.
Easy.
Couldn't you?
Yeah. It's a 10 to 4 workshop.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, so
yes. Be nice in brushed cotton.
Yes, it would. It'd be, and really snuggly as a pillow.
Depending on what you're doing with it, I'm just looking at that thinking, oh, brushed cotton, love brushed cotton. That's the instructions on their own, $9.99, and that's the sent in the post in an envelope to you version. If you want the digital version, sent to you so you get cracking on it this afternoon. And don't feel you have to stick to that star pattern. You can just move them around and have all sorts of non-star stars all the other way around.
And you can have more than 2 colours, because that other one I folded up, that was a 4-colour version.
Oh, exactly. You can make it your own. That's $9.99 for that. Fabulous. Right. Thank you so much, Sarah. It's been brilliant.
Oh, it's been lovely.
You have shared some brilliant tips with us as well.
Thank you.
It's
Good.
really
Hope
useful.
so. I think that's the important thing, isn't it?
It is. It's about how do we do quilt and actually watching somebody layer it, and without all the rules where you think, oh no, I've sprayed the wrong side, and it just doesn't matter. No. Relieving. I was really glad nobody watched me do that. So when will you be back with us?
Probably about June, July time.
Fabulous. With some other new great designs.
Yeah,
hopefully.
got them in the head.
Good. Looking forward to that. I will see you back here after the break. We have done a negotiation, which I love a negotiation. So the next hour is all about extra wide fabrics, which are brilliant for backing your quilts, but also they're brilliant for dressmaking, homewares, all sorts. And we've got a little surprise for you, which I will reveal to you after the breaks. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure that your edges match carefully and pin them.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up, and when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline, and if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist, and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, I told you I had a special surprise. This is going to be one of the busiest hours, so be quick. When I say we, I mean Ben, the royal we has managed to get all of the extra wide fabrics put onto split pay. Gasp. Gasp. We rarely, I can't say never, but rarely, I've never seen it, have extra wide fabrics on split pay. But do you know what? We thought it would be a nice treat. Two-way split pay on all of them. What that means is, if you've not seen our split pay before, it's where we spread the cost. We split it sometimes 2 through 5, depends on the price, but normally we only put it on two-way split pay if it's over $99.99. That's the only time we do it, except for today. It's three-way split pay. So the great thing about this is, because obviously this is 2.5 times the normal fabric width. It's not 2.5 times the price, it's less than that. But instead of having to pay out, so say you need to buy, you want a load of this, you're going to back a quilt, you want 2.5 metres. Instead of having to pay for that all up front, we will split it in 3. You only have to pay a third of it now. We will send it straight to you. If you multi-buy, so if you want 3 metres, put 6 units in your basket, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. We don't charge you any interest, and we don't charge you an admin handling fee. So you pay a third of the price now, and then next month you pay the other third, and the next month. I mean, it's up to you. It's not compulsory. Some people like to take full opportunity of split pay. Why should we have your money when you can keep it for yourself for another couple of months? And some people like to pay for it up front. But this is a fantastic opportunity. Now, we've put loads of extra wide fabrics here. I'm going to start with If Kate Met William. If only. I think they'd be mates. Although, actually, do you know what? I think they might have argued about colour. Because William Morris is like amazing design. It's amazing, amazing. And Kaif is a mad colourist, isn't he? And so what they've done is they've waited for William Morris to die and then let Kaif loose on his fabrics. And he has recoloured William Morris, which I think is a winning combination. Look at this. How awesome is this? Now, I'm going to show you the whole thing. So all of these fabrics are 108 inches wide, which is 274 centimetres. So they are more than 2.5 times normal fabric width, which is 44 inches. Now, every single one that we've got, if you want to shop ahead, every single one we've got is on split pay. All of these. Woo, I nearly dropped that. Look. We're going to try and show all of them, but if we don't, look at them all. If we don't manage to show all of them, then they are all there. We've got Moda, we've got Liberty, we've got Kaif, we've got William Morris, we've got men's ones. Men's ones, I don't know what that means really. Sort of neutral colours, you know. Pretty ones, geometric ones. Get ahead now. Buy it on split pay, and then you can spread the cost, and we can take. I mean, £5.33 multi-buy. Now, just talking about. So that's the. We've got to be fast. Beautiful. Let me do another one. This is another one. This is another Kaif. I think this is the only. There's only 2 of these. Kaif, William Morris. Now, just some advice if you are buying quilt backing. If you are making a double bed quilt, well, oh, there's only 2 meters of this one left. You've been buying on pre-order. If you're making a double bed, you'll need 2 meters. So you'll need 4 units. King size bed, 2.5 meters, 5 units. If you're doing a super king bed, you will need 3 meters, 6 units. That one's about to go. Should we do Liberty next? Don't think that one's that. Should we do Liberty? Right, let's go bright Liberty. Liberty. Now, obviously, these are different prices because they are different brands. Only 4 meters of left of this one. Oh, yes, so 4 meters for a double. This is if you're doing a double quilt. You'll need, no, not for a double, sorry, double duvet. Right, yes, if you're making, God, he's really confused me. If you're making a double duvet, yeah, not back in a double quilt, duvet, yes, you will need 4 meters. This is brilliant for bedding, brilliant for tablecloths, because it's so wide. Only 10 meters of this Liberty, by the way. If you multi-buy, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. Only 10 meters of that one left. We are going to have sellouts. Right, let's do another Liberty. Let's go pretty, shall we? This is Emily Bell in extra wide. So remember, extra wide backing fabric is not just for quilts. It's all year round. It is... forget quilt backing. I'm thinking those fabrics would be fabulous for dressmaking from June. Absolutely, it's dressmaking. It's homewares. Where else are you going to get Liberty fabric like this? It's at this size for this price, £17.99 for all of this. If you want to use it for dressmaking, obviously remember you're not going to need as much as it says in your dress pattern because it's so wide. Lay all your fabric pieces out. Look at the width of this. It's 274 centimetres, 108 inches. Lay them all next to each other and then measure the length of the longest piece, and then you'll know how much you need. Right, this one, £5.99 split pay. £5.99, and that's just for the ½ metre. At midnight, they're all coming off split pay. We had to beg and beg to get these. They will be coming off at midnight. But dressmaking, home sewing, maybe you make to sell. So that's the pink one. Right, more in baskets than we've got, even though we've got a good quantity. Let's do, this is so, also quilting. Maybe you want to make a Liberty quilt. This is quilting weight cotton. Use it for quilting. Yes. And look at that one. Look at those together. Maybe you want to make a Liberty quilt. I mean, I've got all of these Liberties here. Look at them. If you wanted to make yourself a Liberty quilt at a fraction of the cost, maybe you make to sell. You could have, wouldn't it be lovely to have like little drawstring bags for babies in this? Or any of these extra wides. You can make bags, cushions. At this price, tablecloth. Maybe you've got a christening coming up. You want a Liberty tablecloth. That's the baby blue one. I mean, it's ridiculous. $5.99 for a Liberty. They're just absolutely flying out. The purple cave one has sold out now. This is beautiful. This one is Emily Blossom. And, well, there is another. No, it's not. It's the other one. Yes, sorry. This one is parchment. Oh, look at that. Oh, I love that. I mean, that is blouse. What a pretty blouse. If you've always wanted to put a bit of Liberty in your quilt, maybe just buy the extra wide backing for the borders, because then you don't have to cut and join, do you? So if you've got a big quilt and you want the borders in that, absolutely gorgeous. I know it's really hard because they are flying out. If you want to get ahead, just go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, scroll down. They are all listed there already. Before we go through them, just get ahead. I would get yourself a metre secured of it now, because this will only be on split pay till midnight or till we run out. I think that's beautiful. Right, so that's that one. The next one is, I think this is ivory. I love this one because it's the same print but printed in reverse. I can't find the code on it. Oh yeah, there it is. It ends in 28. So this is beautiful because it's in reverse. So we've got the cream background, but then the print is all in like a very pale linen colour. I don't think it shows up so well on camera, but you have got that. You've got the Emily Blossom print. Absolutely beautiful. Very special. Maybe you've got to make wedding favour bags or wedding tablecloths or even bridesmaids' dresses. Can you imagine with this, Liberty bridesmaids' dresses? Very, very, very special that would be. Now, if you look at the width of it, there's not many dress pieces that are going to be longer than a metre. Depends if it's a long maxi dress or something. But that's a great price, isn't it? Right, there are 45 people that have got this in baskets, and we've got 25 metres left. So if everyone's coming in for a metre, we've had it. We've had it. So do get checked out. One last Liberty. This is stunning, isn't it? I love this one. Now, all of these fabrics are actually sold in the normal quilting weight fabric. And you are only having to commit to $5.99 today. So we can spread it for you. We won't charge any interest, any admin fee. We'll take the hit on that and you can get your extra wide. If maybe you've got a quilt that you're going to make at some point, you haven't finished, get your backing fabric now while we've got it on split pay. And then you can just put it aside, and when you finish, you think, I've done that, all done. You could order your wadding at the same time. I mean, that's beautiful. The cave, yeah, the first cave one we did were very limited. One has sold out. This is beautiful, isn't it? It's very masculine, but with a beautiful Liberty feel to it. I love that. I mean, it's gorgeous. Just think homewares as well, cushions and bags. I mean, it is quilting weight cotton. And I know we think of quilting because it's extra wide, but tablecloths, duvet covers, sheets. How lovely is that? Maybe you need a lot of fabric. Maybe you think, actually, do you know what? I'm going to have some nice lightweight curtains for my kitchen or my patio doors. I don't want them to keep the light. I just want them lightweight. Can you imagine having this? Liberty curtains or curtain lining. And you see, and at this extra wide, it means for curtain lining, it's absolutely brilliant, because who wants to join curtain lining? I always used to, but if I could buy extra wide curtain lining, I would do. But you know, for those sort of, where you want just a little bit of window dressing, or you want a lovely lining for really something really special. Right, shall we do, I've got some Moda Sandersons, which are lovely. There's 3 of these. I'm going to show you them all to start with. These are lovely. Gorgeous. So this is Moda Sanderson. Look at that colour. Let's do that one first. This is kind of pistachio duck egg, called eucalyptus. I was going to call it pistachio meets duck egg. Yes. Michael? Michael? Yeah. Please, could you hold the end? Yeah. Say hello to the lovely people.
Hi, lovely people. Hello.
He's got a very gruff voice today.
Yeah.
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 Sounds like you've been out all up and all night partying.
No, it's not, no.
What is it?
It's just fatigue. I've been to Amsterdam.
So it's,
Amsterdam and Berlin.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
And
cultural
Cologne.
fatigue because of all the
Oh, yeah,
museums you visited.
obviously.
Yeah, I can imagine. So look, enough about Michael's holiday. Look how wide it is. It doesn't even fit on. We could wrap you about 10 times in this.
I don't think so.
Look how wide it is. Gorgeous. Thank you very much. So you get all of that fabric, if you just buy half a metre on split pay for £4.33. And, you know, do think about what you would use it for. Look at that. Gorgeous. I love the fact you've got that really pale pistachio eucalyptus duck egg background. And then all of the roses and these full blooms are in this lovely sort of linen and white monochrome finish. Gorgeous, aren't they? Right, loads and loads of you've got this in baskets. You need to be quick with that. We're down to 20 metres of that. We had a lot of stock. Right, we've got the same fabric, but in blue. Now, these actually go together quite well. Let me just, before Michael steals that from me, let me just show you this one. So this is the same print. Oh, there's only 4 metres, but look, it's the same eucalyptus here as is in here. So if you wanted 2 fabrics to go together, that works really well. Right, oh, that's the last 4 metres, 24 of you have got it in baskets. Be quick. Oh, I do like that. There's only 1.5 metres. How about this one? This is that lovely sort of French red, isn't it? You know my favourite French general, it's that colour. They've called it rosewood, but it's a beautiful, warm, orangey almost red with these full blooms on it. Beautiful, isn't it? So many things you can do with it, but think about borders, particularly these large, blousy, big floral prints. If you've got a quilt maybe that's a bit smaller than you want it to be, stick a good 4-6 inch border around the edge. And if you use a big blousy print like this, it really is a statement thing. And if you can, have a go at mitering the corners, particularly on big borders, wide borders. Mitered corners look amazing. Love it. Only 10 metres left of that one. And 13 in baskets. Right, let's do some of these, what Ben and I called the masculine ones. We tried to put them in some kind of order. I love this. This is Ben's favourite extra wide. How cool is that? I need to turn it round actually with this one. It's got everything on it. We've got Australia, Pacific. What I love about it is because it's got its maps cut out and then joined back together. So it's lovely if you were using it and piecing it. It doesn't need to be a whole map. But you can do things like cover lampshades with it. It looks great. It looks amazing on a covered lampshade. Cover buy a load, make a load of notebook covers, would be great for selling to people. You could eau de coat it, make lots of A5 notebook covers, brilliant for a travel pouch. Maybe you're going on holiday, you can make yourself a little laptop bag, a little shoulder bag, passport holder. Because it's not like a whole map, it doesn't matter what bits that you cut off it. But it would be nice, travel tote bag. Travel tote, see? $4.99, split pay, $4.99. You could make loads of totes out of that. Well, you see, there's one. There's 2 totes. Yeah, I reckon you can get at least 4 out of that. Yeah. If we're doing the front and the back. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so you could make at least 4 totes out of that. And you're going to sell them for 20 quid, minimum, 25 if you line it. Bargain. And it is lovely. So I've just bought, to back my quilt, which I finally finished after 2 years, I've just bought the Tim Holtz dictionary fabric because I was toying with this one. I love having a quilt backed with something that's a bit random like this. Amazing. This is just great. How about a bit of toile de joie? Who doesn't love a bit of toile de joie? Toile de joie. This is toile de joie. Oh, do you want the code? It's a, I love the way that it's Henry Glass. Well, the original toile de joie was a French print, the French prints where it's all outline, monochrome, usually sort of blue on white, of pastoral, bucolic scenes. And then they've taken this, that whole idea, and I love this. It's a Henry Glass fabric, and it's called Farmhouse. I tell you what it is. It's Little House on the Prairie, isn't it? You've got like a little church and a farm. Again, this is lovely because it's very monochrome. You've got like a cream background and all the black. I think that is actually quite stunning, isn't it? Really nice. And you don't often see this as so wide, do you? Again, lovely for the border of a quilt, or just use it for the sashing, but something a little bit unusual, because we have a lot of these sort of floral ones, so it's quite nice to see something like that. I've got some really pretty ones now. I like these 2 floral ones, because I know that navy Sanderson one was really popular, so let's try this one. Is that one sold out? Oh, what about the black one? FKYH73. FK. A little bit of this one. I think this is lovely. Ready? Isn't that lovely? Maxi dress, innit? Maxi dress, shirt. Obviously quilt backing, brilliant, but that is summer maxi dress, isn't it? Just so pretty. Or maybe you're going on holiday, you want just like a little lightweight cotton robe to slip on. That looks lovely, doesn't it? Beautiful. Really nice for a plique and fussy cutting, because you could cut out all of the flowers on it. I mean, and actually, this is where maybe you were doing a picnic blanket. Use it to back your picnic blanket, because none of the grass, the dirt will show up. Love that one. Beautiful. Really, really quite striking, isn't it? I've got another. Can I have this blue one? This one is lovely. Yeah, this is gorgeous. Isn't that lovely? Have you got the code? Right, Dan Morris, Midnight Blooms. Oh, we've got 2 meters of that one left. That's lovely. Blues and oranges. And remember, it's still on, even if you check out on pre-order, it's still on split pay. It's only after midnight it won't be, but it's still on split pay. That one's about to go. Let me give you another blue one. Do we have this one? Do we have JKYH54? This blue is very popular today. So this is Little Blossom. That's nice. Little Blossom Blue Jay by Wyndham Fabrics. Isn't that lovely? Look at the price. Look at that. £12.99 for half a metre. That makes it £4.33 on split pay. You can multi-buy this so that you can have as much as you need. It's lovely. It's a really nice mid to deep blue colour with little spriggy prints. We've got some black little flowers on it, as well as the white and the orange and the pink. That is beautiful, isn't it? Right. Right, loads and loads of them. We're getting really limited. I'm just going to give you time to check out, and I'm just going to explain to you how the split pay works while you can check out.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Right, I hope that helped to explain things for you with our split pay. Congratulations to all of you who have managed to check out and also get hold of all this extra wide backing. It is only on split pay till midnight, and it's all on split pay. I've had a little look in the break at which ones are. Look at this one. How nice is that? I think that's lovely. And it's a great price. And we've only got 6 meters of it. Loads and loads of you checked out while we explained the split pay to you. That's beautiful. Look at the colours. It's deep navy background. They've got the turquoises and the mints and the orange and the purple. Absolutely stunning. Remember, if you've just tuned in, you will need 2 meters for a double bed quilt, 2.5 for a king size. And if you've got a really big super king size, you'll need 3 meters. Remember, it's all sold in half a metre increments, and it will be sent as a cut piece. If you want a metre, put 2 units in. If you want 5 metres, put 10 units in, etc., etc. If you have any problems with it or issues, or you've checked out and you've worked out, oh, actually I need 5 metres, not 5.5, and you've already checked out, just call the number 0800 001 4433, and they are brilliant. The customer services department will be able to sort out. Because I know when we're selling things quite swiftly like this, it can get confusing. How about poppies? I love poppies. And isn't this lovely? Because if you look at the background on it, it changes colour. So you've got like a little bit of grey duck egg, and then yellow, and then some orange. It's really interesting. Now this is a great tablecloth. Shirley says, what's the difference between backing fabric and quilting cotton? Well, Shirley, nothing except for the width. So this is all quilting weight cotton. The only difference is it is wider. It's 108 or 274 centimetres, but it is the same weight as quilting weight cotton. So it can be obviously used in your quilts. It's brilliant for economy because it's much less expensive than buying it by the half metre, just because there's obviously economies of scale. And also it's brilliant if you're doing borders or sashing or binding, because you haven't got to join anything. But it is the same fabric. It's just wide. Has it got writing? Oh, it has got writing. Now put my glasses on. This is quite cool, actually. Look at this. Look. It's got it's got that textured look to it with writing. You that, I don't know what it says. It's all over the place. It's lovely though, isn't it? This would be nice for your summer tablecloth, wouldn't it? That's lovely. Do you know what? If you wanted to make a really quick quilt or picnic blanket, let's go whole cloth. You don't need to piece. All you need to do is get a piece of fabric for the front, a piece of fabric for the back, and quilt the two together in any pattern you want. That's the quickest quilt, isn't it? It doesn't have to be pieced to be a quilt. It can be a whole cloth quilt where it's just one piece of fabric. So that's that one. Shall we go swirly? We haven't done anything really modern. How about rainbow swirl? Swirly. Again, this is a great summer dress, isn't it? Or lining. Woo! Only 5 metres of this one left though. I mean, that is cool. Good for fancy dress, isn't it? If you needed to be a multi-rainbowy Joseph, you mightn't you? There's actually a lot of texture in this. It looks 3D, doesn't it? It looks like, you know those slides they used to have where they go up and down? You know, and then you go into the swimming pool. Do you remember those? They still have those slides with them. Well, that's what it looks like. Woo. Yeah, the flumes. And then they'd be like 5 wide, or you'd go into a ball pit. Now, love that one, but we have got the same thing, but in monochrome, which I quite like. This would make a lovely binding because the colour changes. That looks like zebra. Ooh. But you say if you wanted to bind something with it, if you fold it up like this, I'll put a bit of fabric there. So maybe you put a binding, you see, the colour would change as it went along. And you know how quite often Tula does black and white stripes for a binding? It looks quite cool, particularly if you've got a bright quilt. This would be ideal for a backing or a binding because it changes colour. It's quite a nice neutral edge. That's gorgeous. There's only 7 metres of this one left though. Loads and loads of you have got it in baskets. You need to get checked out only because we're getting very low on stock of this at the moment. And the split pay will be gone midnight. But don't worry, we'll still honour your split pay, but we won't be doing that offer. It's only as a very special treat today that we're doing that on all of our extra wides. I love that one. Glorious. How about something pretty? Oh, this is nice. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Do you want the code? HZUV82. How pretty is that? Look at that. Riley Blake, plum petals. Riley Blake, extra wide. Suits you. Oh, I always laugh at that. Suits you. That's beautiful, isn't it? Isn't that pretty? See, now if you had to make a duvet cover, be nice, wouldn't it? And honestly, think about whole cloth quilts. We don't talk about those as much as we should. What's a whole cloth quilt, Ben asks? A whole cloth quilt is where you just have one piece of fabric on the front and one on the back, and you don't do any patchwork or piecing, but you just quilt it. So it's whole cloth. So what you could do, It's a duvet cover. Well, it's not. It's a quilt because you do it the same way as a quilt. But we don't talk about it very often because mostly we do our patchwork on our quilts. But if you have a piece of fabric you love, I mean, traditionally whole cloth quilts were in white or cream, just that, and then the beauty was in the quilting design. But if you just get one piece of fabric on the front, one on the back, one in between, and quilt it, then the quilting is the hero point of it, or the fabric. But you don't actually have to do any patchwork at all. But they used to make whole cloth quilts. You see them in museums where it was for practicing their quilting. But they're lovely. Did you see any whole cloth quilts, Michael, in all your museums?
Yeah.
Another one.
Couldn't move for them.
Couldn't move for them. Right, Nether Riley Blake. Is it the same collection? Yeah, yes. So it's the same collection. So again, if you want to use this for quilting, moving away from the whole cloth quilt, these two fabrics are from the same collection. And this is a way less expensive way of buying quilting weight cotton is to buy it extra wide. That is beautiful. So this is $14.99 for half a metre. Remember, it's 108 inches, 274 centimetres wide. That means on split pay, $4.99. $4.99. So you can get it all. I mean, if you just want half a metre because you think, actually, do you know what? I'm going to make 3 new cushions to put on my bed. You know? So lovely, isn't it? I like both of these together. Beautiful. Right, how about these? This is lovely. This is WRUQ24. Isn't that lovely? What I like about this one is it's got that really lovely turquoisey background, and then the print on top changes colour as it goes along, so you've got like a rainbow effect to it. You know, and if you're thinking like, well, when I do the backs for my cushions or the lining, I just use something really plain. When you've got extra wide and it's so much less expensive, you can do the lining on this. You can line your jacket in it, can't you? Look lovely in a little tote bag. If you've got an expensive designer fabric on the outside, use something pretty like this. And this fabric is really useful. Dan Morris, obviously, because that's why you've got that almost rubbed out effect. It's because it's very multicoloured, it's going to suit a lot of things. So this is quite a good staple for you to have. Even if it's just half a metre, it's quite a useful thing to have because it will go with other colours. Now, we've also got that in another colourway. It's exactly the same fabric, but it's, again, Dan Morris, but it's got a yellow background this time. Just totally affordable, isn't it? And that's what it looks like with the turquoise. You see how they're the same print? So if you wanted two that went to go together, beautifully summer. We should do this more often. Oh no, we're not allowed to. I think it does actually cost us because we have to take the hit on all the interest. But hey, you know, we're in this to make you happy. We're in this together. We need to make things easy. Right. Let's go paw prints. Because much as we love to make quilts, we also love our animals. Now look at that. I read Dan Morris, I'm sure that's not. We're still on the other one. Quilt Room. This could be dog or cat prints. Love that one. So it's black, and then all of these are rainbow. It's like a dog has stood in several trays of paint and run across your floor. Or it's a cat, isn't it? It's like, a cat has stood in several trays of print and run across your floor because they've all got mixed together. So any cat, dog makes, pet things. Oh, do you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be anything to do with pets, does it? It's actually just quite a really nice print. It's really nice. So this is one that's got the black background, and we've also got it. Let me show you next to it, and then I'll put the code in. We've also got it in the creamy background. So that's the black one. I know I'm going through these quite quickly, but we have got a lot of them. So that's, no, this one's called Stone, yeah. It is a deep cream. Portos Stone. So that's the two of them, but the one that's on the screen now. If, as I said, you've missed any or I've gone too fast, just go onto the Watch Live page on sewingstreet.com, and then you can see little pictures of all of them, because I know we'll be going through quite fast, and if you've got really confused, just phone the call centre and they'll be able to help you. So that's the two paw prints. Right, this is nice. Clover. Right, so yes, for St Patrick's Day, this would be ideal. Or I went to a Eurovision party last year and dressed up as Ireland. Would have been good for that, wouldn't it? Yeah. Actually, nothing. It doesn't have to be that, because actually it's like little flowers on clover. It's just a really nice. I mean, although you've got those big clover leaves, sometimes with these fabrics it's the print that's important, and other time it's the colours, isn't it? So this just gives you that lovely pop of green. It's a really lovely emerald green in the background. And I presume these are fireflies. Do you think they're fireflies? Oh, is it? Oh, that's really funny. See, I didn't even read the title. I'm more concentrating on, do you think these are fireflies? Yeah, that's amazing. It's called, yes, I think they are fireflies. It's called fireflies. I presumed it was called clover. Such detail, isn't it? Because look at that. The light coming from the firefly, wherever it comes from, is shining up the leaves next to it. And it is called fireflies. Oh, that is funny. Do you think that's called fireflies? Dear, dear. Right, yeah, a few have sold out. Which are they ones we haven't done? Grey Dreams. Have we got clocks and cogs? I like this one. Again, I love fabric that has words on, and I love these kind of industrial, pictorial fabrics. Dan Morris, obviously, got your back gears. Now, that's nice. I would love that for a quilt backing. Because the thing is with these is that if you put these on the back of a quilt, and you don't often look at it, do you? But it just makes it more interesting. But it's nice to have some fabrics that are a bit more masculine, nice for travel bags, really nice for a lining of a bag. And at this price, at $12.99, and take advantage of the split pay, this is lovely for bag linings. Just a little bit interesting, isn't it? Or how cool would a little jacket in this be? I like that. Right, we've only got 5 metres of that one left, though. And there's 21 with it in baskets. And I don't know how much, see, if you're all buying half a metre, that's fine, but you might not. If you want another sort of grey geometric background, how about this one? Actually, that's nice for a tablecloth, isn't it? Makes me feel, it feels like sort of 80s duvet cover. Prism patch monochrome extra wide backing fabric. That's lovely, isn't it? $12.99, but it is it's cool, isn't it? Actually, it would make a nice jacket. I like that. $12.99 for half a metre. I've got another very neutral one, which is always really useful. I've used this one quite a few times for quilt backs, where because of the circles, it doesn't matter if it's not absolutely straight, but also the neutral tones. If you don't know what colour to put on the back of your quilt, this is the most affordable one of the hour. $10.99 for half a metre. So on split pay, £3.66 for half a metre. And then you pay the other one next month and the 1 month after that. £3.66 for half a metre. Amazing. And honestly, this is, if you're going to line something or back something, whatever it is, and you were thinking about just using a plain neutral, use this. It's got a little bit more movement and pattern and print. And it's only $10.99 for half a metre. Yeah, just get a metre of it and have it in your stash. Because because of the cost of it, it's much more affordable than buying plain fabric, isn't it? Love that one. Right, let's go through these fabrics. Oh, this one is nice. This one, ooh, I hadn't noticed that. Oh, that looks like a tablecloth. Riley Blake, Laurie Holt. That's so pretty, isn't it? Wouldn't that make a nice tablecloth, though? It just so would. It's cross-stitch, isn't it? Yeah. The Quillow, be nice on that Quillow, wouldn't it? Yeah, whole cloth quilt. And in fact, a whole cloth quilt, you could just stitch quilt along all these lines, couldn't you? I like that. You could make a whole cloth Quillow. That would be nice. And actually, I think, even just like a picnic quilt. Well, because it feels a bit tableclothy. Again, also, if you're thinking about nice, lightweight curtains, you know, where they just sort of float as a window dressing, that would look lovely, wouldn't it? It's so pretty. Maybe you just want new cushions for your spare room bed. Again, I like the way it is printed on the angles, so you could just cut across here, make your cushions. If you wanted to, you could quilt along the lines. But again, what a pretty lining fabric. That's Riley Blake, $14.99 for half a metre, $4.99 on three-way split pay. Pay $4.99 now, and we'll be sending it straight to you. How about a bit of purple swirl? I love these because these are great as backings, as whole pieces, but they're also really useful because they colour change. So I'm thinking dressmaking. Can you imagine if you bought yourself more than a half a metre, maybe? Oh, it's gradations, so it gradiates. Right, please come straight. There we go. But imagine making. I'm thinking like a pair of trousers, pyjama bottoms, and you could start them here. Couldn't you have this on the hem or of your skirt and have that at the top? So what happens is when it gets to halfway, it goes light, and then you go back down to dark again. So it goes dark, light, dark, light, dark. But also, if you've got it this way, it's really nice to use as an alternative to a stripy fabric because it changes colour. So if you've got it as a binding, it's changing colour along the length. But isn't that lovely? So you could make a whole series of items and the colours are changing. Right, I've got a similar, well, no, same thing, but in green. Now, this is really good if you're an appliquer, because for people who do like pictorial applique and you want lots of different greens, or maybe you want to do, when I look at it, I feel it's like sheep on a hillside. Yeah, it's landscape. So there's a few sheep here, you know, birds, little stick figures. That's brilliant, isn't it? It could be big pictorial, couldn't it? Malachite. But I think that's beautiful. Also, if you're doing like FPP or EPP and you want lots of shades of greens, this is a great fabric to have because you've got a lot of different colours in it. Beautiful. Also, it feels a bit like lichen on trees as well, doesn't it? Love that one. Oh, is that malachite? Oh, that's very nice. Is that the Football World Cup? Yeah. Oh, I'm sure I didn't know the Football World Cup was green. Although, to be honest, I would have no idea what the Football World Cup looks. Right, the malachite in the Football World Cup. The only one at World Cup I know is Jules Rimet, isn't it? 30 years of her, Jules Rimet still gleaming. That's that song by.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Demon Skin.
Yes.
And Lightning Seeds.
Oh, we run out of that one. Oh, that one's been sold out, so we can't have that. Right, how about this lovely green? Oh, another Dan Morris. I like this, actually. I think that's really nice. It's a lovely green, but I like the well, I love Dan Morris fabric because it always looks slightly rubbed out and antique-y, doesn't it? But it's almost like rusted gates. You know, when you get that intricate ironwork on a gate, that's what it looks like. Look at that one, $11.99 for half a metre. Amazing. That puts it at not very much on three-way split pay. It'll come up in a minute. It'll be about $3.99. $3.99. Do multi-buy on it though, because you see, when you look at that, it's just your kind of imagination, isn't it? Of thinking, what would I make that into? Right, I have 4. I've kept my favourite ones till the end. These sort of lovely neutral floral prints. Right, there we go. First one. Because neutral is great. Neutral means that you work with anything. Neutral and orange. To me, that's kind of 1940s land girl print. Little dress to wear to the village hall disco. Well, they wouldn't have had disco. Dance. The village hall dance, isn't it? It's very, very vintage. I love that. Henry Glass. I love Sun-Washed Romance, Cabbage Rose Cream. Sun-Washed Romance. Yeah, but it's the sort of fabric that you would have to buy as a vintage fabric. Beautiful. Next one. This is nice. Again, this kind of vintage antique flower. I think sometimes these really neutral prints get overlooked, don't they? But what you think of all the things that you can use them for. And instead of a plain, if you're putting borders on, pop these instead because they just add a bit of lift to it. And they look lovely when you pair them along with other monochromes. $12.99 for half a metre. That means you're on $4.33 for split pay, which is amazing, isn't it? £4.33 for split pay. And this is the last one. I'm really impressed we actually got through all of that, because we did put all of them on. So again, this is Henry Glass, Sun-Washed Romance. So that's the same fabric collection as the orangey flowers. Isn't that lovely? Henry Glass fabric, $12.99 for half a metre. Amazing, isn't it? Remember, three-way split pay. Now, all of those, we've managed to do it. We've done it all. Done it all. Now, there they all are. If you go onto sewingstreet.com and scroll down, there are all the extra wides. You can see all of the ones that are sold out, but the ones that aren't are very, very limited. This is your opportunity between now and midnight of getting them on three-way split pay. We never have these extra wides on, well, never, rarely, on three-way split pay. So this is your opportunity to do that. We got loads and loads and loads of you got them in baskets, so do check out. And don't forget the early bird. We've got a little bit of the Osnaburg on early bird. There we go. $2.99 for half a metre. Again, that price will go back up at midnight. Anyway, menu. So on air tomorrow is, I think it's John Scott, isn't it? The lovely John Scott will be on air tomorrow. At 8 o'clock, he will be here with new William Morris lawn and dressmaking fabrics. Nice. 9 o'clock, oh, he's got Becky Alexander Frost in with her new, the yew tree bag. It's going to be a fab day, isn't it? Oh, lovely Jane Greenoff in at 10 with a new pin cushion. Becky will be back at 11. Save 20%, always nice on her designs. And at 12 o'clock, John will be on with a whole plethora of sewing machines to delight and inspire you. Thank you so much for joining me today. Haven't we had a lovely day? Have a wonderful afternoon. Hope you get some sewing done, and I'll see you back here next week.